I'm still on my left, and that is the whip of the council whip, Lindwe Mahalema. On my right is the municipal manager, Meta Katsolibenya. Next to her is the CFO, Ntate Duncan Mutlashlo. On my extreme right, at the corner there we have our MPEC chairperson. That is the team that we are here with this morning.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I think we should continue with the oaths and affirmations sworn in municipal manner. Thank you, Ms. Puseletsi, you can continue.
We didn't hear the name of the chairperson of MPEC or everybody else. There were names, Majuro.
The name or the chairperson, the name of our chairperson is Councillor Sitwane Chabedi. Thank you very much, Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Puseletsi, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Melibenya, over here. Good morning. May you please stand for me? Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation? Please switch on your mic.
An oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Takatso affiliate Maureen Libenya.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. Ntate Mutlashlo. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
My full name is Mzimkhulu Duncan Mtlashlo.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Ntate Mutlashlo. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, before you start, I just want to raise a concern. The letters that were sent out requested the deadline for the submissions on the questions. Your replies were, I think, Jackie, just correct me, 8th of October, and we only received your replies this morning. So please, in future, that we are. This is a serious matter. We don't want to not have all the information so we up front. So please keep that in mind. We can't be in a situation where we only get your responses on that morning. But yes, over to you.
Before that, Chair, if you allow. Good morning, Honorable Chair, and good morning, everybody. Can we get the reason as to why?
Yeah, I think
it's important that we are told why is it that we receive these answers now. It's important that we know.
Speaker.
Well,
Mayor.
thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Can I just refer the question to the MM? Because as the office, we did receive the responses as the political wing on the very same day, I think on the 8th or on the 9th of October. So that's what we are seated here knowing that the response was sent through on time.
Okay. MM?
Thank you so much, Honorable. The responses were sent, I think it was on the 8th, from the email that actually forwarded us.
Okay.
We will forward the email, the proof of that.
Can you just maybe send the email to Jackie that you sent originally, so we can also check on that? So just resend that initial, so we can check
We'll
that.
do that.
Okay, May, let's start. Like I said, you have 15 minutes. You can decide whether it's going to be you and the MM who's going to use that 15 minutes, but you can start on the responses. I'll give over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I think the MM will do the presentation, but before that, I think that I have to indicate to this House that as Thabo Mofokeng District Municipality, We are the district in the province, like all other municipalities, district municipalities, with the primary mandate or functions that are being tabled on as per Section 84 of the South African Municipal Structures Act, and the functions and the primary functions thereof are: we are responsible for municipal roads that are part of a district-wide transport system, the regulation of passenger transport services, municipal health services for the entire district, firefighting services for the district, the management of fresh produce markets and abattoirs, and the tourism promotion. That is our primary mandate. And I like to indicate to this House that as the district municipality, we do have all the, our budgets have been funded for all these years, and all the committees are in place, all the forums that are legislated are in place and functional. As well as that, I will also want to indicate that our district municipality, since 2008, we are unable maybe to can extend our support to the local municipality due to the functions that were taken from us, that our functions are with the provincial, are with the province. So at times we cannot go an extra mile in terms of supporting the local municipalities. But with the little that we're having, we are really trying and striving to can support and make the district to be visible in the local municipality, and also to establish and also to forge those relevant relationship with the municipality. That I will also want to say the district municipality has its with its establishment, the staff establishment, our salary bill is above the norm, of which is something that we are still working on it to see how can we take it down. So with that being said, I would like to hand over to the municipal manager to can give a presentation, maybe in response to the questions that were sent to us. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. MM, continue, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, on the first question, the executive mayor has responded to the ones that we responded to. However, we want to indicate that these functions is not just all of them. We also know that tourism promotion is also part of our function as a district, as well as the district landfill side, including also the district cremation sites. In going to the second question, Chairperson, in terms of the KPIs, service delivery, financial management, development of governance, and the community engagement. There was a question, Chair, on the staffing and the percentage thereof of the staff establishment. In terms of the total budget of the municipality, in terms of the staff establishment, we are at 58%, but in terms of expenditure thereof, it's 62%. The third question was about the 5 million that the committee revealed 5 million wasted annually on the overpayment of staff. I'm not sure, Chair, why is it called overpayment of staff? Because this is the amount that was paid to the staff that is being employed at the lab. The process plan in relation to the accreditation of the lab, we were supposed to follow certain steps. Amongst the steps that we are supposed to follow before accreditation is ensuring that the lab is populated with staff, the necessary staff there to kickstart the lab. We actually embarked on a journey into Sibande to benchmark on the lab, and these are part of what happened in terms of the accreditation. The staff currently, from 2003 to 2004, Those are the three functions: development of quality management manual, development of the standard operation procedures, development. They were actually dealing with the procedures mostly in between 2003 and 2004. And also in 2004 and 5, they conduct analysis. Currently, they are conducting analysis within Malutia Pofung in particular. They are testing their water sample. They do the water samples within the Malutia Pofung. We have even attached the photos and the portfolio of evidence thereof that talks to this effect. In 2005 up until 2026, those are the planned issues that will supposed to happen in the lab. Currently, they are very functional and they are putting systems in place. We have procured the tools of trade in terms of the things that they need to be utilizing. So we are in the process of being accredited, Chairperson. The next one was on the, I think this question came before because it was about the Calvert Bridge, and that was the Calvert Bridge. Regarding this one, Chairperson. Okay, Chairperson, we planned to do this bridge as a district municipality, but our funds or the budget that we set aside to do this bridge was not enough to actually can finish the bridge. However, in consultation with the province, the Department of Safety, Police, Roads and Transport, if it's called that, is Community Safety and Roads and Transport Department, we realized that the very same bridge that we budgeted for is in their plans as a province, and they are intending to actually implement. So we then therefore decided to divert those funds into ensuring that we develop a new KPI, but we took it to council for that diversion, so that we now ensured that we are actually securing the fences of the royal houses in the districts. And attached therefore are the pictures of the fences and that of Maludia Pufung when we were doing the water samples in the treatment plants. Okay. And then the other one is correct me if I'm wrong, but all the water samples taken by DHP is not sent to your accredited lab. By end of September, we received a message, because it was not even a formal letter, but it was some message that went to one of their managers that indicates that the lab is actually closing. The Free State lab that we were testing in is actually closing. We are doing the samples once a month. However, we are trying to collect weekly. But currently we do not have a lab. We are entering into, we are making strides to ensure that we'll be getting a lab before the end of next week. There was a question that there was a question around the issue of the UIFW that indicates that we did not investigate, and what happened to the person that did not investigate. The previous report that we brought to the ministerial visit, by then we were preparing to take the item of investigation to council. We even adopted an action plan as a council in relation to the ministerial visit that indicates the date of which the investigations by MPEC will be actually come before the council. Indeed, MPEC investigated, and the report was attended to council, and there are recommendations thereof that that the MPEC has made in relation to how best can things be turned around in relation to that report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just for clarity questions before I hand over to members, the over expenditure on the lab personnel, was that budgeted for? Or let's call it, let's put it this way. The lab personnel, was it originally budgeted for? Because I want to understand where the overspending occurred. It might be that it was not budgeted for, and then you basically appointed. So just bring us on in line. Was the lab personnel originally budgeted for? And then on the Culvert Bridge, the last time you were here with the portfolio committee by the National Parliament, you indicated that the project was hamstrung by irregularities at the bid adjudication stage. We hear now it is financial constraints, but the last time you were here, it was said that there were irregularities at the bid adjudication stage and the incurring of irregular expenditure, and new bids invitation had since been advertised. So where are we with that process? Is that another level of issues at that bridge? Just before I give over to members as well.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's true that we also went back and looked at the specification and realized that even the specification was not correct. However, this other point is also adding on the very same point.
And the lab personnel, was that part of the budget? The initial budget?
Yes, they were part of the budget because
Okay.
in the inception, we were supported at first by the department, COGTA, and we also top up as a municipality in terms of the budget.
Okay, good. Members, I see hands. Let's take the left-hand side first. Honourable van Vieren, Honourable Quena first. Honourable van Vieren. I'm going to do this side first, and then we come to the far right. So, Honourable Quena, over to you.
No, thanks very much again, Honorable Chair and members. Chair, the municipality just indicated to us what their mandate is. Can we be appraised in terms of runs and cents? What is the total budget? And of that budget, how much is spent on roads? Because roads in Tabumfutsakyan are very bad. Secondly, can they tell us about the firefighting equipment that they are supposed to be dealing with? On the issue of the lab, they collect samples, but they don't test. Sometimes they did not even have chemicals there. Now, if they collect samples and the samples are sent to the university, and the university is about to close their lab, if that process goes on, what then is going to be the importance of that particular lab? And secondly, how many people are employed at the lab? Doing what? The municipality is not accredited to deal with the testing there. Now, how reliable are the tests that they say they are executing there? Thanks, Chair.
Honourable van Vieren.
Thank you, Chair, and let me welcome the presentation. I would also like to focus on their mandate, section 84. They've listed all of these things. Do you do that? How many of these things do you actually do? Because 64% of your budget is salaries. So how do you get to municipal roads and part of district regulation of passenger transport services? Maybe they can just break it down for us and tell us exactly in each of these line items. Municipal health services for the entire district, what do you do? Firefighting services for the district, what do you do? The management of fresh produce markets and abattoirs. It's all well and fine to list what you should do, but do you actually do that because your budget doesn't allow it? And if I'm not mistaken, I've seen a report where a question was asked to this municipality on what their mandate was, and they couldn't answer the question. Then, Chair, what I don't understand is how do you shift 10 million rand of municipal infrastructure grant to building a fence? I know, did you build a 10 million rand fence? Couldn't you use that for roads or infrastructure? I don't understand how a fence could be infrastructure and a mandate to a municipality. 10 million rand. And why didn't you fix the culverts? You said, the MM said that they decided to do it and then they didn't do it because according to this, it's now a municipal or a provincial road. Please just indicate that to us. Then, Chair, yeah, I would also like to know if you've got firefighters at all. And if not, why didn't you use the 10 million to buy one? That's also not infrastructure. But maybe they can just give us clarity on that. Thank you, Chair.
Municipality? I think we'll start with the municipal manager. You can continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, let me start with the question from Honorable Mokoena in relation to the lab. I think the comment was about the municipality is collecting the samples, yet they are not testing. Yes, the municipality is collecting the samples. They do test water, yet they are not accredited because that's part of the accreditation that they need to start. But should there be anything that they see, they must refer it. They also take some samples of water and milk, but that one we are also taking them to the lab that is accredited. Because if around Thabo Mofokeng, for instance, and close by districts, we do not have labs. So if we can wait for a month to take the water samples, simple to Bloemfontein, wherein there could be a suspicion that there might be something that can be tested and be seen, so that you can quickly refer to the accredited lab. That's what they've been doing. Yes, there was material for testing. It is true that there was once material that lapsed because by then the staff was still new, they were still under induction, and so many things happened. In relation to, there's a question that keeps coming in relation to the functions of the district, that we are not doing enough in terms of the functions of the district. It is true because the money, the budget allocation that we have doesn't allow us to do more. We know firefighting is our mandate. We know that we are supposed to be a water service authority, but we are not in relation to the functions of the district, of which each time probably when we are being called to this house or the ministerial, we come hopefully that after we make our presentations, the functions, the provincial legislature will look into it, that the functions of the district municipality go back to the municipality so that the money can follow the function. Because as it is now, we know that fire services are function, but the money is not enough. We know that municipal health services is a function that is supposed to be implementing effectively. However, because it's not, it comes with an equitable share. It doesn't come as a conditional grant. It's supposed to be shared within other functions. So it's even difficult for us to reach the expected standard of employing the EHPs that we are expected to employ as per 1 EHP per 10,000, because we do not have that type of resource, financial resource, to be able to do that. The staff currently that is being employed at the lab, they are 9 people. That includes the administrator. So it's about 8 professionals, including the secretary, the person that is in the front desk, which is the administrator. The other issue was about the exact amounts in relation to the budget. I would request through you, Executive, that the CFO will respond to that one. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, I think with regards to the detailed responses with regards to the budget against the section, the municipal structures, section 85 that we've listed, I think covered me that we do have constraints as to the fact that we are not able to do some of the core functions listed there. However, I would like an opportunity to maybe give precise percentages if I can be awarded time so that I go through the budget as soon as we are done. Then I'll send through the percentages as requested by one of the members. And there was another issue that was raised regarding the municipal infrastructure grant of 10 million that was received. I wanted to correct that to say that the municipality did not receive a municipal infrastructure grant. However, the municipality had put aside the 10 million from cash surpluses generated from prior periods. And then basically then, as the indicated, the money was also used to cover the graveyard clearview fencing. However, as well there, in terms of the appointment, not the entire 10 million was used for fencing. However, it ended up being 4.4 million that was then utilized for 4 graveyards that were then part of the SDB for the technical.
Sorry, sir, so I'm going to interrupt. Sorry. Can we just get the presentation on the screen again?
Okay.
Because I see you are reading there, but we're not following.
Also,
Continue, thank you.
my apologies. I just wanted to check there, but let me face you say. Yeah, I just wanted to put it on record that the 10 million that the municipality had put aside was not from the grant, municipal infrastructure grant, and however, then it was used. The money was from cash surpluses from prior periods, and then the SDB was revised, and the fencing ended up costing the municipality about 4.4, and not the entire 10 million was used on the fencing. Thank you.
I think, Honorable Van Vieren, can you just give us those percentages you want, according to the lines you said, and then we will allow them to quickly go through it, and we'll continue with the questioning, and then you can come back with the answer at the end, because we need to get those percentages. So, Honorable Van Vieren, which ones are you interested in?
Chair, I refer to number 1, where they talked about section 84 and their mandate. So I wanted to know if they actually do that and what was the amount spent on each of those lines. As in municipal roads, they can just go to number 1, the first page. I don't know who's
So
managing
question
this.
1 gives all the,
Yeah, there they are.
all the
See, As
functions.
per section 48, there's all their functions.
Okay, so
But-
those,
But can I just, I mean, they just referred, if we look at what, that 0.6, or was it 0.6 now? The 10 million, let me just get to that. It's 3 specific project culverts. They said there, the 10 million was MIG funding. They say, no, it's not MIG funding. So did they not get MIG funding? Because where did we get this question then from? I don't know, I wasn't part of that. So it doesn't make sense to me. And again, what I don't understand about any district is if you spend 64% on salaries, and you can't do anything. What is this, an employment agency then? What, are we just paying people to sit there and they don't do anything because they can't do anything? Because it's, I mean, we're wasting money. It just doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
So those are the bullet points we want percentages on question 1. You can get them, we can give them at the end of the session. So I'm going to continue to my right-hand side. If you need time to get those percentages, you can go look for them. Honorable Khwabane will be at the end. Okay, my right-hand side. Honorable Msimanga, I saw your hand. Honorable Foko. Okay, everyone here. So let's start with Honorable Msimanga.
Thanks, Chair. Let me join in acknowledging the presentation by the Thabo Mofutsanyana District Municipality. Mayor, you made mention that you are working on ensuring that you are within the norm as far as salaries are concerned. Maybe if you can take us into details, how are you going to ensure that you are within the norm as a municipality? But there are observations that were made last time when portfolio committee COCTA, when it was here. Amongst other things, we're told there were councillors who were in contravention of section 117 of MFMA. By so saying, I mean, there were councillors who were participating in procurement processes. Can we be told, how did you deal with that situation of councillors who are, because such questions were raised by COCTA National. And I'm of the view that there should be something that has been done. Has there been any consequence management as far as that? How did you resolve the situation? But also, in as much as you are doing well, to an extent of getting unqualified report or audit opinion with findings, of course, there's a concern that statements that you are submitting are of a poor quality to Auditor General. As such, it's affecting the pace, and Auditor General went as far as saying it's not sustainable. They are saying it's not sustainable. How are you working on that? Are you using consultants? If you are using consultants, when are you going to develop internal capacity such that you are able to fight those challenges as a municipality? Because you have a CFO. The understanding when you have a CFO should be able to attend to some of these issues, unless we are having a demo CFO. Chair, okay, on issue of salary, another one I just want to check, because this thing of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it has become a norm to such an extent that here in Free State, people will do as they wish, there will be no consequences. We'll want to know, how did you deal with your UIF? Is there an instance since your term where you managed to recover from those who are basically abusing public purse in line with section 32 of MFMA? Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Ndugani, and then we'll stop there and allow the municipality to reply. Oh no, Honorable Kabela, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please continue.
It's fine, Chairperson. I will find you next time. Thank you very much, Chairperson. The first question is entirely been covered by Honorable Msimang, that of how how is the municipality being mitigating in making sure that there's a consequence management on those councillors who were interfering with the procurement processes? So I think the municipality has had that question. And I'm also quite interested to know about whether the municipality do have the firefighters, because I think even Honorable Van Vuren asked that question and it was never replied to. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Municipality?
Oh, can I,
You two after this, okay?
Honorable Chair?
Please continue.
I think some of the questions were directed to the executive mayor. Can I respond to some of the questions?
Please continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, with regard to the issue of the norm, as we have said, we are trying as the municipality to be within the norm in terms of the salary bill. I hope that as the district municipality, every time when we take in the circle of the budget, when we run for the budget processes, we also consider to review our staff establishment, whereby we are doing away with some of the positions so that we only concentrate on the positions that are very crucial. We only create the positions on our staff establishment when need arises. So that is how we have managed also
Chair.
to
Can, with due respect, can the mayor maybe talk far from the speaker? I can't hear.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. With regard to the issue of dealing with the norms for the municipality to be within the norm with regard to the salary bill, we said the means that or the measures that we are applying are the measures that when we come to, every time when we go for the budget cycle, we are looking into the positions that are really needed by the municipality, that are very crucial to the municipality. We only create positions when necessary. So we have done away with most of the positions or on the staff establishment. And secondly, we should also maybe to remind the House that some of the positions that are being with us that are contributing to this is because the function, we all know that the funding follow the functions. So since the functions have been taken away from us, but the staff has been left with the Tabo Mufutsanyan. And that's how we are. That's how maybe that is one of the things that has brought us to this abnormal, to be outside the norm. But we are working on it to say we are only now creating the position, even the positions that we're having in the municipality since 2020, after 2022, we did, when we do our budget, we only take the positions that are crucial, the positions that are not going to fill, they are not even form part of the staff establishment. So that's how we are trying to reduce it. And secondly, is that for now of late also, we have decided, we are trying to have, we have appointed the panels whereby to get people who will go out for us as the district municipality to go and get funding for us with regard to the project that we are having. So that also is going to assist the district municipality to can get more funding, that funding and the funding that will also assist the municipality to have more, the more revenue. And one other thing that I think we have to, on the issue of the financial, our AFS, we are doing it internally. And with that, we only appoint consultants for quality assurance. So as the district municipality, we are not spending more money with regard to the consultants. Another question was on them. Okay, I did hear that our honorable member spoke about the issue of the findings that we do. Yes, we have unqualified audit opinion with some findings, but also it should be taken into consideration that for this financial year, for 2024-2025, our findings were reduced from 26 to 18. So indeed, we are trying very hard as the district municipality to can deal with the issues that are being raised here, and also to can find the municipality to be on the right path. And one other thing that I also want to indicate in here is that we need also to look into the questions that were sent to us. The issue of the MIG wasn't, or it comes from the ProPEC. That was the question, and then that allocation of 10 million was referred to as the MIG grant. But we are using our internal finding, because every time when we go for budget, we look into where can we reduce in terms of spending, and where can we get some funding for other projects that want to assist, like as we are assisting our local municipalities. That is the internal funding. As for now, we don't have any other funding except that we can get for the REMS and also for energy. And then that is tailor-made, that is, it's a conditional. And for its utilization, we have to stick to the criteria that has been given to us. Thank you very much, Chair.
We'll come around second time. Honorable Foko, Honorable Garekwe. Come.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'm worried where I'm seated. The response that we are getting from the municipality, it shows us that there is no communication between the CFO, the municipal manager, and the executive, the mayor. Why I'm saying that, Chair? Now the mayor is answering the questions that are operational. That was supposed to be answered by the municipal manager. It shows that also, Chair, the finances part, the executive mayor doesn't know anything about the finances of the municipality in terms of the answers that we are getting. The other part knows about something, the other part doesn't know about something. That's why I'm saying the mayor doesn't know about the finances of the municipality. She knows about the operational matters. That was not supposed to be happening that way. I thank you, Chair.
Honorable Garekwe.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone. Chair, mine is on total employee-related cost of 111 million. I just want to check with the municipality how much did they get on equitable share? How much is their equitable share? The second one, Chair, is on third parties. Are they pay their third parties on time? The one on audit outcomes, they have unqualified with findings, as the mayor already indicated. What is the root cause of these findings? And maybe they have any plan for these findings. The other one, Chair, it's on vacant positions. Are they having any vacant on Section 56 or on senior management? Chairperson, I think the last one, it's on revenue collection. They are collecting enough revenue, or they have any challenges on collecting revenues? Thank you so much.
Municipality.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I need to start with the question that was not responded from the first questions that were asked from the Honorable
Msimanga.
Honorable Msimanga. I'm sorry because I can't see names. I'm sorry. There was a question that keeps on coming around the issue of Section 117, whereby councillors are part of the adjudication or procurement process within the municipality. Chair, when we came to the ministerial visit, we actually made our own investigation around this matter, because in the management letter that we received from AG, that was actually talking about the outcomes of the audit in the municipality. There is no such. We actually investigated from AG. They were not aware of that. And when we speak here in the ministerial, AG was here. I even said, I believe that AG can attest to this matter because there is no such. In Thabo Mofusanyana, there are no councillors that are part of procurement or adjudication committees at all. So we are not sure where that is coming from. So I think it was important that we raise this matter so that it can actually be taken out of the questions, because it's not there. Chairperson, Executive Mayor spoke about the issue of the financial statements. Ever since 2016, Thabo Mofusanyana, we are actually doing internal AFS. In the previous year, it was indicated that they were of poor quality because the first draft, when it came, it was of poor quality. We had to make some corrections. So AG was actually emphasizing the fact that from the onset, when we submit the draft, our drafts should not be taking long so that we can resubmit again. And by the time we resubmit, some of the issues on the audit are not getting fair chance to be audited. So we pulled our socks in this actual financial year, that we don't have a repeat of that, and that has been taken care of. There was a question about as to whether do we have the fire services in the municipality that are actually being paid by Thabo Mofusanyana District Municipality. The response is we have only we have 3 people here in the fire department that are qualified to be there, but we are coordinating the local municipalities because we do not have the funds. We do not have money that is actually directly coming to do this function. We are doing a lot of awareness campaigns. We are doing a lot of the plans in relation to the reduction and all that, but we do not have money to pay the firefighters. That is why.
Do you have a disaster management center?
Yes, we do have a disaster management center, but we coordinate mostly around it. We are utilizing those that are within the local municipality because we do not have money that is actually attached to this function, yet we know that it is a function. I think, Chairperson, I need also to highlight that we need assistance around this matter, because as a district municipality, we receive year in, year out a lot of litigations, because legislatively the function is ours, but in terms of what is happening in the province, those functions are being done in the local municipality.
No, it's necessary that you say that. But how many people are working in the disaster management center?
People that are working in the disaster management center that are being paid by Thabo Mofusanyana, there are 4.
4.
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Chairperson,
Any other questions?
yes. There was a question from Honorable.
Sorry, Chair, can I just ask a question on the disaster management?
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Around the root causes. What might be the root causes of the matters that appeared on our management letter? The root causes in Thabo Mofusanyana, unfortunately, because even MPEC has investigated, there is no, in terms of the investigation, most of the root causes of our report, they come from the fact that we had a multi-year contracts that were on panels. The unfortunate part is that during the time when we appointed these panels, how we constituted the panels, the actual adjudication committee, it was not sufficient, because we didn't have 4 senior managers then, because it's supposed to be 4 senior managers. We had only 3. and then AG in the first year, then and subsequent years, because those people have already entered into a contract with them, of which the contract has lapsed in the previous year now. So each time when they have to come and audit, they will keep on citing that it kept on coming as irregular expenditure. That was predominantly why we actually had so many of those issues that were raised. That made us not to get claim. Thank you, Chair.
Members, I want to ask Kokta to assist us here. I'll come to the disaster management. Let's go. Disaster management, I think Honorable Makai wants to ask a question. Anyone else on the disaster management? Because I think we need to highlight, to zoom into this for a while. Honorable Fogle.
I'm still waiting, Chair. The executive mayor was supposed to take a podium when you said the MM must answer some of the questions. So I just want the executive mayor to comment, Chair, before we step out of that.
To comment
On my question.
Just repeat your question.
My question, it was about financials of the municipalities, because there are no communication in terms of their respond. I take it from their respond. That's why I'm saying there is no proper communication between the executive mayor and the MM and CFO. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Wait, order. So I'm going to do this. Mayor, you're going to respond to that. Then we're going to the disaster management issues. Honorable.
Honorable folk even before me, but I understand we're dealing with many issues.
Okay, do your follow up. We get those replies, and then we go to the disaster management center.
Yes, Chair. Mayor, on issue of salary operating within the norm, I hear you are talking, but I'm not getting as to whether how are you going to achieve this? Are you going to retrench people? Are you in a process of retrenching people? How are we going to reduce that percentage such that it's within the norm? I heard you try to address it, but I was not getting the exact point. How are you going to address it? Can you please attend to it? The other one, MM, you are getting unqualified report. Why are you not getting a clean audit? District is not a high capacity municipality. It's a small municipality. It's easy to manage. Why are you not getting clean audit? Where are the challenges? Because I don't understand this thing of districts not getting clean audit. Maybe if we can be clarified so that we know as this committee where to go in ensuring that we have clean audits at the level of district.
Municipality, those two questions, and then we can move on.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, with regard to the issue of trying to be within the norm, my answer will be that no, we are not planning to retrench. Secondly, one other issue that we are emphasizing all the time in all the platforms is that we get our functions back as the municipality, because I did indicate here that the staff that is within the municipality actually should be with the province. So that function, that funds that were supposed to be with the district are with the province. So hence we are still saying in terms of the legislation that functions belong to the district municipality. Hence we cannot even expand our disaster management center due to the lack of funds, and that the funds are being directed to the province, not to us. So for now, the staff that we are having as the municipality, there is no intention to you can lay them off. But we are saying in terms of our, every time when you go, we are looking at the staff establishment, we're looking at the requirements in terms of creating positions. And every time we go get into the department, when time comes and say, which positions can we cut or which position do we really need? So actually we need also to take into consideration that the budget is for the mayor. So when the mayor is responsible for the budget, we have to look into it. That hence we are saying we have back to that. Sometimes it will appear as if the mayor is now in operational matters or is directing the operation upon the shoulders of the mayor. The mayor is the main driver of the budget of the municipality. So we are not. We are aware there is correlation. We have our meetings. With the we have the information being given to the mayor as required, so that we should know what actually is happening in the municipality, so that when questions arises, we should at least be in the position to say we understand and we should be knowing, and also to answer to council what is transpiring in that municipality. So I just want to give assurance that both administration and the political wing are working, we are working together at the district municipality. So we actually know what is happening in the entire institution. So they actually say the mayor, I do understand, I do know the finances of the municipalities. Like we are saying now, there was a question that was raised to say, are we paying our third parties? Yes, up to so far, we are paying our third parties and that is an operational matter. But we are aware, because we share the information, that there is we don't have any outstanding or third parties third parties that are not being paid. So we are sharing the information. So sometimes it will seem as if the mayor is overstepping into operational matters, but it is the issue of sharing the information on the platform that we are creating as the municipality to can.
Alderman Mackay, I think you should lead, because I know you've got questions on that.
Thank you. Chair, I fail to understand with a municipality that's cause function is basically being a water board, the tests, and looking after the disaster center. And with 64% of their budget going to their salaries, the two core functions that they are there for, they are under budgeted. And they cannot perform those two functions. So my question is, what is the purpose of your municipality if you cannot actually do the two main cause functions that you are there for? And what do you do every day? Because there's only 4 people in the disaster management. So do the rest of them, 64% of the salaries going to the municipality, manage those 4 people? And the 2 people sitting inside the laboratory, what are they doing, as my colleague had asked? It is really concerning, especially that you've got the N3 running through your district, and with the amount of accidents and the amount of traffic that that road takes, that you don't have a proper functional disaster management center. When you were here in July, you specifically said, Madam Mayor, that you were negotiating with National. We even suggested that you contacted National Disaster Management Center and resolve this issue. Can you give us an indication of how far the progress is on this? Thank you, Chair.
Mayor?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, with regard to the issue of the Disaster Management Center, I will give a response to say, we have made our submissions. We also have made, our submissions, but up to so far, we haven't received anything or any steps that have been taken to can assist us. But hence I said, everywhere, wherever we are raising the matter of the powers and functions, of which we need, and also here we are also raising them to say, as the district municipalities in the Free State, we cannot perform our core functions, some of our core functions, due to the because of those functions that have been taken from us, and because we cannot even have, we don't even have funding. So we cannot even staff that department because we won't be able even to can fund the for salaries for the staff that could be in that department.
Sorry, Mayor,
Yes,
sorry, Mayor, but you do realize that according to the National Disaster Act, you are supposed to have a National Disaster Center that's functional. So I understand your issue with functions that were taken away from you. But as it is now, you are supposed to have a decent disaster management center in the municipality, in the district. Just reply to that.
as we speak, we said we are having the disaster center at the municipality, because all the disaster issues are being coordinated from that level, operating with the local municipalities.
Okay. I want to land this airplane. I'm going to allow Honourable Mokoena for a last round. But before we go to Honourable Mokoena, another issue. In the meeting with the Portfolio Committee, you undertook that by 31st of July, the Impact Committee would have concluded all unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure investigations. And that the Special Council sitting would deal with those recommendations. Did that happen? That was a commitment made previously here, when you were here.
I think on that matter, we have here, we said we took the matter to council, whereby the investigations are being done. So, and the process, the recommendations have been taken to council. And for now, we are working on those recommendations that have been taken to council. Because by the time when the committee was here, they were not yet been presented to council. So there are steps and measures that have been taken.
So
to
there are
taking care of that.
recommendations by Impact regarding irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. That's in council currently.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Honourable Mokoena?
No, thanks very much. You know, we are not here only to interrogate, we also want to assist. The executive mayor is saying, and it has been said for a long time, that functions of the district municipalities are with the province. I just want to find out exactly which department in the province is doing what we are supposed to be doing, so that we can then engage that particular department and say, why are you doing what we are not supposed to be doing? So that those powers must be devolved to where they belong. I think Chairperson, as the chair of COCTA, maybe some of these functions are within that department. So they must go back so that people can start doing their job. The last thing, Chair, that I want to quickly reflect on or indicate or check is, Honorable Mayor, there is a councillor who used to work at that municipality, who through MPEC was told to pay back the money. I just want to check whether that particular council is still paying that money back, and if she is paying that money back, what is the balance?
Maybe before you answer, just I'm going to round up all the unanswered questions I'm aware of. Honourable Garek will also ask about the amount you reply to that, please. But let's start with the question by Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you very much, Chair. With regard to the question by Honorable Mokoena, I think the Department of Disaster Management, the Department of Cooperative is involved with regard to that. And on our equitable, maybe to respond on the equitable share issue is that, or maybe let me finish the one with the Honorable Mkwin. The money, and but despite that, we have took the resolution. The resolution was taken that they're paying back the money. And on the issue of the equitable share, our equitable share is 139 million. And then, so in other words, the salary, so that the presentation for now, we are having 81% on the salary, or on the salary percentage. So in other words, it will say to us, with regard to what the Honorable Mokoena was referring to, in terms of the money that was supposed to be paid back, yes, the money is paid back, the arrangement has been made, so the municipality is recouping that money. So I said now the total amount for our equitable share is 139 million.
Revenue collection percentage?
Through you, Chair, can I refer that to the CFO?
Okay. Mr. CFO, just remember we want those percentages as well. So I think let's deal with that, the revenue collection, and then those percentages Honorable Van Vuuren was asking for. And then I'm not going to allow any more questions. Honorable Mokoena.
I'm just assisting. I'm not asking a question. I'm saying it is not in their mandate to collect revenue. Revenue is only collected at local municipalities, not at the district. So that question is not very relevant to the structure sitting in front of us.
So you don't have any revenue collection, actually. There are municipalities, district municipalities that actually do, but I understand. It is nothing, it is. No revenue collection. Not, okay. Good. No, order. Let's take the issue of the, no. While we're waiting, Kokta, the issue of the powers and functions taken away from municipalities is at all municipalities, district municipalities. But what I'm trying to understand is, if I'm not mistaken, this was 2007, 2008. So it's been how many years? 18, 17 years. Now all of a sudden this issue's coming up that they are keeping these officials that aren't really fulfilling functions that they are not supposed to be doing. So what's the issue regarding that, and how is COCTA assisting municipalities, COCTA and Treasury assisting municipalities, because it's going to be with Treasury Putswa as well. We will see this with them as well. I think it's even worse with Treasury Putswa. So what's the status of this issue with all district municipalities currently?
Thanks, Chair, and good morning to committee members and colleagues. Chair, the issue of district management, from COCTA's point of view, remember, Chair, the management of or the coordination of district of disaster management is basically coordinated in line with this element of cooperative governance, as would be outlined in Section 41 of the Constitution. And in terms of the legislation coming from either the Fire Brigade Service Act or the Disaster Management Act, they would say a disaster would happen at a local municipality, and disasters would be a responsibility of government. Then from us also, we are regulated in terms of the provincial disaster management, where we are supposed to assist in terms of response, coordination, aversion of disasters. So we do have the district, the provincial district, the provincial disaster management, which will be readily available to react. But the responsibility and the function, as in terms of the constitution, will still reside with the district to coordinate, because it is assumed that they've got better capacity and they've got better resources within the district, and they can respond easier to the respective local municipalities. Maybe then would come back in terms of now that the responsibility would have been centralized within the province, maybe with the assumption, Chair, that the province would have better coordination capacity, reaction capacity, and better resources. And I don't know, Chair, maybe from where I'm sitting, maybe municipalities did not do enough in terms of investment, in terms of that, because it was a by the way, because of maybe lack of resources. But legislatively, the responsibility of a disaster is still coordinated at a local, because the assumption is that disaster take place at a local space of the municipalities.
Okay, percentages. Members, I think this is important. When we make resolutions, we need to make decent resolutions, because I think COCTA and Treasury, and even on national level, because it's all about the money. Is the money available? Although, if you only have 4 people in the disaster management center, something's not quite right. But okay, we need to make a decent resolutions on this. You can share the percentages on the screen as well, please, if you can.
Thank you, Chair. Before us is the budget of the municipality. As the municipal manager as well as the executive mayor have said regarding the constraints that we are having. So basically, we started by talking about the percentage of salaries. Firstly, we showed the salaries against total operating expenditure and against the total cost. But before us, I can talk about the 2024-2025, whereby in terms of percentages, so this line here is it's indicating to, for example, the total direct operating expenditure. So when the total operating expenditure of that approved budget was 169, the salaries amounted to 113. That was roughly around 67 or 66%. And then that meant that the other expenditure amounting to 31%, we needed that 31% to run the operations of the municipality besides the salaries. So then within that 31%, about 7% is conditional grants. And then give or take from the from the 31, we are left with about 24% to do other things. So hence, because I'm under oath, I wanted to give precise percentages. But for instance, I had to go to community services tab and then look for where we had budgets for the EHPs as well as disaster management and take those totals in order to break that percentage further. But as I've indicated on a high level, we'll be talking small percentages when we refer to those small budgets that we put aside for EHPs and, okay.
Sorry, the question was, on your first answer or reply, you said these are your responsibilities. Municipal roads that are part of the district-wide transport system, regulation of passenger transport services, municipal health services, firefighting, and the management of fresh produce markets. So we'd like to know on those what the percentages are. I think we're not going to waste any time anymore. Honourable van Vlieren, with your indulgence, we would like that in writing as well. So if you can reply to us within 3 days, we want those percentages. So use the 4 or 5 bullet points you said and give us the percentages on that. Members, I think we can continue to, well, let's end this discussion. Mayor, I think we all want to see a clean audit in this municipality. And I think Honorable Msimanga pushed for that, is that we are looking forward to a clean audit. But also that, don't fall for the trap that now our audits are clean. Now we are delivering services, because we know that's not necessarily the same. A clean audit doesn't mean you deliver all the services that you're supposed to. And I think that's why Honorable van Vlieren was pushing for those percentages, because we want to know what's the impact of a budget. And that's ultimately what we're looking for as well. It's about clean audits, but also the impact, the value for money for residents. We want to see that as well. But thank you for your time. Good luck with your next audit round, and we'll speak soon. Please remember about those percentages. I think, can you also just add the council resolution taken about the councillor that was behind on his municipal debt, so we can just see that as well in writing. Thank you. Thank you. Then you're relieved. Honourable,
I've not said anything.
no, sorry, my apologies.
I've not said anything just as the part of the party ensures that maybe the municipality must give us the list of powers that have been taken as part of what would also guide us in the interaction with provincial government. And also the municipality must develop an HR plan to deal with the salary bill as part of remedial actions. And also with the problems that are being raised on disaster management. What are their clear proposals on what can be dealt with in relation to disaster management? A plan that must assist us to assist the municipalities going forward in dealing with provincial government on how the districts can deal with the problems of disaster management. And maybe lastly, which is something that has not come out clearly, in relation to the audit action plan, that toward the closing of the financial year, whether all the issues raised in the audit action plan, whether they had been attended to at the close of the financial year now, whether they've been attended to. Maybe we missed that point, that the treasury should have were supposed to assist us. The municipality has very few, out of that audit, very few paragraphs of, I think, 14 on compliance, and obviously it's one of those municipalities, like members are saying, that are easy candidates for clean audit. And for the past 4 years, your audit outcome has stayed constant without improvement. Maybe as part of a feedback to us is what has been identified as those easy areas that should be attended to be able to change the audit outcome. Because if you look at all key areas of audit, municipalities is just it's not changing. It still remains on unqualified with findings in almost all the areas. Oversight responsibility. Maybe the mayor, in terms of the oversight role, must do more and pressurize more, and also the MPEG to push more. I think one of the challenging issues that the municipality finds itself is that it's a district council that as part of its geographical area includes an area which was a homeland. And in relation to the history of the province, that's where you find a lot of traditional leaders. And two principal chiefs or traditional leaders in the province are located there. And part of the issue that as the province has not been done is to deal enough to assist traditional leadership in its leadership of society with resources. We have seen that those traditional leaders, two principal traditional leaders, they've been using government cars that were purchased some almost 10 years ago, or 8 years ago, or 10 years ago. But politicians are buying new cars, changing new cars every time. And when they ditch the cars they are using, they ditch them to traditional leaders. And that becomes a problem to our own political history, to say we undermine our traditional leadership, we undermine our heritage. I'm happy that as part of the report that we are giving, in terms of the budget that you are using, you are also taking care in a way to assist the traditional leaders. It may appear as if it's not, you're not attending to service delivery, but traditional leaders to us as Africans, it's very key and important. And I'm grateful that you, in attending to the service delivery, you also are taking into consideration the traditional leaders in that area. And unlike other district councils, the challenge that you are faced with is that as part of dealing with the issues of service delivery, you also have to take into consideration that leadership that we have in our society. And I would like to thank you, Mayor. So the next time we see, because what we are going to do, this is not the last time, we are going to make follow-up on issues that we raised and you raised, so that when we come to the audit outcomes, we are then, well, unfortunately, we should have done this before the end of the financial year, so that our inputs and your inputs assist with the audit that are currently taking place. But now we are delayed or late with that. So we are going to make follow-up with what we have raised and you have raised, so that we observe progress and improvement in terms of your audit outcomes. This is one of the municipalities that must give us a clean audit very easily. Thank you. Please go away.
So you continue now. You can continue. Next one's yours. Yeah. I'm just going out for a walk.
Okay, sure. Good morning. On a Wednesday that South Africa see itself going to the World Cup after a long time, not through boardroom decisions, at least. Honorable members, we have in front of us Melela, on the right-hand side, majority of people are the technical or administrative team from the legislature. On the left-hand side is institutions that support this process. The Treasury, COCTA, we were supposed to have Human Rights Commission and DWS. And behind you, we have Premier's Office and others. On the my left-hand side, I have Ndate Mkwena, Ndate Van Vieren, Ndate Makai, who has just gone out, Ndate Klute, also gone out, Mekharekwe, Ndate Meko has also rushed to one meeting. We have the Mayor Mkabela and Ndate Msimanga. At the corner there, we have Ndate Masweu. Ndate Masweu, just wave so that people can see you. They should not confuse you with the administrative team. Those are the honorable members of these two committees, Public Accounts and the governance. Majoro, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Let me take this opportunity to greet everyone in the House. Yes, Chair, we are from Pumelela, a very small municipality. So as this team, we are here to represent Pumelela as you are being invited. My name is Mbuiselwa Dume Kobeni. I'm the mayor in Pumelela. Here with me, I'm with the Speaker of Pumelela, Metopsi Zwan, MPEG Chair Anthony Sbego. I've got the Chief Whip, Councillor Vustela. This side, I've got the MM Mekukuletu Nchangas. And I also have CFO Ntate Ralbenya Ntabejane. So, Chair, there were questions that were raised with us as the municipality by the committee. So we've prepared the presentation. I will request that the MM will lead us with the presentation. Through you, Chair.
Give over to Mempuse to take your team through the rituals.
Mayor, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation? Please switch on your mic and speak into the mic. An oath or an affirmation?
An oath?
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
I Kukuletu Petunia Nhlanhla-Mhlongo.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. Ntate Ralebenya, good morning. So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath?
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Ntabejane Francis Ralibenya.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Ntate Ralebenya, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thanks. Over to you, Mayor. You have 15 minutes for the opening remarks or whatever the presentation is. 15 minutes.
Yes, thanks, Chair. As I've requested after the introduction, that can I request that we being led by the MM on the presentation for 15 minutes?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to the honorable members of the committee, executive mayors present, and all protocol observed. Chairperson, we have our presentation which is being projected on the screen there. I will be going through it. Chairperson, what we've done as Pumelela Local Municipality, we received a set of questions from the legislature. So we tried to focus our presentation on the questions that were raised through the legislature. We have clustered our presentation into 5 categories, which is good financial management. There was a question on UIFW, collection, question on debt collection, report findings and operational issues. There was also an issue on revenue collection, total debt and third-party payments, payment of service providers within 30 days, SCM processes and procurement, and then there was also an issue on ESCOM debt and electricity fraud. And then maybe just to save time, Chairperson, I'm going to jump and go to slide number 4. Slide number 4 zooms into the issue of UIFW. A question was raised by this committee to give feedback on the progress that has been made following the visit of the Oversight Committee. Chairperson, we've provided just a breakdown of the kind of UIF that we had in the institution. Our main focus being the financial year 2021-2022, financial year 2022-2023, and financial year 2023-2024. The slide just makes a provision of how much UI irregular was incurred, unauthorized, together with fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And it also provides a breakdown of how much was able to be written off by the MPEC committee. Now, just to provide a bit of a progress on the slide above, we can indicate, Chairperson, that we do have an MPEC committee. It has set on the following dates, the 3rd, the 7th, the 8th, and the 17th. But I will focus more on bullet number 3, which was the 18th of August, where an MPEC report was then tabled to council to deal with the issues of UIFW for the financial year 2021, 2022, 2022, 2023, 2023, and 2024. MPEC tabled the report before council with the recommendations. I can indicate that there were robust discussions on that council meeting regarding the presentation before them, and then council resolved to say they refer the report back because they were not happy. There were certain issues that needed to be clarified, and there was more documentation that they needed to be attached for further clarity. One of the reports was the report of the independent investigator, as we indicated in the Oversight Committee, that due to capacity issues, we had to co-opt someone to assist the committee. Now, Chairperson, I can then report that the committee has set again to look at all the recommendations that were made by the committee and finalize them on the 10th of October. So we will be going back to council on the 21st of October to present now the final report, which I take it will be the final report which will then be implemented going forward in terms of their recommendations. And on the next column, I can just indicate that these are the things that have been done, because the question also spoke to what is it that we are going to do instead of every department doing their own procurement. We spoke about the training, which normally we get through Treasury to train our bid committees. We also speaking about the policy of the municipality, which is sent to Provincial Treasury just to check if we comply with all the regulations and all the amendments. And we also said, because of the challenges that we've had, we are now requesting the audit, internal audit section to incorporate in their audit plan a section of SCM where they can do quality assurance for us. And due to being a small municipality, we are also trying to cap with the issue of late payments of our creditors, which sometimes results in interest, which then result in UIFW. So we are working on that. We are now streamlining our payments, keeping a close monitoring, also doing payment arrangements where necessary. We also speak to standard operating procedures. At some stage, national and provincial treasury, they adopted standard operating procedures to help our officials, especially within the section of SCM, to be guided in terms of how processes needs to be done. And then we have also adopted a UIFW register, which will then be tabled to council on a quarterly basis to appraise council of any UIF that is incurred in the process. Chairperson, then I'll move on to the issues of revenue. On the issues of revenue, we just paint a scenario to say, in terms of Pumelela, where are we? Because that's one of the issues that were raised by the legislature and the oversight committee. Chairperson, I can indicate that Pumelela local municipality, in terms of revenue, we are struggling. We are struggling a lot. We are cash trapped. Out of that 700 million, at least 590 million, it's coming from our household. It's impaired as a result of unemployment, being a rural municipality, high levels of indigence. We can only realize about 22 million out of that. Then we also highlight the agency and so on. And then we go further, Chairperson, to indicate what we are being owed by the departments, our government departments, which is about 16 million. We have broken them down. We've got Department of Health, we've got Department of Education and Public Works. And then as a municipality, what we are currently doing, we are trying on the bottom there to try and find a way or a strategy to deal with the issues of revenue collection. Our first point was to request a participation through the Archie contract, which is offered by National Treasury, where they offer debt collection services. We are busy with that at this point in time. We are busy engaging with the different service providers to see which one can offer us a better solution to do the debt collection. And then I go on the next slide where we talk about the progress that we have made in terms of the debt. I think when we came to present, we did highlight the same problems, but what is it that we have done so far as a municipality? So far, what we've done as a municipality, we have a program called Operation Kokamhlali. It is currently on, it is currently running. We had indicated a 60% revenue collection rate at the time, but normally that is done as a result of the arrangement that we have with government departments and the farmers. Normally we bill our farmers once off, especially beginning of the financial year. So you will then see a huge increase in the revenue. But during the year, our revenue has decreased. We're sitting between, let's say, 25 to 30%, which is not very impressive. Our debt impairment is currently very high. It's about 81%. So what we are then doing, there is a run for rent program, which we call it Operation Kokamhlali, where we offer 50% discount for those people who are willing to settle their debt. Yes, it's not one of the best options when you look at it from a cost-benefit point of view, because we lose a lot. But our strive is to try and fight and reduce the amount of debt. And through the political offices, we are now working with ward committees to go and do indigent registration per ward, where we will dispatch our officials to work with ward committees, try and assist in increasing the indigent register. Our indigent register, when we reported it, was also very low. So as efforts to try and get everyone registered in the indigent register, we are going ward by ward. Out of the 8 wards that the municipality has, we have managed to complete 4 wards, and we are still continuing with the other wards. We've also requested council to grant us a permission to open our offices twice a month, on the first week of the month and the last week, just for the cashiering services, because we do have people that are working, for instance, teachers, nurses, they will be able to come and sort out and make arrangements. There was also a question on we are employing. It is the same that there's what I've spoken to, but I can just also add that we have established a revenue and hire managers where we sit maybe once a week just to check which areas we can go and target, and also look at the cash flow that is coming in, so that we are able to plan in terms of our salaries, also in terms of the data that we need to prioritize. The municipality did adopt a revenue enhancement strategy, which is there. And we have also focused on the issue of data cleansing, because we've also realized that as people migrate, move up and down, there is quite an... And then there was an issue that was also raised on customer billing, where it was alleged that sometimes our statements are delayed. There is also incorrectness. Chairperson, I can indicate that we are billing, but not all the time, where there were delays in the printing of the monthly statement for consumers. But what we did in this financial year, which is currently in operation, the previous contract for printing had expired, so a new service provider came in. Then what we did was, out of the 3 towns that we have, which is Vrede, Wadden and Memel, we have made provision for high volume printing machines, so that we can ensure that we are able to print our statements regularly without any interruptions. Over and above that, through the financial system, we have an app which is called a collaboration app. That app is active for consumers, especially those that have got smartphones. So you are able to, one, register in terms of how much you are owing for that particular month or that particular period. The municipality is also implementing a data cleansing. We got support through the MSP grant, where we were able to appoint a few data cleansers, about 10. We focus to try and collect stands and discomfort from the people that are being visited in their houses, but nonetheless, they are there. We also, in all our towns, do have some form of a service desk where people can come and query their accounts, ask questions, and also make corrections, and also do the verification of their information. I'm moving on to the issue of third parties. As a municipality, we were one of the municipalities that have a challenge in terms of paying of our creditors within the 30 days prescribed period. I think, Chairperson, we can indicate that even though our creditors' age analysis is still high, but we are making reference to your pension fund, to your medical aids, your UIF and others. So we're paying a very close monitoring on that one. There is no one at this point that we are owing. And then I move on to the issue of now paying service providers in general. Paying service providers in general, Chairperson, we have not reached that level where we can say we can pay within 30 days. But what we did was we
Please
created
wrap up. Please.
team where we've got a creditors age analysis. We've managed to move from 180 days to clear that. We are now sitting at 90 days, and we are continuing to clear going forward. We've implemented stringent measures in terms of issuing of orders, requisitions. We are only focusing, and we'll also talk to the issue of ESCOM. ESCOM has been handed over officially.
I said wrap up, you take us further. I said wrap up. Wait. does the presentation from Phumelela, Ndari Mdwani, why is this municipality paying consultants 4 million, more than 4 million? According to Treasury, why are they doing that? And maybe also to give an update on the audit action plan, whether until the end of the financial year, whether they had attended to issues raised in the audit action plan.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning to honorable members and everybody. Chair, let me perhaps start with the audit action plan. As at the end of the financial year, there were 9 findings from the management letter that the municipality had not started with. 57 items were in progress and 8 were completed. So together there were 74 items, 9 not yet started, 57 in progress, and 8 completed from the management letter. In terms of the financial statement, Chairperson, maybe there the municipality will speak for itself, because we do encourage municipalities to complete financial statements internally, or perhaps employ people that can be responsible just for compilation of financial statements by the municipality itself, because it will be cheaper than having to get consultants to compile financial statements for you. So I'm not too sure what perhaps what the reasons are. Thanks.
What are the qualities of the quality of the EFS produced by those consultants? What according to your observation, what has been the quality of those AFS of that municipality as produced by the consultants?
Chairperson, there's always findings that AG talks about. We also did a review. It wasn't in-depth review, it was at a high level. There were issues that we picked up and sent back to the municipality for them to rectify. Thanks.
Honorable members, let me start with Ndate Msimanga. Ndate Msimanga and Ndate Van Vuren, Ndate Tluti.
Thanks, Chair.
And Ndate Masoyo.
In as much as there are a number of questions that one will want to ask, but equally where there's a good work, we must be able to acknowledge to say there's a lot of good work, even if there's challenge of resources in that smaller municipality. If it was according to me, we will not have been having such small municipalities such as Phumelela and Mafubi. On their own, it's very difficult to operate there. But as it may be, Chair, we're interested in knowing, because Auditor General is saying municipality was allowed to correct misstatements, and this practice is not sustainable, and it's basically delaying as far as audit is concerned. 2, you are saying you can only be able to collect 20 million out of 600 million. There's acknowledgement on the part of the provincial treasury that some of these monies, like that one is realistically uncollectible, cannot collect it. What is your plan? You have just mentioned number of challenges that you are faced with, unemployment. I will not want to repeat because chair is going to call me to order to say I'm now making a presentation. So the third issue I will want to check, is your chief whip a council whip or ANC whip? As far as my memory serves me well in terms of the law, Pumela does not qualify to be a council whip. And we'll want to know, is he paid as a council whip or is he a chief whip of the ANC? CFO, Speaker, Mayor, can we get a clarity on that one? But as it may be, I just want to emphasize, keep it up. You are doing a good work there. But you must give us a clean audit. Why are you not getting a clean audit? We'll also want to know. Because getting unqualified report, it will mean you have a problem with performance report and compliance, issues of compliance. How many people, as far as UIF, how many people in line with section 32 that you can safely say you managed to recover monies from them as a result of their recklessness, especially on wasteful expenditure? Because we want to know, we must create a culture in Free State where people are beginning to respect public affairs. Thanks, Chair. Maybe it's because all these MMs are women. You know, where there are women, I see a clean audit. And then when it goes also in our places, Chair, you know, when the budget is controlled from there, there's a little bit of a discipline. And I've been observing in Thabo Mofutanyana, where we're getting almost to clean audit are women MMs. Maybe we must consider that moving forward.
I'm sure Mama Mkabela and Mahareku, they are influencing you in a way. Did you fancy that?
Thank you, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation. I do think it's a very good presentation. Can I perhaps ask, Chair, if we can flight that slide, because I haven't got it on my, I didn't receive this presentation, where you refer to the UIFW. It's I think it's slide 4, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, that one. Chair, in financial year 23-24, it says there fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Opening balance 23, identify 21 and 24 written off. Can we get clarity on what is this wasteful expenditure? Because this municipality, and we are very sensitive and understanding of your challenges. And you're not the only municipality. There's a lot in the Southern Free State also that's got very poor communities. And what wasteful expenditure of 21 million can be. Because we have to turn around every cent in this municipality to actually get it right. And the same goes for unauthorized. I reckon the unauthorized expenditure is because you've got such a low collection rate. Chair, and then just one other question from my side is, all these people that owes you money, do you disconnect their services? Or do you just let them keep on pay or using and struggle to collect it and you don't get anything in? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. 3 quick questions. The last time you were here before the National Portfolio Committee, you acknowledged that there were office bearers and staff members who were not paying for municipal services. Can we maybe get an update on steps taken in that regard? Also, the issue of the land audit, I think last time you said it's not been finalized. Pardon. So there was a commitment to source a service provider by the end of September. Has that been done? And when can we expect the land order to be finished? And then I think adding to what Honorable Van Vieren is saying about growing debt, you are considering to appoint a debt collection service provider through Treasury. But do you have a credit or a debt policy in place which will guide the process in appointing these service providers? So is there a credit or a similar debt policy and bylaw to be able to implement that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add on the UIF breakdown. The unauthorized expenditure. I know this question was asked by Honorable Msimanga. If monies were recovered, I think that's the question he asked. But my question is also that, do you take steps to investigate and make sure that after investigation, a repetition that is never coming to an end? Maybe as a question of interest, do you have any councillors that are owing money to the municipality? Do they pay for services or they don't because they are privileged and they are councillors? Thank you, Chair.
No, Honorable Chair, I think I'm covered, except to echo the sentiments of honorable members here to say the municipality is presenting something that is really worth listening to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, sorry to dampen the spirits, but I'd like to know when you've appointed your senior manager, specifically your MM, was proper protocols followed and history vetted? Because I've got it on good authority that he resigned in Mpumalanga after being suspended for maladministration and corruption. So were proper protocols followed and were all histories cleared?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to check with the municipality here. Why the municipality having problems in submitting financial statement every year? And Chair, can they give us the recommendation of audit committee that appears in their annual report? That is my question, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and let me also welcome the presentation from the municipality. Chair, indeed, the municipality is willing to get the clean audit. Because why I'm saying that, Chair, is because they have a plan on their findings. We saw the report. They even paying their third parties. They even established a revenue enhancement. But if the municipality can please fast track the issue of electricity with ESCO. Thank you so much.
Over to you, Majoro.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I'll respond to those who need me to respond to. And thanks for the compliment that we received from your members, Chair. Yes, Chair. I'll first start.
And you remember you respond to me, not to anyone, to me.
That's why I said Chair.
Yes,
Yes, Chair.
yes. No, I was just giving the direction, not to say you were doing that. I'm just saying, remember you must respond to me.
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair. On the appointment of the MM, we investigated everything. There was nothing. That's how she was appointed, and that's why she is assisting this municipality. And at the moment we are still proud to work with her. So we've tried to make findings on our own, but we find nothing because Mpumalanga is just very close to us. We did everything to check on the history, but we found nothing. And then on the issue of the chief whip that was raised by Ntatem Councillor Taylor, I normally used to say chief whip. Councillor Taylor, I requested him to attend with us. In fact, there were two. One apologized. We've got an EXCO, a financial, FinCom, finance committee. So he is serving in EXCO and also in finance committee. So that's how I requested him to join us for this particular meeting. Others will be responded to by the MM. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me start with the first question that was asked regarding the quality of the AFS and why they are being compiled by an external person. I think, Chairperson, as other members have indicated, Pumelela has been receiving an unqualified audit for a number of years, and we have maintained it. The reality, Chairperson, is that we've done a basic audit, especially in the finance department. Our skills are not adequate enough at this point to immediately relinquish and do the AFS on our own. However, in the issue that was raised by the oversight committee was the same. We then put together a plan of action on how we are going to gradually reduce the usage of the external consultants. And we are also looking into our organogram, especially the structure within the Budget and Treasury Office, to see if where can we beef up. We do have a financial system that we are currently using, but however, we will also go a step further to acquire additional system that will assist us. For instance, when you prepare financial statements, you must have caseware. So those are some of the things that we are working towards. So we've got a consultancy reduction plan. Unfortunately, we will not be able to just do it immediately there and there. We will have to phase it out gradually. And corrections and errors during the audit, yes, corrections and errors during the audit, they do happen. But what we've done is during the year, we've tried to ensure that critical items that end up affecting the final set of AFS are dealt with, such as your recons, because things like your reconciliations, they need to be done consistently throughout the year, so that when you compile the AFS, it's not a rush of trying to cramp everything together. So that is basically what we are doing, and we are hoping that this year we should see a great reduction in terms of the errors that will be picked up by audit for us to correct. On the side of PMS, we are clean. We managed to, in terms of the annual performance report, when we submit it, not to have too many issues, maybe one or two. And then the honorable member asked a question about the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Why? And just to give an explanation, Honorable Chair, Pumelela has got a challenge with two accounts, ESCOM and DWS. So because of those two accounts where we are in areas, we accumulate interest. So the fruitless and wasteful expenditure mainly, the one that you were referring to, comes from the interest that we incur as a result of delayed payments. Disconnections, are they happening? They are happening, but not at the rate that we want, but they are happening. And then the issue of staff accounts as raised by the Oversight Committee, we went back. Unfortunately, we couldn't go finish the entire presentation, but there is a slide that talks to it. What we are saying is that an item was specifically taken to council with a list of all the councillors in terms of their outstanding debt. And I can indicate that out of the 16 councillors, we've got about 10 that are not owing, 4 that are not owing, and then 10 that have made arrangements with the municipality to pay their debts. And then in terms of staff, we went on an engagement with the staff in all the 3 towns, explaining to them what needs to happen. We also took it further to the local labor forum because obviously staff, unlike councillors, they are treated differently. We went through the LLF, and we can also assure this committee that all those their debt is being paid. On the issue of land audit, yes, we had committed for September, but however, we couldn't meet the deadline. There were slight delay in RFQ, of which they are busy with, for them to assist with land audit, because conveyancing attorneys in particular will have a better capacity to do that, starting with the verification of all the properties that belongs to the municipality. We do have a debt collection policy. There was a question asked. After the investigation, has anyone been charged? Chairperson, as I've indicated, the investigation has been conducted. I can indicate that the disciplinary board is ready, it's waiting, and it's headed by an advocate from COCTA. So as soon as we get those recommendations, we will be able to run with them. But in general, there is consequence management that is happening within the municipality outside of MPEC per se. As and when we see there's issues, we do deal with them. There are officials that are on suspension that are going through disciplinary measures, and I can indicate that within the SCM unit itself. A report of the audit committee. Yes, Chairperson, we do have an audit committee. Normally the reports, they serve on a quarterly basis through council. I do not have them with me here in the presentation, but if requested, they can be forwarded to the committee. Electricity matter by the member. I must indicate that Pumelela Local Municipality has handed over the electricity to ESCOM after a long study that was done. It started 10 years ago. It was referred to as a cost of supply study. It became evident that as a municipality, due to capacity and other issues, it was better when it's run by ESCOM. The last handover was done in May 2025, which was Warden Town, after a very lengthy consultation process with communities and a final approval with NERSA. So what we are doing currently is just to finalize the last issues of the handover of the infrastructure and the offsetting of the actual debt together with the interest through the scheme that was given by National Treasury to assist municipalities that are owing. So as we speak, there are the ones that are vending. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Maybe my parting shots would be that that audit committee raised a concern that you, in the financial statements, as an accounting officer, you are non-committal in terms of taking responsibility of certain things. And also that audit committee has made recommendation that you deal with the issues of internal audit. I don't know if you say the MPEC is functional when it's supposed also to be getting things from internal audit. It simply means your internal audit is having capacity problems. So just as part of, I don't know whether in terms of attending to the audit action plan, that those are the issues that we have already attended to. But those are the issues that has led to you in relation to, as a municipality, in relation to the issues of you got a disclaimer in terms of predetermined objectives, and also disclaimer in compliance with legislation. So I think those are some of the issues that that is the audit of the unless if you you disagree with the audit outcome of 2020, 2023, 2024. But those are the issues that are reflected there, and also reflected by the report of your audit committee. Unless if you didn't read the report of your audit committee, which appears on your annual report. And I hope also that out of that annual report, you also had action plan, and you are implementing the action plan that emanates from your annual report. Like honorable members are saying, we expect this municipality to get a clean audit. You can't be happy with, for 5 years. For 5 years, you have been sitting on the same audit report outcome. You know, your outcome has been the same for the past 5 years. And we can't be excited to say your audit report it's unqualified, and no, it means you are a candidate to get clean audit, because there are only 14 paragraphs, and especially, and those paragraphs were on compliance. So you must get a clean audit, and we are going to have follow-up sometimes when we develop our program, to ensure that issues that have been raised here and the issues that you also raised, there's progress report on that, so that we move towards that clean audit. But that clean audit must also go hand in hand with improvement in terms of service delivery, as appears probably in your SDP. What is it? SDBIP. SDBIP. The SDBIP. We'll make follow-up on that in the next time we meet with you. Honorable members, I allow the team to leave because they're going very far away. You know, Memel is 40 or 30 km from. It's in almost the KZN, and Friede is almost in Mpumalanga. We are only left with Warden, which is being held back by Harry Smith. So please leave us in peace, not in pieces.
Che, batle next time ba sa tshwara clean audit ba tla re tse.
So, honorable members, maybe let's look at the critical issues that this municipality must attend to. We need to see they must submit that consultants reduction plan that they talk about. They must also attend to that capacity in finance, in the finance unit, so that they are able to compile the AFS internally. I don't know whether there are issues that we need to include in the resolutions.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I agree with you. Then also the issue of the lands audit, I think they should fast track that. And then I didn't bring it up now. I didn't deem it necessary, but last time they were here, and even the National Portfolio Committee asked for this. There were cases lodged with criminal justice systems, so if we can just maybe ask them for the list, they are supposed to have it available, because they also need to give it to the National Portfolio Committee. But if we can get those list of lodged criminal cases as well, so we can just check that as well. Thank you.
Maybe just also the MM said they're not disconnecting, it's happening, but it's not happening at the rate that they want to. I think we must just force them to increase that rate. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Honorable members, thanks for the break that you afforded us. Without wasting time, let me introduce honorable members of the Free State Legislature. Right at the corner there, we have Ndate Masweu. Ndate Masweu, if we can wave so that they can see you. And we have Memam Kabela, Ndate Foko, Ndate Tlute, Ndate Van Vieren, and Ndate Mkwena. The one that is coming in is Me Kharekwe. We also have Ndate Msimanga is busy outside. And then Ndate Makai has just attended to something, was seated next to me here. What we also have is that on my left-hand side, we have different institutions that are assisting us in this process. Cooperative, human rights. We had expected DWS to be part of us. I don't know what happened. And then we have a treasury. We also then on the right-hand side have the technical team from the legislature. Over to you, Majoro, to introduce your team.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe we need to introduce ourselves as a municipality to say, I think the House need to know who we are. My name is Malikula Milatu. I'm the Executive Mayor of Malutia Pofu. With me,
Maybe let's start from the extreme left and go this way. On your table there. On the table of the accused, maybe let's start from the and go this way.
Good afternoon to the members. My name is Taba Moses. I'm the CFO at Mapwater.
Good day, Chair and members. Tuso Marumo, acting CFO Malutia Pofu.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Mzwake. My surname is Mufokeng. I'm the municipal manager for Maluta Pofu. Thank you very much.
Good morning, honorable. My name is Advocate Lebona Motlong, acting director, corporate services.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members. My name is Mandla Holi, MPEC Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair and the honorable members. My name is Mandlenkosi Dlamini. I'm the Council Speaker.
I have already introduced myself. My name is Malikula Milatu. I'm the Executive Mayor of Malutia Pofu. Thank you.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, Councillor Moeketsi Libisa, the Council Whip.
Morning, Chair and honorable members. Sidwell Mofokeng, Chairperson Risk Management and Acting Chair Audit Committee.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I'm Thomas Lindelo Mkaza, the acting CEO of Mapwater. Thank you.
Ndate Mkaza, you can sit at the back and then you'll then step forward once we deal with Mapwater. Me Mpuse, the rituals.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll start with the MM. Ntate Mofokeng, may you please stand for me? Good morning.
Morning, Mayor.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
I am Mofokeng Motsohai Matthews.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Thank you, Ntate. You may sit.
Thank you.
Acting CFO, may you please stand? Good morning, Ntate.
Good evening.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your full names for the record.
Thuso Ronald Marumo.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Dr. Marum. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you. Majoro, we can have at least 20 minutes for your presentation. And I think that presentation will be based on the issues that were sent to you. But I don't know how you're going to deal with it because from the report that we received, Mejeki, did you receive the replies to questions sent when did you receive them? Oh, it was not yesterday. Oh, some days before. Oh, okay. We can then have that presentation, and oh, that Van Vieren is requesting that at least 20 minutes, Majoro. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will just give a brief overview of the municipality. That clearly, Malutiapofun local municipality has developed a comprehensive response plan to address critical issues raised by Auditor General. Number of matters, functionality of council and its committee, Section 80 MPEC, audit committee and functional misconduct, the DC board. Overall governance of the municipality, service delivery, financial management, service delivery, and compliance with the laws. On functionality, Chair, Malutiapofung municipality is having 70 councillors and is represented by 11 political parties, which is a coalition government with a very stable coalition. The council is fully functional and has developed impact to deal with all oversight and compliance issues. Report from mayoral committee and all committees of council. This is an improvement from the prior year's chair. The following committee are fully constituted. The mayoral committee meets quarterly, considering the financial section 71 and 52D compliance and service report, of course, and other issues that have everything to do with service delivery. Section 80, the following committee have been properly constituted and are functional. Chair, we do have an MPEC which is led by Councillor Holly. The chairperson of MPEC reviewed the prior year annual report and did oversight thereof. Chair, one have to be very clear to say our MPEC is very functional. MPEC has conducted public participations annual report and UIFW for the prior years to be the tune of 1.294 Council has approved MPEC, the terms of reference and annual plan. And on the Audit Performance Committee Chair, the committee has its quarterly meetings and submit its recommendation to Council and has provided value guidance on all Council and oversight processes. Financial Management Chair, on revenue is mainly from equitable share. In other words, Chair, here clearly the municipality is almost 70% relying on the equitable share. Maybe as the is going to make a presentation, he will explain why this municipality, which is it's so big and rely on almost 70% on equitable. $2 billion has been written off by Council on the 28th of August 2025. On material regularity, there were 7 material irregularities. 3 has been dealt with, and the rest, the municipality is still working towards addressing them. Chair, on service delivery, naturally, the core function of the municipality is road, water, and electricity. And on roads, Chair, one have to mention that the municipality is working hard and also showing some positive sign in terms of ensuring that our road network is maintained. But the Chair and the honorable members need to know that Malutapofung is very rural. As a result, we'll still have those areas that are unable to ensure that we arrive at where they want in a very short space of time. Here, Chair, I'm talking about the turnaround time in terms of responding to issues that relate to service delivery. Particularly, all what we have also to notice, Chair, is that most of the household in Kwakwa, most of the in Malutapofung, they are illegal people who have just give themselves sites illegally. So in terms of responding to ensuring that we bring services to those kind of people, sometimes it's a challenge. Hence, the road will remain a challenge. However, in other areas like your Harrismith, Kestel, and in Malutiapofung, in Kwakwa in particular, the municipality is working very hard to ensure that we are even able to attract investors to ensure that our roads are maintained and others are repaired. And even the stormwater, Chair, the stormwater issue, I think the also will relate to it to say on the stormwater, what is it that is an issue? The issue here, clearly, it will relate to issue of us being able to maintain our stormwater. And then water reticulation, the same thing, Chair, on water reticulation. The municipality is working very hard with Val Central to ensure that our water reticulation is properly maintained and also ensure that the community get uninterrupted uninterrupted water supply. So Chair, that's where we are now, and we have almost 7 sewer treatment works in the municipality, of which at the moment, 3 of those are under construction. The construction company is on site to ensure that we also deal with this issue of sewer spillage. Waste management, a chair on waste management, the municipality also is dealing with this issue in a very, very serious way. If one can go to Kwakwa at any moment in time, you'll able to see in Kwakwa, Kestel and Aerosmith that there is a difference in terms of waste management. We are working so hard to ensure that our town is clean, and we are also working hard to ensure that we comply, to ensure that our waste treatment works, our waste management treatment works are in compliant. Electricity, we all know that we have signed the DAA with ESCOM, which is still something that we need to refine the DAA contract that we have signed. However, there is work in progress to ensure that particularly the municipality and ESCOM, they are working in a way that we are able to say this DAA is able to assist the municipality, is also able to achieve the objective that it's supposed to achieve. So far, ESCOM, through the DAA, they are working in Harrismith, they are also working in Kestel to fit the speed meters. In corporate governance, Chair, a feeling of critical post, the municipality is working around the clock to ensure that we fill all the senior posts that are being vacant, and also talks time for time with the MEC, who also intervene in terms of ensuring that he is seconding the CFO to the Malutiapofu municipality. And then improving community engagement in here, the speaker would also ensure that he every now and then hold the public meetings to engage community on issues, particularly on issues. Remember, the Malutapofu is a traditional leadership area where issues of Mabolo need to be communicated. So such things which are very, very sensitive in the area because of the traditional leadership. The speaker would always do those public participation. There are constant engagement with traditional leaders through the speaker's office, like I have said. The executive mayor constantly engage with community through imbizos, through community outreach, through radio interviews, and also the mayor have also went to extend through the municipality to ensure that we even go beyond board to ensure that we also attract investors internationally. We ensured that we go beyond board or beyond the call of our call to ensure that we invest, we call investment, we attract investment as a municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Let me give you 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, it was just an overview from the political side of the.
I don't explain.
Oh, okay. Thank you
I'm
very
just
much.
giving direction. That
Okay, Chairperson. Chairperson, we received questions from this August House, and we have responded accordingly. The first question, if I may hit straight to the point, is a question that was related to when last it is on key personnel governance and consequence management. It says immediate governance and personnel status. When last communication was sent to request meetings with Val Central and ESCOM. Can you flight it? And what was the response from both entities? The answer thereof was that we are meeting with Val Central on a monthly basis, Chairperson, and we have a steering committee meeting. We call it steering committee meeting, which also includes members of the community. And we are also meeting with ESCOM on a weekly basis. With ESCOM is on a weekly basis, and with regard to Val Central is on a monthly basis, Chairperson. And I must indicate that these meetings were as per our request, because we wanted to have a sense of what is ESCOM is expecting of us and what is Val Central is expecting of us, and we'll also tell them exactly what our frustrations, our needs, and our aspirations are. So there are 14 water projects that are currently at 70% completion with regard to issues related to Val Central. Contractors have been appointed, as the executive mayor has already indicated, for upgrading of the 3 wastewater treatment plants in Harrismith, Futadishawa, and Castell. We have seven wastewater treatment plants that are not functional, completely not functional. So you can imagine the level of sewer spillage all over the area. But fortunately, we pushed Val Central to such an extent that they had actually appointed three contractors for Ayland in Harrismith, Castell, and Putadishava. We are left with four wastewater treatment plants. But we have since requested GWS to transfer the 2 projects of wastewater treatment plants to MIG, because MIG, we made a representation to them. They've agreed to actually fund that. So we will be having 5 wastewater treatment plants that will be taken care of during this particular financial year and outer years, so to say. And I must say, Chairperson, that those particular wastewater treatment plants, 7 of them, they were functioning. They were functioning quite very well. It's just unfortunate that the previous regime did not take care of those in terms of the security structure, in terms of ensuring that that particular or those particular wastewater treatment plants are being serviced accordingly. That is why they collapsed. But for now, as we go on, all projects that have been completed by the municipality, we are putting physical security and also, your electronic security there, the cameras there. And in some instances, we have actually gone to an extent of having, your armed response to some of our plants, so to say, because there is a lot of vandalism that is happening, not only with regard to wastewater treatment plants, but also for our substations, etc., etc. Chairperson, ESCOM is currently installing smart meters in Harrismith and Castell, and it came as a result of us, as a result of us engaging ESCOM, because people were just taking our electricity for free. Last week, Friday, we had a meeting with National Treasury and ESCOM. We wanted to have more of smart meters on electricity, and they have said that they can only assist us sometime next year in April. But we have actually resubmitted our application to National Treasury. We held a meeting with the DDG, then Tatesha Dash, and the rest of the other colleagues from National Treasury and ESCOM, which was represented by Ntate Pile, who's the general manager nationally. So we are doing something along those lines. Large power users are also paying directly to ESCOM, Chairperson. So the municipality is not really getting any revenue out of electricity for now. Chairperson, question 2 will be: recently the MEC seconded an acting CFO, Ms. Dlamini. Unfortunately, it has come to light that she's currently facing some charges of some sort after the Supreme Court of Appeal reinstated the charges against her and her co-accused sometime. We have captured the questions as they are. It's not me speaking, it's honorable member somewhere in the legislature speaking. So our answer was that the secondment of Mayor Sylvia Dlamini was revoked, and Mr. T. Marumo, who's seated just next to me on my right, has been seconded to the municipality and has already commenced with his duties from the 14th of August 2025. The third question, Chairperson, will be: on the 20th of November 2024, Council resolved that Municipal Manager Advocate Mofokeng be remunerated at the maximum level as proposed by the Mayor, Executive Mayor, provided that the MEC for Kokda gave his concurrence. Has this been granted? Chairperson, I must indicate that the concurrence has not been granted. Actually, we wrote a letter to the MEC. We CC the MEC, we wrote to the minister, but we haven't received the what you call, the response from the ministry, the national ministry. Question 4, honorable members, relates to question 4 related to January 2025 consequence management. The municipal manager indicated that consequence management was instituted against 13 officials since January 2025, with 5 of those cases finalized. This is correct, Chairperson. There was no order in Maluta Pofu. There was no discipline. And as we all know, discipline is a backbone of every organization. It's a cornerstone, it's a backbone of every organization, any structure that has to, succeed. But there was no discipline. People were just not coming to work. People were just taking, bribes. People were just reconnecting people when we have disconnected, etc., etc. Those are the charges that we meted out to the very same employees of ours. And I can assure you that we have dealt with this quite successfully. Already now we have 7 people that have been dismissed, and we have 7 people that have been dismissed. But of the 8 matters that were outstanding in January, 4 of them are already finalized, and only 4 matters are outstanding, which are partly heard. We anticipate finalizing the 4 matters by the 31st of October 2025. In August 2025, 3 new matters reported, and the disciplinary processes have started, and we anticipate finalizing them on the 20th of November 2025. Chairperson, I must indicate that the problem there was quite generic. People were just taking money, including the money that people pay for the graves. We had actually attached copies of the charges and the people, but we were since advised that we should not reflect that. But if the committee wants that particular list, we can actually submit that particular list, and that's it. But as a result of this consequence management, at least there is some sort of discipline in the workplace. People are coming to work now. People are leaving at 4 o'clock as they are supposed to, etc., etc. So there's some element of improvement in Maluta Pofu. But I can assure you, Chairperson, that for the past years, people were just operating randomly. It was free for all, which was not right. The answer there on the answer is on B. Oh, has the individual, or it's a question, sorry, has the individual responsible for consecutive disclaimed annual financial statements whose case was finalized been formally separated from the municipality? And if so, what was the exact date of that separation? Chairperson, the answer was yes, the employee was finally separated with the municipality since the employment contract was not renewed. Her contract ended on the 28th of February 2025, but the said person has actually taken us to the bargaining council. He's actually disputing the termination of his contract, but the contract has come to an end. So there was no way that we could actually, renew the contract on the basis of what the AG has said, because the AG was saying that this person was just doing copy and paste. He was giving false balance, And if you give a false balance, it's a serious misconduct, actually. So we decided not to charge him, but to actually release him out of his contract. Chairperson, item B, capital B, financial compliance, audit findings and investigations. Financial reporting and audit findings. With regard to the compilations of reports and evidence, when last did the newly appointed Councillor Holy reports on UIFW? The answer was the last report that was submitted to Council by MPEG on UIFW was submitted to Council on the 28th of August and to the amount of 1.2 billion, which was written off. I must say, Chairperson, that with regard to the MPEG was not really functioning in the past outer years, but it started operating. We have actually capacitated MPEG. We have also even seconded people from finance to come and assist MPEC on some other issues. So it's actually flowing. It has even gone to participate on some community outreach programs, so to say, as an MPEC. So it is quite very, very, very functional MPEC, I must be honest, and it's doing quite very well. And that's it. See attached resolution as Annexure A. The resolution is there of council, which actually adopted the MPEX, or what you call submission or item. And A, while the commitment to monthly meetings is noted, what is the municipality's projected target date or quota for the complete resolution and clearance of all 319 AG's findings and identify in the 2023-2024 audit report, ensuring that credible annual financial statement can be submitted subsequently? Chairperson, I must say that we sat down together with the management and with political leadership. Remember, Maluta Pofung has been getting disclaimers for many years. For many years, it has been getting disclaimer, but we said that we are not going to submit this particular report because we know that we'll definitely be going straight into disclaimer as well. We made arrangements. We communicated with the office of the Accountant General nationally, who is the only person who can actually give us the go-ahead to actually submit our report later. We are supposed to have submitted on the 31st of August, but we said that this plane has to land, but we can't land it because we can see we are going to crash ourselves to death. Then we said, no, we are not going to do that. We are going to communicate to the tower, which is the office of the, Accountant General, to say, Accountant General, we can't land because we are seeing some other things that you can't see, and we know exactly the situation with regard to Maluta Pufu. Through the grace of God, I'm a Christian, by the way, he actually afforded us that opportunity. Then we are going to submit that particular, report on the 31st of November, but we are actually more than ready now to submit. In the next few days, we should be ready to submit. We are not going to submit on the 31st, but we have been given until the 31st. We are meeting every second day on Tuesdays, every day, with the MEC for COGTA and Treasury to discuss what has been done. Remember, with regard to the financial statements, we are addressing issues of the past years, and we can't move forward when the foundation and the wall is not right. Then we start roofing. It cannot be right. So this is what we refused. So what we are doing is we have got a plan. We have attached the plan, our plan, implementation plan, in terms of how are we going to, we are in week 5 as we speak. We are in week 6 and we are starting to be green. We can actually, the CFO has got that particular report. If this committee allows, we can actually present the presentation and say that this is where we are and this is where we are. This is where we were, and that's it. So the municipality did not submit its annual financial statement for the period ending 30 June 2025, and this nearly cost my job. I was nearly fired because of this, honorable members, but I stood my ground. I said that I cannot submit something that is not credible. I cannot submit something that will take me straight to disclaimer. I want municipality to get out of the disclaimer. At least even if we get, qualified, it will be better than nothing. It's a step forward, so to say. This was mainly due to various material audit findings that were raised by AGSA in the previous years, which are inclusive of the said 319 findings raised in 2023-24, which has seen the municipality receiving a disclaimer of audit opinion for over 9 years. To address this issue, the municipality developed an AFS preparation recovery plan to address material audit finding as outlined in the 2023 audit report. This plan is aimed at ensuring that the municipality receives a better audit opinion for the 2024-25 financial year. And I must say, with due respect, of course, without necessarily punching beyond my weight, honorable members, we are going to get a better audit outcome. And Maluta Pofung has changed. It has changed, and I am, through my political principle, inviting this committee to come and do inspection logo at any given time. The only problem was also with harassment, but we are attending to harassment with effect from this week, Monday. We are all in harassment. We're going to change the harassment, the roads there, the cleanliness there of the town, the cutting of grass, etc., etc. We are moving to harassment. We can invite you to Castell and Kwakwa at any given time. Harassment, we have started working on it. The remainder of these findings mostly relates to internal controls, which are receiving attention from management to keep the recurrence of these findings in the subsequent audits. This particular factor, honorable members, it's a very thorny matter, because there were some assets of municipalities all over, the cars, vehicles. We have recovered so far 33 vehicles of municipality that were at some garages, or maybe say repair stations somewhere around town. Some are actually outside Kwakwa, but we managed to pick them up. We've got 33 cars that we have collected so far. We can give sort of serial numbers and what do you call, number plate numbers, etc., etc. And this is actually assisting us also in terms of our AFS, in terms of assets. We have since suspended the asset manager, because the asset manager, I wanted to suspend him at some stage, but there was some sort of intervention from the CFO. But subsequently, the CFO came to me and said that the man is not coming to the party. He's actually confusing the whole thing. So he has actually been suspended sometime last week. The remainder of these findings mostly relates to internal controls, like I said. Upon completion of the 2024-25 audit, the municipality will be developing an audit action plan to address findings resulting from the regulatory audit process. We do have that particular audit plan, and we are now in week 6, and we are now beginning to be green. We are in the red for some time, but almost 60% now is green, and we are hoping that by week 8 we should be at the green level. Chairperson, question related to previous oversight visit, forensic investigation. During its last visit, the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs highlighted specific matters requiring forensic investigation, but feedback indicated this investigation had not been conducted, with the accounting officer relying on best knowledge, in quotes. I did not understand exactly what that meant. I must be honest with you, honorable members, but I managed to answer the question with my team, with my colleagues. Given that according to the response to forensic matters was deemed unacceptable and needs correction, what is the newly established non-negotiable deadline set by the municipality for the commencement of and completion of the required forensic investigation into the matters raised during the previous oversight visit? The answer to this was very clear, honorable members. The municipality does not have the budget and financial capacity. As such, provincial COGTA and Treasury was requested to assist, and we've got proof to that effect that we sent emails to both the HOD for COGTA and HOD for Treasury for them to assist. Remember, municipal Maluta Pofu, we are owing ESCOM almost, we are in the billionaires club. We are owing them almost 9 billion. We are owing Water, Authority or DWS about 1.2 billion, etc., etc. We don't really have money. We have just tried to reinforce salaries and what do you call, third parties of workers, so that there should be stability in the workplace. So we don't have money, but we have actually requested for assistance, but we haven't as yet received any response. We tried to resuscitate the discussions, but we are not really winning on that note. What concrete step, including appointment days for investigators, has the municipality taken since the last oversight visit to ensure that investigations, rather than mere response based on the municipal manager's best knowledge in codes, are initiated to correct this issue? This particular question is actually attached to the previous question, but The answer was due to financial constraints, the municipality could not appoint any investigators in this instance. In this instance, I'm sorry, excuse our grammar. And number C, capital C, Human Resource and Organizational Structure Review. This section addresses current vacancies and critical processes of reviewing the municipality's organogram to resolve systemic HR irregularities. Staffing and vacancies. How many posts remain unfilled? What is the cause of this delay? And when can the municipality fill all posts for optimal functionality? The answer was there are 5 posts for senior management directors which are still vacant, namely Director's Plume, which is your home and settlement, Director Corporate Services, Director Infrastructure, Director Public Safety, and the Chief Financial Officer. I must indicate, however, that these posts were advertised recently, but unfortunately, certain processes were not followed, and by corporate services, by human resource, because before you advertise that post, the COGTA should be, provincial COGTA should be also be approached to actually agree that these are the prescripts and they are actually correct, and the post what you call requirements are correct, etc., etc. So those processes were not followed. But the previous director, represented to me as the accounting officer that those processes were not were followed. So the MEC for COGTA has seconded some specialists, to assist us with regard to this particular filling of these posts. And those people, we have already met with them. We have developed a plan. We have actually checked on the post requirements, etc., etc. Everything is ready. We are taking the matter for council next week on the 28th. However, the MEC for COGTA has dispatched a team that will assist with compliance processes and dispatched a team that will help with compliance and processes. We have already met with the team, like I said, and they have actually pinpointed so many other various, some sort of, deformities or irregularities that will have actually made this particular post not to be, to be filled, because the MEC has to give concurrence. But before the MEC gives concurrency, he has to look into certain particular aspects, like for instance, issues here, NQ level 7, it was said it was NQ level 7, whereas it's actually NQ level 8, because NQ level 7 is any municipality that is beyond 500,000. NQ level 8 is municipality above 500,000 and below. So we are above 100. We are above 500,000. So the previous one was actually at NQ level, which was wrong, and it is very, very material. But we have managed to pick up all those funny, small and defects that were going to affect us. The other post will be filled. The team has already met twice with MEP and has been redefined and ready for council for advert, or has actually fine-tuned the document, and the document is ready to council and for advert. The other post will be filled after the strategic planning session. Chairperson, I must indicate that in Maluta Pofun, the last time when strategic session planning was held, it was in 2017. So we felt within this particular period of months that we have been there, we felt that we need to have a strategic plan. We have to have a strategic plan. We have appointed a service provider. We have already interacted with the service provider. We have taken the product to our political principal to say that these are the dates, which is the 28, 29, and 29, 30, and 31. We are intending to have that strategic plan where everything shall be discussed, including the structure, which shall then be taken to council for adoption. So after almost 10 years, without any strategic session planning, it doesn't make sense. Question related to September 2025 organogram and HR review. The municipality targeted 2025 September to complete the review of its organogram. This review is critical to address serious irregularities in human resources. including misplacement, salary disparities, ghost employees, and time and attendance. It is true, within that particular human resource department, it is true, there has been so many irregularities, extremely. In the past, when this one was acting, he will appoint his own people and give them the post. And when this other one comes and act, he will actually do the same. And within that particular unit only, there's only one manager who was appointed through the proper process of advertising the posts and and going for an interview. And this is the gentleman who is from legal services, as head of legal services. The rest of those particular managers, I'm not so sure, it should be about 7 or 9 of them. They have been appointed through settlement. And some of them did not even have job description. Some of them, they don't even have people that are reporting to them, So that is how bad it is. And you remember, human resources is supposed to be the backbone of any organization. But that particular department was the worst run department, so to say. So on that note, honorable members, considering that the critical nature of HR irregularities, such as ghost employees and salary disparities, and it is true, salary disparities are there. Recently, somebody else has been, promoted, or he has been given from level 15 to level 6. He has jumped almost, 8 levels. It is impossible. But we are dealing with that situation. But that situation has been happening for some time. There's been happening for some time in Maluta Pofum, but at least we have arrested the down spiraling of things. And it is quite a very, very dangerous, position that one is taking, because there are so many threats that are coming through. But, life is life. We have to keep on moving, what the specific programs matrix can be provided to demonstrate that the municipality is on track to meet 2025 September deadline for the completion of the organogram review. The answer is or still is the September 2025 target was missed, and the strategic planning session is anticipated to be held at the end of October. Indeed, we had anticipated to hold our strategic planning session in September, but due to various reasons we could not. But we have confirmed the days of the 29th, 30th, and 31st for our strategic plan. So we have been delayed by some few days or weeks. In relation to the ghost workers, the municipality has have actually instructed internal audit to conduct head count in June. And the head count was conducted by the internal audit. We are still going through some other verification processes because people have got tricks there. So we don't want to be played. So we are trying to actually verify the information that we got. Then we'll come out officially. But we have picked up some few things on people who are not really there, but they are getting paid. If the September 2025 deadline is met, when specific date and month will the actual implementation of the revised organogram structure commences? And how will the municipality ensure that all identified HR irregularities are fully rectified by that date? As I've indicated, the only platform...
You spend more time explaining what you responded to, because the explanations should come as people ask questions.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
My apologies.
Otherwise, the 15 minutes I gave you has now doubled. Maybe if you can just go through what you have written, because I believe it comes from you. It comes from you.
It's a collective, yes. It comes from me.
But it's not signed. Unless you sign the copy you have.
I can sign the copy.
I'm just saying it's the one you sent to us is not signed.
No, but we have submitted the signed one on the 7th of this month, Chairperson. I think...
was that the last response?
Yes, this was the last response, Chairperson.
Thank you.
The September 2025 was not met, and this was regarded as a moving target, but at least it's no longer a moving target because now we have a definite date of the strategic session planning.
So I think part of the issues like you are saying, it's some the issues that you must put an end to is unsigned document from the institution, like the annual report of that relates to this the audit that we are dealing with today. That annual report is also not signed by Ndate Goliath. Is also not signed. So maybe part of the issues that you must put an end to is unsigned document so that you take responsibility. Ndate Mduani, here is a municipality that has not submitted AFS on legislated date for more than 5 years. And it's now continuing to do that from what we have just heard now. What can you say about the audit action plan? Because that audit has 54 statements, paragraphs on disclaimer and 43 on non-compliance. I think it's one of the worst in the country. What can you say about their audit action plan in relation to attending to those issues before the end of the financial year?
Thank you, Chairperson. With regards to the audit action plan, the 2023-24 audit action plan, the items that had not yet been started at the end of the financial year were 213. 103 items were in progress, and there were only 3 items that were completed. Maybe I also need to mention, Chair, that towards the end of August, there was a draft annual financial statement that was submitted to us. We could see from that draft financial statement that no progress had been done on the audit action plan by that time. There was nothing at all. We're hoping that perhaps with new management, things will improve. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, so there was no progress with new management. Are you talking about the current management? Because the MM started in October or September last year.
No, what I'm saying is that with new management, we hope that things will improve. I think what has been happening, Chair, our assessment was that the budget and treasury officials in the municipality were not really doing what they're supposed to do. And I was at the municipality about 10 days ago to find out progress on the financial statements. I met with the CFO. What I could see was that officials are now starting to be taking part in the compilation of financial statement. There's just, although there's no time, but there was capacitation of officials on the compilation of financial statement, which was not happening in the past. That's what I'm saying with the current management. I'm just hoping that things will improve. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, that is that. Let me start with Ndate Masweu, and then Ndate Msimang, Ndate Foko, Me Garekwe, and Ndate Mkwena.
Thank you, Chair. And I also want to acknowledge the report submitted by the council. There's this perception that Kwakwa is a rural area. But to be honest, there has been some development. I grew up in Kwakwa. I attended school in Kwakwa, got married there. My children were born there. So out of these 35 wards, and I'm not talking about Terry Smith and Kester, I'm talking Kwakwa. But there's this challenge. Let me start with electricity. There's people who are not paying electricity even if they can afford to. I'm talking about officials. I've been an official for 30 years before I joined politics permanently. But to and it's encouraging to hear that you are in the process of installing meters. But for a municipality that has got so much high unemployment, if you consider the officials that are not paying electricity, it's unheard of. It's unfair for, I understand, for rural areas like Kehuletse Mahadi, Botseseng and whatever, but even in those areas, there's people who can afford to pay electricity and they are not doing that, which is a problem for the municipality because there's no revenue, I think, for more than 10 years. Now, there's also the challenge with water, which is my second question. Well, obviously, this first question is, I'm happy that you are addressing it, but you've lost a lot of revenue. The second question about water is the sabotage, or what should I call it? Because infrastructure is just being damaged apparently for people to get contracts like transporting water. Is that still happening? And what is the solution for that? And the last question, because there's other members, this, is it 1.2 billion UIF that was written off? For how many years was this 1.4? Is only one financial year, or how far does it come? Or are you going to write off 1.2 billion every financial year, even if you don't have income like it's happening now? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I request something? I want the team not to lose the questions that have been asked. Looking at the time, I want us to break for lunch and come back energized to deal with the challenges that Maluti Apufu are faced with. Let's come back at what time is it now? 10 to 1. Is it possible that we can come back at 1:30? Let's come back at 1:30. Don't lose the questions that have been asked by Ndate Masweu, so that we are then able to take other members and engage on the issues that will be raised. Is it an emergency?
Not emergency per se, Chairperson, but I wanted to suggest, with due respect, of course, that we take the 5 questions, that we digest them ourselves during lunch.
No, no, yeah, no, let's break for lunch and come back at 1:30. It's will. Um, thanks for honoring the time.
Yeah, ke a di thola la di bale. Thanks, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation by the collective leadership of Malutia Pofu. In fact, Chair, with Malutia Pofu, we need a month to deal with issues of Malutia Pofu. We'll need a month. I've been listening to both Executive Mayor and the MM making presentation. MM is talking as if he has just arrived. You have been here as early as last year, October. And I find it unfair, Chair, to put a blame on AFS, on one person, while MM has been there guiding this process, because there's no process that happens in the institution without the accounting officer, who happens to be an MM. We're in October, which means you have full 12 months being in that municipality. Equally, the blame must squarely go to MM as far as AFS reports are concerned. I just want to check, because we have your debt is about 8 billion. Do you see yourself collecting that debt? And if you go through Malutia Pofu, you are using equitable share to pay salaries. An equitable share is not for salaries. Why are you using equitable share to pay for salaries? Because it's there to augment for purposes of service delivery. And then you are talking about 1.2, you are saying you basically wrote off 1.2 billion of UIF. When you go, when you go to section 32, maybe I must explain, because I've been talking about section 32 subsection B. It's talking about if you have committed irregular expenditure, wasteful and fruitless expenditure, unauthorized expenditure, whether deliberately or negligently, you are liable. And I want to check, because if a person is liable, you should be embarking on a process to recover public purse, even before you can think of writing off debt. Did you investigate this debt? Because majority of these transactions are done by officials of municipality, whom ordered their own right, their own property, they have money, even though you are not going to recover it fully. But have you made any attempt such that they respect public purse in years to come? Have you made any attempt to recover UIF from them? Did you, maybe we must also get an account as to whether, as far as that 1.2 is concerned, did you try any mechanisms in ensuring that you recover from those who have committed this. The Act is very clear. That section 32 subsection B is saying whether you have done this deliberately or negligently. And if we are serious about correcting situation in Maluta Pofung, of course we'll engage on such exercise. Executive Mayor, it's not true that your municipality is stable. The only thing which is stable is your salaries, because you are guaranteed that you are going to get salaries at the month end through equitable share. That's what we can really confirm. I will want to know, dude, because when MM was presenting here, he said they've even collected cars from garages. It's not garages, it's backyard mechanics. And it's not all those cars that were recovered. Some of them are still with backyard mechanics because municipality is unable to pay them. They want their money. To an extent that one Ntatema Ditsi there is using a TLB of municipality for his own projects because municipality is failing to pay him. Not only that TLB, but other cars also. Because municipality can't pay him. As a result, Ntatema Ditsi repossess that. But when you go deeper into trying to understand why those cars are in the backyards of those backyard mechanics, it's because some officials of municipality were trying to make deals there. And some of these people are refusing to be part of corruption. As a result, officials are not paying, and then these people have withheld municipal property. That's how low we've gone. As this municipality of Malutia Apofu, there's a problem of water in Malutia Apofu. There's a problem of electricity in Malutia Apofu. And the impact of the two is so devastating because it's even affecting the business there. During the Kwankwetla, this thing was flourishing. You had your companies that were running there. But today, all of them, majority of them decided to run away from that municipality because there's no stable electricity, there's no water. And I've listened to the presentation here. No one talks to that issue on how are you going to stabilize this thing moving forward. Can we be taken into confidence on how this thing is going to be stabilized moving forward? I've been observing your strategy here as you make presentation here, You are trying to close loopholes, and it's not for the first time. I think 4 years or so back, I was in Maluta Pofung. We got the same presentation that on top of the issues, things will start to be okay in Maluta Pofung. Here we are, non-submission of AFS reports was seated with them. Here we are. There's a problem of water, even though you have fika parts, you have sterk, you have metsimatsu, but you are unable to resolve the issue of water. So the other issue I want to check with you. Last time when we were here, there was an issue of bonuses. And then you said it's not bonus, it's 13th check. Maybe if we can be told how different is 13th check from bonus, such that we were able to differentiate and were empowered as the leadership of municipality. You just told us now that a person was preparing AFS reports internally. The contract has lapsed and then it was never renewed. And we will want to check as far as because the initiative was good of ensuring that you are doing that thing internally, because every municipality must build internal capacity. We'll want to check the cost of preparing EFS report outside and the cost of preparing EFS internally. Since now you are preparing them externally, how much will it cost moving forward? And then I'm told there's an issue of security personnel, which has been absorbed in the municipality. And you are saying you are coming with a broom, you are sweeping debts out. But as you sweep debts out, there's issue of security personnel, which is appointed in the municipality. Where was those posts advertised of security personnel in the municipality that have just been hired? So such that were taken into confidence, we know. And there's this tendency, not only in Maluti, in a number of municipalities, where you will advertise Spluma. I'm told you advertise Spluma for the 4th time in a row. You will advertise Section 56 manager Spluma, and then you'll re-advertise it and re-advertise it and re-advertise it. Can we be taken into confidence of all those instances? I'm just simply talking about Splum. Why it was re-advertised 4 times in a row? Because as you advertise, you re-advertise. You don't just re-advertise. There's money involved. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure is being committed. Did we recover that money of Spluma? So we must be taken into confidence on such issues, Chair. But I tseba ka nnete Maluti a Phofung ka nnete selle ka badimo, honestly, because I don't know re kae. Thanks, Chair.
Did I say Mem Kabela or?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I don't know which one should I welcome here. Because remember that, Chair, we are having 2 presentations before us. And the one is a political overview. And the one is the one that we want. What is happening there? So that we must help. We are helping each other here. We are not here to do the political overview. The political overview is supposed to be done in Thabo Mfutsanyan, not here. So, Chair, asimenywa siyasizela arimengu rayitlela right, it's oversight. We are going to do oversight. We are going to be there. My question, Chair, it's about Litsitsa village in Harrismith. Those people there, they are having 6 months without water. And there is allegation that the municipality is owing ESCOM 360,000. So what is the problem there to pay ESCOM so that that pump must pump water? People, they must have water. Here, you are talking about the roses and the plants that you are going to plant there in Harrismith. Just hold on to those ones. Let us focus in service delivery, because planting trees and roses and collecting of it's supposed to come after people have water. So my concern is that one, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chairperson, I have only 3 questions to the mayor and council at large. My question based on oversight, specifically on audit issues. To the mayor, Mayor, I just want to check with you. Are you doing oversight according to the section 131 of MFMA on issues raised by AG? To the MM, are you doing oversight, MM, according to the section 132 of MFMA on annual reports? The last one to the council. Are the council doing oversight according to section 133 of MFMA on non-compliance? That's my question, Chair. Thank you.
No, thanks very much, Honourable Chair. Greetings. Chair, the first question is, after 25 years in Maluda Pofu, 24 wards are still informal. When are they going to be formalized? Because that will assist in ensuring that there is some form of income from there. But it can't happen, Honourable Chair, because apparently the municipality does not have a town planner. And I looked at the proposal here of critical roles that the municipality want to fill in, but I didn't see that one of a town planner. Chair, I just want to check with the municipality. We are told that sometime next week they will be in Harrismith doing a lot of work there. Can they please add onto the list of things to do to release the Platback reserve from the criminals that are running that area, that are even crazy enough to even stop police from entering there when people need assistance? We need that. That is a national asset. We cannot allow that whoever is there to close gates there and turn municipal officials there away when they want to go in there and deal with problems of electricity affecting our people there. We need, and I'm told the title deed of that reserve for now is still with the municipality. Can you check with that and ensure that? I know there is a case going on there, but we cannot sit back and say it's fine up until then. The other thing, Chair, that I want to raise quickly is the issue of what 32 extension 17, where people were moved after some disasters there. That was 15 years ago. There is at least streets, but there's no water and electricity. Tankers go as and when. And can we also be informed about the developments? Another thing that is very critical and very close to ourselves is the report so through you, a chairperson of the Human Rights Commission, with its recommendation. Has that report served in council? After sitting in council, are the resolutions taken from that report forwarded to the Human Rights Commission of South Africa? Are they sitting with that report from yourselves? Another thing that I also want to raise quickly, Chair, will note, is the question of the fire station. During the presentation, we are told that there are cameras being put up there so that there is a question of security and what. When you go to the fire station, there is a room there with a very sophisticated camera system that used to monitor movement around the industrial area. And that system has collapsed. That is why people steal as they like there, because there's nothing threatening them. Is the municipality intending to really resuscitate that control room of security and combine that together with the state of the fire station building itself, together with the vehicles at the fire station themselves? Is there a plan for this municipality to have at least one fire engine in every town? We have seen how people lost property, houses, shacks, because of a small van that cannot go up the mountain to go and assist quickly. The other issue that I think is important for us to also take note of is, it was the municipal offices, the building was declared unsafe. Is it safe now? Is there something happening to it? Chairperson, I am going to talk about the UIF of 1, what billion. It is very important. I don't know, Chairperson, whether to your office or to that of COCTA, but it becomes very important that that report that was tabled in council, together with the resolutions of those issues that were raised or attended to, by this MPEG, which decided to go to a lavish hotel outside of Kwakwa for 4 days to go and deal with these things. The question becomes, the issues that they wanted administration to attend to, did they receive them handily, or it was just another example, a way of managing the chairperson of that committee? Because all we are saying is, if you investigate, you must investigate clear and nearest to home, so that if you need a document, you go to the office, you get a document, and you deal with that. The last thing, maybe before last, Chair, I'm interested, Chairperson, in the qualifications of the most senior staff member in the MPEG office. What is the qualification of that particular person? Because a person with standard 10 qualification cannot interrogate 1.2 billion. You need some serious qualification to do that. Because I know the internal audit and whoever, those are the guys that are actually accountable to the MM. They will definitely not be brave enough at some point to point out, to say, this is wrong. Because if those things were done, the municipality could not have been where it is today, because the internal audit and the other audit committee, if they were doing their jobs, this thing could have been stopped long ago. This municipality could not have reached the stage that it is at now. I was interested to hear that, it was interesting to hear that we've got some landfill sites in Kwakwa. Can we get their locations, because one would love to go and visit there. Chair, thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and let me also welcome the presentation. I've been covered by Honourable Mokoena on the UIFW and the written off of the 1.25 billion. My question is on the annual financial statement that hasn't been tabled yet. I mean, this is a reporting line, and I know the MM said that he wants to put a credible statement on the table. But what does that mean? What haven't you got that you can't submit? And what are you waiting for to actually submit this? Because it's a reporting, if you haven't got it, you must report you haven't got it. And then perhaps they can do something with that. Then, Chair, the MM said, and I mean, maybe with a light heart, they are part of the Billionaires Club now, which is an absolute disgrace to me. The 9 billion rand, what are you doing to mitigate, bring that down? Are you currently paying your current account? What is the negotiations there or the agreement reached between you and Eskom? And what is the long-term plan? When will you pay off 9 billion rand? And then maybe talking about that, Chair, what is the debtors book? What does the debtors book of the municipality look like? The financial health there. Who's owing you money from the, how much is it from government, residential, businesses? And then also on that, what is the collection rate of the municipality? I know that it must be part of your budget. Perhaps you can tell me what is contained in the budget, what you stated there, what is the collection rate? Because I believe that you will have an unfunded budget and that you won't be able to collect what you said you're going to collect there. But maybe you can tell us. And then, Chair, lastly, in the bank account, how much money have you got in the bank account? And have you got an overdraft? And if you've got, what is that amount? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I was still busy noting all the questions that the Honorable have posed to us. I want to go straight to the question that talks to the issue of oversight. To say, as an executive mayor, am I doing my oversight? The answer there is that yes, I do the oversight. We have developed a schedule with the municipal manager where we meet every Tuesday, going through all the procurement plans, going through the expenditure plan, so that we are able to see how are we faring in terms of implementation of the IDP. So in short, I can say that is happening, and we are improving a lot in relation to that. I want to give to the speaker, because also the MM, because one of the questions is for the speaker, as whether he does do oversight.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Yes, as the Speaker of the Council, we are playing oversight over the executive on a quarterly basis, on a 6 months period, and also on a year period. So section 71, 72, 121 reports are coming to council. We are playing oversight over those reports. So that's how we are. Then on the other side, on items that are coming to council, the portfolio committees that need to sit. After portfolio committees, then it goes to the mayoral committee. Then after the mayoral committee, then those items can serve in council. So if it has not passed that, then I reject those items. Then before they can go to council, because they must follow that process. So that's how we are playing oversight. Then two, then there was another question that was raised about the Litsitsa village by the honorable member there about water. But let's start here. In Harrismith, there's no traditional leader. So those people, they have invaded that land. That land is extension 32, Harrismith extension 32. It has 884 sites. So those people.
Please, Chair. The speaker must address you. I just want to correct that one. He must not address me. Via you, Chair. Thank you.
All responses must come to me. I'm the one who asked all the questions.
No problem, Chair. No problem, Chair. So there, it's Harrismith Extension 32, it's Dorpsfontein. Those people, Chair, they've invaded the land there. There's a court order there.
Ke ba Golokwe. Ke bona.
I want to give you a,
Ah, ke re ke bona na ke ne ke batla ho-
yes, ke ba
Oh,
Golokwe.
oh, tswela pele, ska ba hla-
Yes, yes, ba Golokwe there. Fortunate enough, I'm the ward councillor there. I'm the ward councillor there, Chair. I can't even hold a community meeting there. Here's the story. If I want to hold a community meeting there, they're saying to me, we don't have a councillor here. You must, whatever you want to discuss with us, tell Morena. Morena will tell us. Then we'll tell Morena. Then Morena will come to you. We don't have a municipality here in that area. And they are not recognized. Even Morena, Letizia is not recognized. We as the municipality, we played a role. We even engaged Cocta.
No, don't call him Morena. That is it.
Yes. Okay. In the delegates. So we played oversight over that. Then we asked Cocta. Then Cocta came there, they engaged with them. And the delegate does not have a certificate of recognition, but he invaded that land to create his own tribe there. He's from Maholokwe. So that is the story. So where's the municipality? We have a court order there. So we must evict those people. So we have that court order.
Jwalo ka motjhana Magolokwe.
Yes, we are going to evict them. We have the court order. And that matter, they've even now went to the, what do you call it, the Platberg. Now they've invaded Platberg. They are done with that. They've invaded Platberg Mountain Nature Reserve there. So they've built houses there. 3 months back, Chair, there's a line there. It's a Bospo line there. There's a Bospo line there, electricity line there. The municipal workers can't even go there. They can't go there because they are blocking them there. There's an army there. There's an army there. People carrying R4, R5 there. Blocking the gate there. So it can be. So even that one is also in court. Then we have made an application in court. Then we want to evict them there. So there's no Morena in Harrismith. And it will never have Morena go Harrismith. So that is the situation. We have opened how many? It's 11 cases against Interdelegates. 11 cases. But we're still waiting for his arrest. He's even telling all the businesses in Harrismith Town. I'm staying in Harrismith Town. He's telling all the businesses there that now they must, since March, they must come to him and pay the rates and taxes because he owns that land from Harrismith up to Likwa. No, it can't be correct. So there's no Litsiza village that is going to be there in Harrismith. We're going to invade them there because what is happening? They've invaded that land. The municipality has earmarked that land. They've surveyed the area with 884 sites. And people who are residing in the location there, they are having the approvals from the Department of Human Settlement in terms of the SMSs and the letter that your site is so and so. Then they invaded that land. So those people who are staying in the location patiently, so they don't have a space to stay. But those ones, they have invaded the land there. So if you can go there, there are raffles there. It's an army. It's an army there. But we're resisting that. We are not going to be bulldozed. We're not going to be bulldozed. We have to evict them. So that is the situation, Chair. Thanks very much.
Maybe we'll also have to, I'm sure we'll also have to prepare a letter to the police as a committee to check with the police in relation to what is being alleged as the army carrying arms. How is it allowed in the country so that you are then able to be clear? Over to you.
Yeah, Chair, I just want to bring to the attention of this House that it is also an insult to call him Lititsa, because the name Lititsa is only given to coronated kings of Basotho, like Seiso Mahato is Litsie Labra. That one is, he calls himself Lititsa Labra. He's not Lititsa, his real name is Sekamuloi. Yeah, thank you very much. It is an insult to the tradition of traditional leadership.
Yeah, maybe just to bring honorable members up to speed with this issue, is that this person has been trying to call himself the chief, and then he then changed that the tribe is Magolokwe. He then said he is the chief of Bagolokwe, and he's Muchana in Magolokwe. So it's that now he's not recognized in relation to the laws of South Africa. So it's just for us to understand what we are talking about in this situation. So he's invading land there in Maluta Pofu. Oh, back to you. I don't know, Majoro, you'll give direction to your team who must respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I think one of the issues that was raised sharply is the issue of electricity and water, to say there is an outcry from the community that we are unable to supply a regular water and electricity. Maybe, Chair, I would want just to give a background, but I know the MM will be able to respond on this one. On the issue of water, Chair, we had MAP water, all of us we know. The entity was dysfunctional as as the seventh administration come on board. And we are owing DWSA I'm sure 4 billion, which we are unable to pay. Then the department take us to court, DWS, take us to court and court favor on their behalf where we were found wanting. But the court then appointed a special master who come and assist the municipality as an intervention to keep up to the current account. One, I have to mention that the special master have not assisted the municipality that much. The MM have been writing letters to say the special master must come to the meetings where we understand as a municipality how much are we paying and what is our bill at the moment. But we were unable to get right with the special master. Later, the special master, as the municipality, as a municipality, were unable to pay. Later, the special master interdicted the equitable share of the municipality. The court gave him a right to just take whatever amount that the municipality has collected. In this case, Chair, the equitable share of Maluti Apofu, 11% is 33 million. So in other words, there's this person who just takes 33 million from the account of the municipality. That matter has went to court. Even now, he has, because the MM refused to ensure that this person is just taking that 30 million without even accounting to us. But I think the MM can even go further on this particular one, because he has just won a case again against the municipality, because there was an arrangement that the municipality will pay 10 million to that account where we were supposed to pay of the special master. Then he took the municipality to court and say, no, he doesn't want that 10 million. He wants 30 million plus. So that's where we are, Chair, in terms of water. In terms of electricity, ESCOM is collecting our large power users. Is ESCOM collecting. And ESCOM also is taking, before I can go there, let me explain that the DAA took the power of the municipality to collect. So we can't collect as a municipality because of the DAA agreement that we have signed.
Majoro, you are not clear enough. What is DAA? It's like you are saying DA, and that if an will not be happy. What is DAA?
Can I distribution? It's a distribution. It's an agreement that we have signed. Development agreement. Yes, it's a distribution development agreement. Yes, that is the DAA. Oh, distribution agent agreement. That's what we have signed with ESCOM. But the agreement, it seriously don't really give us comfort as a municipality. We have been trying to engage with ESCOM on this particular matter, but they seem not to want us to review this agreement that we have signed. Because at the moment, we are not collecting. National Treasury gave us a debt collector, which we still want to do assessment to say, how is this a debt collector that the National Treasury gave us? Is it doing well or is not doing well? I think that's the MM will explain on that to say, how are we relating all those three relationships together and saying, this is what we get as a municipality. So, Chair, the issue of water and electricity is true. It's a challenge in Malutapofu, because when the transformers are not or are broken or are not functional, the municipality must take out money and buy transformers. Then ESCOM is only collecting. Maintenance is the municipality who must maintain the electricity network. ESCOM is collecting. So that agreement is one-sided, which is something that I need the portfolio committee with due respect to take it into serious consideration, to say as a municipality, how do we deal with these two agreements? Because if we are unable to get these two agreements right, this municipality is going to be ailing forever. Thank you, Chairperson, but I want to hand it over to the MM to put more emphasis on what I have just presented.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members and members of the legislature. Maybe just to zoom into, I wanted to specifically answer questions raised by honorable members, but before, maybe just to summarize and add on what the executive mayor has alluded, particularly on the issue of water. Yes, indeed, we are owing DWS 1.2 billion, and there was a court order to the effect that the special master was appointed, and the special master was actually supposed to take 11% of our equitable share. And remember, equitable share is in terms of your daughter. That money is for something, but we paid, before I arrived, we paid the 33 million, and the municipality nearly went bankrupt. They nearly did did not manage to pay, salaries of workers, etc., etc. So you can imagine how much chaos that will cause if you don't pay salaries of people. It will bring immediate and very significant instability in that municipality. So we made arrangements to say, special master, we can afford only 10 million. But the special master refused to take the 10 million, but we paid it in any event, and we are continuously paying it. But we took the matter to court for review because we want to believe that it is not fair for the court to say we paid 33 million. That 33 million, we can use it for various other things, including your yellow fleet, including your tools of trade, etc., etc. So that's where we are. And the special master did not comply with the court order because they said that he must actually open up a trust account. The money should be paid into a trust account. Instead, the special master took the money, the first 33 million, to the other lawyer's account. So it means that everybody is taking his own smaller piece of, share, so to say. He did not do that. They did not comply. And now the special master is going straight and directly to our clients, the schools. When we go to the schools and we want to, obviously we can't shut down we can't shut down water. We say no, let us shut electricity down. But they say that the special master was here and he has actually collected. He goes to Nestle, he collects, on behalf of the municipality, and we do not have records of that. And we have been trying to invite the special master to come to the party, to come to the table, to say, this is what we have collected. And the court did not say they must collect. They must actually take the money from us, not from our direct clients. So that's where we are. But the matter is still sub judice. I think we're expecting judgment in the next few weeks on that one. We have taken the matter for review. Be that as it may, Chairperson, let me revert back to questions as raised by honorable members. The first one will be the questions raised by Honorable Masweu, who is actually from Kwakwa, as I could hear from his opening remarks. And indeed, there is a challenge for electricity, but I want to believe that Honorable Masweu, as he's a resident of Kwakwa, he should be telling this August House that there is a massive improvement in terms of provision of electricity. There is massive improvement. The turnaround strategy, initially, Chairperson, Kwakwa was operating with only one vehicle, one what you call parking for the electricity department. But we bought some Mahindras, almost 12 of them, and we distributed those municipalities, we distributed those particular vehicles to various units. Electricity being one of them, they got a chunk. They got about 8 of them. Others had to be taken to electricity to Harrismith unit, and 6 to Kwakwa unit, and the rest were taken to water and sanitation. And that's it. So, and we have bought actually some other vehicles, but I will come to that. There's a challenge of electricity, but as we speak now, things have just turned around. We are actually on point. That is why you can see even around Unikwa University there, that Demogwena can be a testimony. As you come in there, it is very beautiful at night because there was no lighting and students were being marked, students were hit by vehicles, etc., etc. So we have improved in terms of electricity provision. As you come in through to Kwakwa, you can see that whole area there, up to Shell Garage, is 100%, lit, and that's it. The water issue, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, in January, just for the record, I just want to correct Honorable Msimang. I did not start in October at Maluta Pofu. My appointment was with effect from the 1st of November, but I had to wait for what you call, which is actually the water. Indeed, there is problems of water, but people from Kwakwa will tell you, and they can bear testimony to the effect that there are number of villages, areas that was, and we have also dealt with the issue of Figure Patsu. Remember, Figure Patsu is the main feeder of water to the whole of Putarichava. what will happen is that Figa Patsu is now on what you call this? Water is just flowing. What do you call it? Gravitation. Yes, they call it gravity. It's on gravitation, you know. And if it reaches 45%, people of Kokwa can get water. But there's still water. Yes, indeed, it's true. But they can't get water because of the way the whole thing is structured. So we have since installed, we are in the process actually, what you call a booster pump, you know. That booster pump will ensure that people of Kwakwa are getting water, because the main source of water provision in Kwakwa is Figure Parts, and Figure Parts is always having water. So we have dealt with that particular problem of the 45%, because if it comes to 45%, certain areas of Kwakwa cannot get water. So we are working on that. But most of the villages, almost I can say 60 to 70% of the villages that were not getting water, they are now getting water. We have improved in that regard. And also I must highlight, Chairperson, that in January we made a business case presentation to the Department of Water and Sanitation. We made a presentation, and fortunate enough, we were granted 85 million, grant to install water meters. It was granted sometime around May, June. So we were trying to participate in this transversal contract, RC29. It's only last week that we were granted that permission by the Department of by Treasury. So we are going to appoint before the end of next week. And what we have actually agreed upon was we are going to target those bulk consumers as well. Exactly the same modus operandi, exactly the same strategy that ESCOM has actually put in place to actually go for those top 100. Then we know that because the institutions like the Busamed, they are paying 3,500 per month. It's a fact. It cannot be right that Busamed is paying 3,500 per month for water. You know, Nestle is not even paying. So we are going to put those particular smart meters at address the chairperson.
Once
Thank
you approach it that way, you'll then be responding to the person. So just respond to the question.
The issue of 8 billion that we have to collect, our debt book is not 8 billion, it's 3 billion, let's say. It's 3 billion. The 8 billion is the money, 8 billion plus, actually it's 9 billion plus is the money that we are owing to ESCOM. So honorable member did not get that particular one right. Equitable share to pay is I'm going to leave this one of 1.2 billion writing off and what has been done to recover to the chairperson of MPEC. Then it was your municipality is not stable, and it's not stable. Chairperson, I must say, Maluta Pofung was always in the news all the time. People were tweeting there. The members of the community were tweeting, and labor was tweeting all the time. And as we speak, for the past 8 to 10 months, there has been some sort of stability. Nobody has ever heard of any labor unrest in Maluda Pofung because we have actually up our game. We are having our LLFs running properly. We are engaging with the labor, units, etc., etc. And with regard to service delivery, we have improved. You can come to Kwakwa, the streets there, the main streets there, there are not potholes. We are managing that. The water issue I've already spoken to, the electricity issue we have already spoken to, and you can come to Kwakwa at night. All the lights are actually functional. That Demogwena should be stadium because he's from Kwakwa. All the high mast lights, out of 19, it's only 2 that is not working, but we are still working on that. So that is why we have a lesser, community unrest. So there's never been any actually. Then Chairperson, lastly, that the Maditse using council's TLB because he is old. It's good that we hear that we are going to, that TLB will be back. If it's our TLB, we have a unit that is dealing with recovery of those things, those particular vehicles. And remember, Chairperson, this was a scam. To me, it was a scam, and still have to, institute full investigation because these cars were at various areas, even outside our province, and we are saying that there was no whatever order to take that car to that particular mechanic. Cars were just being taken in there. And I can assure you that even now, most of the cars that we have recovered, some of them, they don't have wheels, they don't have engines, they've been stripped, So we have opened up some criminal cases as well because you can't take a car there, then the next thing when you go and pick it up, it does not have an engine, it does not have wheels, etc., etc. So it was a scam of some sort, and obviously it involved some of our people within the municipality. Water and electricity problem, I've already touched on that one. The bonus and the attendance check, I will give it to the CFO. AFS are not externally dealt with. We are dealing with our AFS internally. So, but I will leave to the CFO to talk to that particular scenario. Then lastly, Chairperson, security. We did not employ any security personnel internally. That is not correct information. Why Splume or director, human settlement was re-advertised. I've already indicated that certain processes were not followed. Then when we went for the selection processes, we discovered that there is a problem here. But the MEC has actually seconded 2 seasoned, HR practitioners who has actually been very helpful to the municipality. So those particular posts are ready for council to take a decision on and for advertisement. Then on the on so-called Litsitsa Morena, there's no such a thing, but that we know that that particular village does not have water. But I think the speaker has already explained very nicely so in terms of what is happening there. The planting of trees and roses and that therefore I've never made mention of. Oh, sorry, Chair. I've never made mention of planting of trees and roses. I'm just going to do the roads there, cutting of grass and cleaning of the town, etc., Chairperson. And on the issue of audit issues, yes, of course, we are doing on the annual reports. We are doing oversight, and I know that that annual report was not signed. Obviously, that the previous municipal manager and that Goliath should have signed it, but we are having a unit which deals with this particular PDMS and your contracts, etc., is dealing with this annual report as well. On the issue of informal 24 informal wards, we have taken note of that Chairperson, we have taken note of that, and obviously we have also advertised a post of the town planner. It's actually senior town planner and 2 town planners. It is on advertisement. We can provide copy thereof. Blood bank reserve, Chairperson, it's a very difficult matter. It was left unattended for almost 2 to 3 years. So people just moved in there. It's a very nice heritage, not heritage site. It's a nice, sorry? Nature reserve, yes, it's a nature reserve. So we have applied, we have made a special application to the High Court for Ndadeli to be evicted. There's some resistance and all that, and I'm not so sure what is happening because I don't really know the history. What I know is that the property belongs to the municipality. So I took the risk because those people are very, very dangerous there. I took the risk to take them to the High Court. So the matter is still in the High Court, Chairperson. So we are waiting. And the church is there now, and it's one of the biggest churches as well, which is your Shembe, yeah. They are there and they've been granted permission by Morena. And Chembe is conducting, it has got almost 1 point something million followers, so there's a pilgrimage that's supposed to be there. So we are working on that, Chairperson. But yeah, it's one of those things. But Gateway, the development next to the, what do you call, next to the university. That development, Honorable Chairperson, is quite a very, very labor-intensive project. It has got the potential of employing people in Kwakwa for some time because it has got all these other things that you can think of, the hospital, the garage, the schools, etc., in one place. So we have even applied to MIG to have, because there are some number of accidents that are happening there. So we want to have this closed bridge, that goes from the university to this side, because these people are always on the side of the university. On the side of Human Rights Commission, I think there was, an order, but it was an interim order. We just discussed with the Women Rights this morning, but we are going to implement certain, what you call, court order provisions there. Then the control room of the municipality to avoid theft, we are looking into that. We will definitely look into that. And fire engine in every town. Obviously, we do not have sufficient resources to buy for new fire vehicles, but we have taken one to Gauteng for a massive repair. It came back. It's a very big one. But we have intended to buy, there is some 5,000 tanks that we can, it has got the sprays that is being used by, is the same as the one that are being used by farmers. We want to do that just to, if your house is on fire, then we can actually come in handy there. And also, municipal building safety, it is not safe as per the engineers, or what do you call, engineers' recommendations. We recommended that the people from the second floor, they must come out of that particular building. We are still working on that. We have commissioned some service provider to give us some mobile or temporary structure, so that we can actually work on the structure, on the main structure. Qualification of impact, well, I'm not so sure about it. I'm not going to, maybe the executive mayor or the speaker will actually talk to that. I can't say about my bosses. You are my bosses as well, Honorable Chairperson. On the landfill side, I can't remember what was said here. It was whether there's a landfill site in Kwakwa. I can't remember, Chairperson, what was the question. I just noted landfill site, but I can't remember what was the question all about. But all I can say is that we are compliant.
Was that, where are those landfill sites located?
We will provide details of those landfill sites, but we do have landfill sites, obviously, in Harrismith. We don't have landfill sites in Kestet. In Kestet. What there is, it's just that it needed to be rehabilitated, but there is a landfill site, Chairperson. AFS that not been tabled, what are you doing to put the 9 billion down? Any overdraft? We don't have any overdraft. How much do we have in the bank? We will announce as to how much, but what we can say is that as and when the money comes in from equitable share, we take the money to various, investment accounts. Then we call it the call account. Then as and when because remember, the municipality is at risk of the account being attached. So we have developed a strategy. I'm not going to be at liberty to say what that strategy is. But yeah, that's where we are. But for now, we are looking, and we have reinforced salaries. We have reinforced third parties of our employees, and also we have considerably collected some money, Chairperson, I must say, for the past 2-3 months, more than 50 million. And that particular 50 million we have also bought because there was a question on people who are fiddling with our water systems, so that they can bring their own, water tankers and all that. We have bought 4, is it 4 or 5? 4. We have bought 4 water tankers out of the money that we collected. We collected in the past 2 months, 50-something million. So we said that we are going to assign 30 million only on tools of trades, and we have bought again, we don't have the cherry pickers, we don't have the grain trucks and all that. So we are operating, and we are spending about 2.6 million on water tankers on a monthly basis. So we have bought our own water tankers, 4 of them, and I think it will be enough for us to, as a start. We did not have TLBs. We only had 2 TLBs, and all TLBs that always break down. And those TLBs are used for multi-purpose. They have to go and dig, graves, etc., etc. They have to be used for water, and electricity projects. But we have bought some additional, what you call TLBs, because we're incurring almost 1 million. When we hire 4, we're incurring 1 million on a monthly basis. It cannot be right. It means that we should be buying 1 TLB per month. But we said that let us, with this money that we have collected, let us buy additional, TLBs. So we have bought TLBs as well. And revenue is very important, Chairperson. What we did is the revenue department has got only 1 panel van that is used by auditors, people who goes there and switch off electricity, switch off water, or reduce pressure. We have bought them 3 of those things so that we can increase capacity in terms of going to disconnect, etc., etc. And we are moving along those lines. That is where we get our 51 million. It's part of the shutting down of electricity, particularly on schools and other affluent areas in Harrismith and in Kwakwa. So that's where we are, Chairperson. On that note, I think I'm done. Maybe if you allow me, Chairperson, maybe the CFO can just finish what I started.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, coming to the issue of the AFS compilation, yes, there's an internal unit that deals with financial reporting. I think what was the challenge previously was the centralization of the process to an individual. When you have a unit and you need the involvement of other role players within finance in particular. So we are not spending any funds in terms of consultants on the annual financial statements. Chair, moving right along to
how much are you paying for consultants?
Chair, we'll have to, can we provide a written response to that effect? Because I was just responding in terms of the AFS.
Yeah. Okay.
If it's okay, Chair.
Okay.
All right. Chair, and the next question from the honorable member was our debtors book. I think I mentioned it was sitting at 3 billion. The Chair, our collection is at 85%, but I'd like to add a disclaimer to it. We are having issues with billing, not necessarily in terms of the billing being wrong, but ensuring that people are billed what they actually consume. So there's some systemic challenges that we are dealing with the team. And the debt collector that the appointed was to aid our capacity in debt collection. But part of the results or the end product of that process, it's our purified database of customers. In the process, they are now busy. They've already tracked our database. Out of the 112,000 accounts we gave them, they already dealt with 45,000 accounts where they could trace those consumers their contact details, email address, and SMSs, which then will assist us with our plan to actually move in terms of the 4IR and ensure that we send out accounts electronically, given our special outlay of the municipality. Chair, our bank balance in terms of our primary account, we are currently at 15 million. And I'd like to touch on the composition of the debtors book as the honorable members asked, Chair. State is owing us 500 million, Chair. Our businesses are owing us 646 million. Households are sitting at 1.9 billion. And we have a sundry debtors of 31 million. So these particular debtors, we are dealing with them through this process of data purification and tracing. And at the same time, I think I just finished 2 months yesterday, the 14th of October. When I started, we started issuing out notifications for arrear debtors. We are running that process concurrently with dealing with our billing, ensuring that debtors are billed for the services that they consume. Chair, that does not address, we are just addressing issues of completeness. That does not address the element of the cost reflectiveness of these tariffs that have been applied, which is another story, Chair, that we are dealing with internally. And that is being prioritized, and MM is providing support to that because it's also impacting on our cost of supply, particularly on the side of electricity. And that was one of the requirements that the National Treasury team placed on the table to say, you want all this help, all these grants to fit in all these meters and everything, but it will not overnight deal with your issues of the impact of that, especially on the unemployed residents. That is a process that we need to gradually phase in, Honorable Chair, over the MTRF to ensure that we have cost-reflective tariffs and we're in a position then to service our ESCOM debt and move to a current account, which will then see to the dissolution of the DA agreement and having Maluti taking charge of their electricity supply and collection points. I think, Chair, just to touch on the issue of debt collection, I think one of the members asked, touched on it lightly. As part of this DAA, Chair, we are required to work with ESCOM to turn things around. But what we are doing now, we are scheduling our visitation to our large power users to get to understand their main issues and also not only addressing the issue of electricity when you get on site, but our interest is also on all the other services that are being consumed by those large power users, which are not being built or where meters are leaking or for any other reason why they are not paying for such. So as part of that joint collective, we use it also as an opportunity for us to do our debt collection and enhance our revenue, Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thanks. CFO. Oh, you said you are months. 2 months there. Because this municipality has been in problems for many years. It has been a base of crime for many years. Even the interventions from provincial government, from my side, they've been part interventions was facilitation of that crime. So you then understand the problem, the type of a problem that you're seated with. Maybe let me just get from the Treasury team, because or they've said at least they've been to you there two weeks ago. Maybe they might have introduced you to the depth of the problem. It's not is not like what was there in Mukaka. This is worse. Treasury.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. The August House, all protocol observed. Chair, we just wanted to share with the House regarding this ESCOM distribution agency agreement. In the province, we only have 2 municipalities under such agreement. That is Maluti and Pomelela. Now, National Treasury a couple of months ago gave a directive to all the municipalities countrywide to say no municipality must get into that agreement until advised by National Treasury, because the realization was that the agreement is in the main pro-ESCOM. Thank you, Chair.
So you move out of rural maintenance into another hell. Yeah, I think what is key more than anything else is to start with corporate governance of the institution first. The structure of the institution, which is something that the strategic planning session must deal with. The second is to deal with the internal capacity that the institution has, which obviously must, it's like oiling the machinery. The problems that we are having in terms of electricity are very deep, because the problems that are there in the municipality. Let me just give you something that is disturbing. When I was the MEC of Kokta, only for 1 year, I decided to dedicate time to deal with the issues of Maltepofu. When I landed there, some ministers also came. They immediately did their programs and went there to disturb what I was going to do there. Part of the problems of electricity was that you had a situation where collection was made, but it was not deposited into the banks and paid to ESCOM. It was put in bags and people were just taking those monies. And secondly, you find a situation where you have problems of urban, where a person will just subdivide the yard and give maybe to kids. And because obviously there are skills, maybe there may be skills in the municipality, but there are skills in the township and villages there. There are people who have done electricity. They then do connections for those created urbans. And municipality is not aware about the new connections. So that put too much load on the electricity of this thing. That's why there were those trippings and explosions of the transformers. So there was a lot of that crime there. So I'm just saying to you, it means you are faced with a situation of how do you reverse all those problems? How do you ensure that all the sites, urbans, especially in villages, are registered in the municipality? Others were done by Marena. some of the marina will just do that. So you have to have a concerted effort, a plan on how do you deal with that. Then the other issue is the townships that have been created, which you can see that the people who are building houses, they have money, but those are not rezoned, like the one that is, I don't know whether you have rezoned that, the one that is on Parliament there. And those people means that that is revenue that municipality can get, but you still, it means you have to rezone that and register those sites. If that has been done, then that will be good. But you have to have a situation on how do you have a clear plan on how do you take this municipality forward. That's why I'm then saying corporate governance of the institution becomes very key. And what internal capacity do you have to be able to drive that, all those plans that you need. But more than anything else is leadership. More than anything else is leadership. One cannot comment on your statements because you can't find them anywhere, because you always submit your statements late, and now, even now, you have not submitted to Auditor General. So it means when all other municipalities are getting opinions, you are excluded. You get yours special outside, and it's always on disclaimer. So I don't know how are we going to comment, especially in relation to key control areas, which is where you'll then be able to see how do you fare, whether you are improving or not improving. So it means municipality must work hard, and maybe as a word of advice, your characters, either they take that institution forward or they destroy it. If you put personality more than the objectives of development, you are not going to take that institution anywhere. And it's an embarrassment that every time, for us who are old enough, we know that for many people to get education, they had to go to Kwakwa to get education. Now, if today, if you talk about embarrassment, you go to Kwakwa, it can be all right. And like I said earlier on, that's where you find two principal chiefs or principal traditional leaders in the province. So we really have to find a way on how do we deal with that. And I know individually, you have capacity. Individually, you have capacity. But also, how do you drive those individual capacities into a team capacity? It's another thing. And I think that's where the problem with you lies. The problem with you is to bring individual skills and capacities into a teamwork. And that's why today we are seated with a problem of you not having submitted the AFS. Maybe it's because the Treasury cannot talk enough about your submission of 71 reports. Are they signed those Section 71 reports? I know that the mayor said that you are sitting down and discussing everything. I don't understand if you are meeting every Tuesday to discuss reports, especially financial reports. How are you not able to anticipate that we cannot be able to submit on time? And I don't understand if the mayor says that, but the mayor then says we can't really admit or accept to submit these poor finances, poorly arranged finances. As you meet every week, we're not able to anticipate that we really are not doing good. Maybe it's because that you have the CFO is only 2 months in office. He's still trying to learn the streets of Tsesing and Putadichaba. But with time, I think we really have to ensure that we get something out of this. Let's see what the strategic planning session comes out with, and I hope that also the company appointed to assist you with that, it's a credible one. It's not. I know that in one department of somebody seated here, they had a strategic planning session, and the company was contracted to do that. It's a provincial government department, and when the report was supposed to be submitted, the first person to reject that was the HOD who contracted that campaign. He said, no, I can't agree with this thing. That Lobby knows. So I'm just saying, I hope with the problems that we are seated with, we'll then be able to come up with something that is very good for the progress of the municipality. Maybe you are not moving. The only thing that you do, you just create space for Ndatem Kaza and the team to come. You don't leave, you create space for them to come forward. So that we are then able to deal with that, because all what they are leading and dealing with there has to be commanded from yourselves.
Chairperson, I don't know if you'll allow me a minute.
Okay.
There's a question that was not responded on.
Oh, there was a question not responded to. I'm really, really sorry. Even though I still have more, but with the situation that I see, I'm not comfortable to expect answers with somebody 2 months in office.
And members,
they can still come in the meantime.
Yes, Chairperson. I think I need to just to provide an independent assurance from the Audit and Performance Audit Committee. I couldn't agree more with the concerns on behalf of the committee. Chair, this municipality was beset with a number of challenges which led to a leadership crisis at a management level. However, the changes that we are seeing are guided by our role as an audit committee, which provides independent oversight, independent advice, and independent assurance. And there are many issues I could have addressed, but I just want to focus on the issue of the non-submission of the annual financial draft and audited financial statements, given the timelines. Chairperson, the decision that was taken by the municipality, it was on our advice, as we are required by law to give a credible and an authoritative view on the financial position and the financial status of the municipality. Given the leadership vacuum in the BTO, when we were confronted with a presentation of draft and audited first of financial statements, there was nothing to submit. I mean literally nothing. So there are two things that the municipality could do, and we had to immediately caution council, reporting through our principal, who was the speaker as a committee, and independent committee of council, to say, council can take a decision to do malicious compliance, submit information that is limited, which in itself is criminal conduct in terms of the regulations. You know there's no information. You know that the information you are submitting cannot be attested to. You know that the information would not result in anything. You know that submitting such an information would only attract audit fees, only to come to a disclaimer where the AG will say, we were limited, it's a limitation of scope, and it will be a disclaimer. Or you could take a conscious decision to say, we want, albeit late, start with the process of building the system, compile the audit file, ensure that the records are accurate, complete, and valid, and that those transactions supporting the AFS are properly submitted with proper audit evidence, and then you can subject them to the audit. So I must just say, amongst many other municipalities, you saw I was here with Sitsoto the other day. We've taken that municipality, 2 or 3 of us as members of the audit committee, from where it was to where it is and where it will be in a clean audit. But I'm quite encouraged with this team led by the executive mayors and speaker that they did heed our advice by first responding to what you've raised, Chair, getting the institutional arrangements right, getting your corporate governance right, having leadership stability, which is the role of the MM, and then implementing plans. There's still a lot of challenges, but I'm hoping that as we go to the strat plan, we could tender good advice. And I must say, I appreciate because we've developed a key commitments framework where everybody sitting around this table, including the entity, they have signed on those commitments. We are tracking the commitments. We are reporting on the commitments to them to show where they're not making progress, including the 131 commitments of the executive mayor. In terms of your in-year reports, you have 71, section 52D, 72, and then annual reporting process. So if this is at tier 2, Chairperson, I think we are getting this municipality on the right trajectory. We have an interest. I'm from Gwakwa also. I may not be resident there, but also I have a direct interest in ensuring that that municipality returns to its former glory. So that's the assurance we can give for as long as we are in the space and as long as this team is cooperating and as long as Ndatema Rumo can remain in the ministry, even with the new CFO being appointed, can remain for a longer period as part of support and capacity. I think we're heading somewhere, Chairperson. That will similarly also apply to the entity. So I will not speak again because we are also a shared audit committee and risk for both the parent municipality and the entity. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I would suggest that I don't know whether were you able to submit your report as the audit committee, and if maybe your last audit report, maybe if possible you can submit it to us, because in the annual report of this audit that we are dealing with, it doesn't appear. Maybe that's why it's not signed. Maybe that's why that annual report is not signed. It doesn't appear. Even that annual report doesn't also carry the audited statements. So maybe that's why the author did not sign it. If we can just get that.
Just to respond to that, we still have with MPEC, we have what we call a complementary oversight, which we did also to capacitate the new MPEC with how to exercise oversight over the annual report and also developing a program in WNE. We've also taken a responsibility to second one of our auditors looking at institutional capacity for MPEC office. Unfortunately, the person resigned, so we still need to ensure that there's adequate technical skills within MPEC to deal with the concerns that the members have raised. And that we did as part of our complementary support and complementary oversight to MPEC. On the annual reports, there are backlogs on the annual reports. The annual report undertake Goliath and the other one 2 years backlog, which MPEC must still deal with. But the current annual report for this financial year, that would come with the APR and the late submission, that should be in line, Chair, and we'll make sure that the reports are appended. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I think will also help the MM that it's his responsibility and that of the CFO to capacitate the unit. It's not the mayor. So we can't ask the mayor about that question. It goes to him. So that that unit in the administration has expected capacity. Thank you for that input. I'm closing Majoro on that one. We are getting into this one, which also is yours again. Ndadem Kaza. Mayor Mpuse.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ndatam Kaza, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation, sir?
An oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
I'm Thomas Lindelo Mkaza.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Ndatam Kaza. Good afternoon. So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll take an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Tabang Othniel Moses.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. Chair, thank you. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you, Ndadem Kaza. 15 minutes for your presentation. I hope you had submitted. Oh, yes. Does your phone?
No, Chair.
Oh.
Thanks, Chair. I will be looking here from my phone, but I did submit.
Yes,
I hope
it
they
should be.
will be able
Is it
to
not
track
flighted from that table? Tabo. Stephen. Or are you helping CFO? Oh, okay.
Probably whilst they are trying to assist, just some few remarks. Chair, firstly, thanks a lot for inviting us. Although we thought that.
I hope your remarks are not going to disorganize your presentation. Oh, okay.
Not at all. No, not at all. No, I was just saying thank you for inviting us, Chair. Although we are linked to the municipality, we had thought probably the municipality would actually do the entire presentation inclusive of the entity. We received 6 questions from yourselves, and we have provided responses to those questions based on how we understood the questions. So it may just happen that the way we have responded to the questions may not necessarily be what the committee actually intended to hear from us. So in an event there is that type of an instance, we will gladly respond as requested by as required by yourselves. If I may continue, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, I accept the disclaimer.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The first question, Chair, what I would do is I'll just quickly read the questions. It's not a lot of questions, and then just get into the answer. The first question actually, Chair, relates to the disestablishment process of the entity. You remember the council took a decision to disestablish the entity in the year 2024. And that process has now started. That's our answer. It has now started in earnest. A process facilitator has been appointed by the municipality, and they had the first meeting around February this year with the labor, and the second one was held recently with labor. We are hopeful that as we get into the new year, this process will be completed. The second question, Chair, related to progress made on forensic investigations. Let me also indicate here, Chair, actually this was a question for the municipality in the last sitting with the National Oversight Committee. It does not necessarily relate to the entity, and the responded actually to these probes or investigations earlier when he was making his input. So the entity itself was not necessarily involved in those investigations. The next question, Chair, related to, let me read it, map water instability exacerbate broader municipal issues, including an actual net loss estimated at 1.3 billion. Chair, that again, it's not a loss of the entity. It is the loss of in the municipality books. So I think that whoever crafted this particular question actually used data that did not relate to the entity. However, having said that, there are certain actions that the municipality took, and one of those actions is to actually terminate the services of.
If you
Yes.
if you cannot anticipate what the author of the question was thinking and respond directly to the question, so that questions that comes do not talk to that, they talk to what you have responded to.
Thank you, Chair. Will do. The question was, what progress has been made on implementing consequence management as recommended by COGTA against officials implicated in financial reporting failures, revenue management issues, and overall governance failures noted by AXA? And our response was that the Maluti Apofung local municipality, as the parent municipality and water service authority, terminated the employment contract of Mr. Lefora, who was the chief executive officer of MAP Water during the 2023-2024 financial year. The next question, Chair, was with 7 wastewater treatment works damaged and a resulting 3.5 billion contingent liability for repairs, what verified quarterly progress can the legislature report regarding the utilization of the 2.4 billion?
CFO, you're moving too slowly on the question.
Am I too fast, Chair? Thank you.
The CFO is the one that is not moving with you.
Oh, thank you. Can I start again? With 7 wastewater treatment works damaged and a resulting 3.5 billion contingent liability for repairs, what verified quarterly report progress can the legislature report regarding the utilization of 2.4 billion GWS allocation 2024 to 2029 earmarked for the pump and wastewater treatment upgrades, and how are the site verifications ensuring that infrastructure claims are genuine? Chair, our response was that Val Central Water Board is the implementing agent appointed by DWS. Report on progress from Val Central is actually attached. We have the report which indicates the progress there. As reflected in the report, Val Central has initiated the procurement processes for the upgrading and refurbishment of 4 of the 7 wastewater treatment works. I'm aware the MM referred to 3, but actually there's a 4th one, MM. The next question was to enhance revenue and reduce losses. MapWater's plan includes implementing smart metering, water conservation and water demand management. What is the current reduction rate of non-revenue water and what measurable evidence supports the quarterly dashboard aimed at achieving 100% wastewater treatment functionality by 2026? The municipality as the our response, the municipality as the implementing agent for all capital projects, it's in a process for participation on the National Treasury, as the said, transversal contract for the implementation of the water conservation and water demand projects, which include installation of smart meters and telemetry system for improving monitoring, leading to reduced water losses. The next question was, AXA recommended escalating unaddressed management issues, some persisting since 2018-19, to the provincial premier. Which of the 12 entity-specific MIs flagged for MapWater, particularly those concerning performance evidence and records gaps, remain unresolved, and what specific intervention has the Premier's office implemented to resolve them? Our answer was that the management issues were referred to the Premier as reflected in the question and have not been conveyed further to MapWater to attend to. So as a result, we are not able to give any responses to those specific issues. If they are referred to us, we will definitely attend to them. Thanks a lot, Chair.
Thanks. Those are the questions and answers. I don't know whether there's any issue that members would want to raise in relation to MapWater. I only remember that part of the issues that delayed last year's submission of financials for auditing was as a result of MapWater not having submitted, and that kept back submission by Malutia Pofu. That Van Vuren.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just on a, I think that MapWater has been taken to court by an institution there, or I think it's a local residential group or something, I'm not sure. And I think then you had to produce a report, if I'm not mistaken, and then Eskom went to attach their bank account, which there was no money in, and the just confirmed here under oath that he shifted money out of that account to a different account. Maybe he should give us some clarity on exactly what's happening there, and maybe the Auditor General must also take note of this, that they're shifting money away so that they can't be attached and somebody doesn't take their money, which to me is very irregular, according to that. And maybe you can give us some clarity on that court case and what exactly happens there and what was it all about, perhaps. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks a lot, Chair. I'll ask from my colleagues about the case as such.
Ndadem Kaza, you wait for me. Yeah. I wanted to check whether there are other people who are asking questions. Over to you, Ndadem Kaza.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not very much aware of the court case. However, I may just indicate here that the account of MapWater has not been attached. That's the first thing. The second thing is that at this point in time, when the moved in, he then took over, as per the council resolution, all the financial transactions of MapWater. What that means is that any procurement of goods and services It's done in collaboration with MAP, municipal Maluta Pofung local municipality. So I am not very certain about this specific court case that the honorable member is referring to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I was thinking that there might be maybe more information regarding this. We only have one bank account as MAP Water, so.
I think the question related more to what was said by the MM.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, maybe let me dispel this notion that we have been committing some irregular, moving of money. We are ring-fencing the money so that it is safe for future use, and that's it. It's not like we are trying to hide money from anywhere. We can't hide money. We are ring-fencing it, and we are actually investing it as well, so that it can give us some extra 500,000, 300,000, so that we can actually improve our services, and that's it. So there's never been any moment where the bank account of Maluti Waters was under siege in terms of rate of execution. It is only that these people, they actually cite the mother company, the mother body, which is Maluti Apofung. That is where they actually want, because they know that the money is with Maluti Apofung, it's not with MAP Water. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I think this presentation brings to an end our interaction with Maluti Apofung and the NTT. Thank you very much. We will follow up in due course what came out of this meeting and ensure that at least we implement what we have decided, and part of that is to, as promised, submit the costs of consultants, and coupled with that is the plan of a cost usage reduction plan, so that we can see that you really are planning to work on internal capacity, so that you reduce that. The other thing is, I think it relates to the recovery plan. On how do you the plan that you have to enhance revenue? Part of it recovering from the debtors of the municipality. Thank you. And I think this last one of the special master, maybe we'll deal with it in future when we come to you and check how far you have gone in trying to deal with this issue of the special master and the monies that they're taking. Thank you, Majoro, and your team. I don't know why the Delibes ran away from the front table. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
And I hope that as you move out, you are leaving and you are not going for shopping. I know Mandla, there's no waterfront in Harrismith. So Yes. Can we just can we order at the back there? The television, please leave. Honorable members, as I had read out some issues that goes into our resolution on this matter. If there are any other issues that members would want to raise in relation to Malutia Pofung and the entity.
No, Chair, I think you caught everything, but I'm sure we must just ensure these, they have definitely been taken to court. But I'll get the information, we can discuss it in the committee perhaps.
Thank you, Chair. Just as maybe as a resolution, we've heard now that there will be a booster pump. So the question is, when will this be installed and operational? Maybe I missed it somewhere. But if we can maybe get quarterly feedback on that. That's one, as well as, and maybe we should have a discussion or write a letter to Bloem Water as well on the wastewater treatment plants, because we need to track that development as it continues as well. So either through the municipality or through Bloem Water to get progress reports on those issues as well.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you. Ke bona kaofela lona ekare le ya ho majoro kaofela. Questions will be coming straight to you, all of you. Thank you, Majoro. We have, as the day went along, some members of the committee had to leave and attend to other commitments. Now we have in front of you, you have Mayor Mkhabela, Mayor Kharekwe. Ndate Klute is the one that is seated next to me here, and Ndate Van Vieren. And then on the left-hand side, we have the team that comes from different institutions that are supporting the work of oversight, from COCTA, Human Rights, and Treasury. And then on the right-hand side, we have the technical team from the legislature. So without wasting time, can you introduce your team, Majoro?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Mamiki Mokwena. I'm the mayor of Nketana. On my left-hand side is Councillor Godfrey, the chairperson of the MPEC. On my right is the MM, Ntate Mokete Nhlapo. Next to Ntate Nhlapo is the speaker, Councillor Buisiwe Makhoba, and the CFO, Ntate Jabu Makhubu.
Thank you, Major. No, what is it? No audit committee member.
Can I give to the MM to respond?
No, I was just saying hi, Omona.
No,
Okay. And then over to you, Mempuse, to do the ritual.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the MM. Good afternoon. May you please stand for me?
Ntate Nhlapo,
Ne ke kopa o ema
nka-
Ntate Nhlapo.
nkakano.
Eh. And will you be taking an oath or an affirmation? May you please open the mic? O tlo nka kano kapo boitlamo? Oath or affirmation?
Oath is okay.
Oath. And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Solomon Mokiti Nhlapo.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. Ntate Makubu, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath, please.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Affirmative, ma'am.
Please state your full names for the record.
Leonard Jabulani Makubu.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you, Majoro. I expect, there's your presentation for 15 minutes. If it's a very long presentation, it means you must select, it's 15 pages, 15 minutes. So it means each page you touch for less than a minute. Thanks.
Chair, thank you very much and greetings to the members and everybody else. I will try to limit myself to the time given to me. We have tried to answer the questions that were sent to us by the committee, and there were 3 sets of questions. We'll be starting with the first one, which is on the follow-up questions on specific August 2025 deadlines. The first one was being that of the audit plan. We can safely say that that has been developed, and we are actually implementing that action plan. If the committee so wishes, we could give them a full copy of all the issues that were raised by the AG and are part of the audit action plan. There was also a question on the inadequate contractor monitoring, which has been addressed. That had happened before we had appointed the director, technical services, who has been appointed in March 2024 and has brought a lot of stability in the monitoring of all the contracts that the municipality is having. In terms of your staff performance, the deficiency there was on the policy and also on the standard operating procedure, which did not have up until recently. Those documents have been approved by council, and therefore we can initially start and actually have started to implement the staff regulations, specifically by cascading them to the lower levels of the municipality, starting after getting advice, starting with the management post, in which we'll be finalizing performance contracts with them by the end of October. On the same issue, there was also a financial recovery plan which had were to state the measures that we are taking to address specifically the unfunded budget. We are saying that we are reducing all of the non-core expenditure, things like your legal fees, things like your consultation fees. You'll see later, I will indicate that we've actually decreased the scope of the consultants who are helping us with the AFS in order to not only to reduce the expenditure, but also to indicate that we've been able to, over the years, even though it is not adequate, to transfer skills so that we can do other activities internally in the municipality. We are also implementing staff metering. We were fortunate to have funding from the MSP that enabled us to install smart meters in the areas in the municipality where we are offering the service of electricity. We have, like I said earlier, we have reduced the scope done by the consultants who are assisting us with the AFS. Only those components that we don't have capacity have been given to them for assistance. In order to improve the revenue base, we did implement two debt relief measures in the municipality, so that in terms of which employees, residents, consumers who owed us a certain amount of money can come and make arrangements to pay half of the debt and then would write off the 50% remaining debt. But there were some conditions that were put in that initiative. Still on the same issue, there is the matter of the MPEC. No, these are the follow-up questions on the November 2025 and future commitments. The first one was on the MPEC investigations. We had indicated in the past that we only appointed our MPEC in 2022 after the installation of the current municipal council. But over the years, we realized that there was need for capacity for this MPEC because the kind of backlog that they had of expenditures they had to investigate was simply huge, starting from around 2016 up to the very last audit of the municipality. So there were these capacity challenges, and we engaged and became fortunate to get assistance from the provincial treasury, the last of which was through a session on 20 to 21 August 2025, in which they were given practical hints on how to deal with these expenditures. But also the MPEC was also advised, and is doing so, to have a different approach in dealing with these various type of expenditures by separating them. Initially, they wanted to do all these expenditures, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, wasteful, in one sitting, which found them to be very cumbersome to do. They were then advised to take them one after time, so that they have now begun to look at the unauthorized, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, which compared to irregular are not as severe as regular. But MPEC is also been able to hold regular meetings to consider these matters. I will talk about the timelines for. Remember, I said we have a backlog going as far back as 2017 in terms of your UIF expenditures that they must investigate. But after the training session, a new schedule was then developed to make sure that they deal expeditiously and very adequately with these matters. The UFW expenditure 21 and 23 will be dealt by 25 October. And the council sits on the 29th of October, in which a report will then be tabled to council on that matter. There's a matter of regular expenditure as well for the same financial years, and which will be completed by 15 November 2025, and the UFW expenditure for the financial year 2024, which should be completed by 29 November 2025. Council sits on the 5th of December. The report on these items will be brought to council on that particular date. Early next year, 16 January, they'll be sitting to, they would have done the regular expenditure for the 2020-24 financial year. The council sits on the 22nd of January 2026, and then the report will be brought to council on that matter. These are what we believe are dates that they would want to must have done this exercise. Then they will also, after doing this, they will. The reason why they're starting with those financial years, they are closer to the current auditing, and it would therefore therefore makes sense that to start with them and then go back to these others. The second set of questions was on eliminating disclaimers for the next 2 years. Should remember that in terms of the disclaimers, we also have a program of eliminating claimers, in terms of which we are saying to ourselves by the 25-26 audit cycle, we should be having a different audit opinion other than a disclaimer. But for this current one, our aim, even though we are looking beyond the 50% threshold, just to reduce the number of paragraphs that we have in the audit report. And in terms of your quality assurance, I think we were grateful to be assisted by Provincial Treasury, who were helping us by reviewing the EFS before their submission, and up to the very last day, they were very helpful in assisting us to make sure that we don't only present EFS on time, which is also in our case a very positive thing. I should remember that for the past 3-4 financial years, we have not been able to submit these AFS on time, but for the past 2 financial years, including the current audit AFS, we've been able to submit them in terms of the regulations, 31st of August. And so, but we're grateful for this engagement because they help us to make sure that at least we submit AFS that are qualitative. It is not only about submission of the AFS to AG for auditing, but also our own conduct and our own actions with regard to the proceedings during the audit process. We have submitted them, like I said earlier, but also there's been a very marked improvement in how we respond to the RFIs and the COEFs. Unlike in previous years, you'd find that by the time the audit closes, there'd be more management findings than RFIs, which means we had not been actually responding to RFIs in time, such that they would be escalated to become management findings. But this time around, our response rate and our submission rate is actually very impressive. During our last meeting, last week meeting, because we're holding this weekly meeting with AG to discuss the audit as it goes on. Our submission rate of RFIs was at 73%. All the other percentages were on matters that were given to us but not yet due for submission. So the reduction of the COEFs is very marked in this way. There are very few COEFs at this moment because we are now able to respond to RFIs adequately and timeously. One of the biggest challenges that we have was with regard to the reconciliations, which is still quite a challenge. This emanated from the expenditure side of the finances, but we soon found that the deficiency was caused by one of our managers who was not coming to the party in terms of that. But a DC was held against him on and other issues, and the person was duly dismissed, even though there's an appeal process going on the process. So we are busy looking at advertising this post of manager expenditure, just to make sure that we've got a warm body there, because without this person, there might be a repeat of these reconciliation matters with the audit. Chair, the third set of questions was on the follow-up questions on recent corrective actions and investigations, addressing the backlogs of records management. This was done by, for a long time, we did not have a records manager in the municipality. Hence our records and the system thereof was not in good shape. But we've just appointed a records manager whose task was to make sure that she puts records management in a situation that can be acceptable and also reliable. A proper records management system is being put together. We also benchmark with Hlabin because in the district we believe that Hlabin municipality has got one of the best records management system. So we visited them on the 4th of April to go and see what they're doing in terms of their record management. So that is part of helping us to make sure that we put in place a very credible records management system. Chair, there was also on the corrective actions, the current vacancy rate in finance, which is at 38%, obviously, the dismissal of the revenue, the manager expenditure has led to that. At some point it stood 36, but now because of that dismissal, it went to 38%. But because of budgetary constraints, we are not able, we only focus on critical vacant posts in that particular area. The post of manager revenue, we should not have for a long time, and it affected our revenue, which is the central question, challenge that we're having as a municipality. But we have since appointed this manager whose task it is to make sure that she implements and put in place measures to make sure that credit control and debt collection are actually given attention and focused on. Like I said, we are in the process of advertising the post of manager expenditure, but we're mindful of the process of appeal that is also unfolding after the dismissal. We are also considering just to beef up that expenditure office to also include in the advertising the expenditure clerk. The third, still on the third follow-up questions, there is a consequence management issue that was also asked. The list of investigations undertaken. I'm just going to digress there, and because I could not include all these items in that particular slide, if you allow me, Chair, I'll just very briefly show the committee
I'm sure you're aware that
I'm not sure if
your
I
15 minutes have elapsed.
Chair, those are all the cases that we have had so far with regard to consequence management. You'll see some of them. The table there will indicate the employee, will indicate the nature of misconduct, theft, gross negligence, fighting, and so on, and also the outcome of such investigations and the outcome, what is happening currently, whether there was an appeal or not of the processes. But what I want to perhaps take, you'll see a lot of them, there have been dismissals as an outcome of these cases. You'll see the last one is the one that I've referred to earlier, manager expenditure. But there's also this last one, Chairperson, where we held disciplinary processes against one of our directors for misconduct, and the case has been concluded. She has been dismissed as we speak, but there's also an appeal process unfolding. I know that tomorrow there'll be a CCMA referral that we must take into account of. So these are all the matters that we have dealt with in terms of consequence management. But it is available for the committee. Sure.
Okay. So, thank you. Thank you. Your 15 minutes has long elapsed. Let him do it. We have. Let him do it. We have a municipality here in front of us. What do you say about this municipality? It's a municipality that has been having disclaimer with findings for 5 years, the past 5 years, with the same audit outcome. Disclaimer, disclaimer, and disclaimer. 49 paragraphs and 39, 49 on disclaimer and 39 on compliance. What do you say about the audit action plan of this municipality?
Thank you, Chairperson. With regards to the audit action plan, the 2023-24, there were, from the management letter, there were 98 items that had not been started by the end of the year, and then 150 items that were in progress, and then the completed ones were 33. That is the status of Nketone. Thanks, Chair.
When last have you visited them?
We last visited them, I think it must have been between May and June, while we had the district audit action plan forums. But unfortunately, because of time, we could not verify the information. They just the presentations were just made on the audit action plan. Thanks.
Because on the key controls, almost the municipality is doing bad in everything. Very bad in everything. Disclaimer. Financial and performance, disclaimer. And governance, disclaimer. Active leadership culture, disclaimer. So on many aspects, the municipality is not doing good. But the municipality pays consultants more than 3.3 million. That is the situation that we have, honorable members.
Thank you so much, person. I don't know if I can welcome the report or not, but let me acknowledge the report. Chair, on this issue of disclaimer, I think maybe in future, Chair, if we can invite the internal auditors of the municipality, if they have, I'm not sure they have, maybe I can ask them that they have internal auditors. We must invite them, Chair, because they are the one who's supposed to pick up the issues of unauthorized fruitless expenditure and irregular on time before even AG can pick them up, Chair. Chair, if I can get a clarity on their equitable share, how much is their equitable share? And how much is their expenditure on that equitable share. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson. This municipality is actually a water, sanitation, and sewage mess. Um, you have sewage spills in Lindley that we know of. It flows into the river that ultimately feeds quite a few other rivers in the province. And the municipal manager will attest that it appears that internally they don't have any capacity to improve it, so it's a DWS problem as well. So that's the situation in Lindley. Also, landfill sites in Lindley. If you go and look at the human rights report on this municipality, I think there are 7 paragraphs finding them guilty, either guilty or in contravention of something. So it is a mess there. On the issue of water, there was a water pipe project launched a few years ago between Pieterstein and Reitz. And that project just didn't go anywhere. So what's the current status of that project between Pieterstein and Reitz? In Arlington, there was supposed to be a dam that would be used to, if it was fixed correctly, it would have been used to improve the water to the local residents there. So can we just maybe give it an update on that? And then, Mayor, the last time you were here, and this is directed to you, when we spoke to, or when we discussed this with you amongst the portfolio committee national as well, the municipality confirmed that the council was investigating the municipal manager who signed off on the appointment of 71 general workers, while the number advertised were 43. Can we just maybe get information on that investigation? I think I'm going to stop there for now. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair, and let me also acknowledge the report. I just want to find out about their financial health, if they can maybe just give us some clarity on the debtors book. What is the amount there? What is the creditors that they owe, the amount there, and also the collection rate? I'm not sure. It seems as if the municipality is in quite a bit of a dire situation financially. So the rest I'm covering. Thank you, Chair.
Maybe let me just check first. You are heading MPEC. When did you start? When did you start in MPEC? Oh, you.
My apology, Chair. When we start this new
2021. 2021.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. I'm asking this question because the problem of internal audit, unfortunately, we also do not have the audit committee amongst us. Maybe one of the issues that we need to get, we need to get the report of the audit committee of Nketwana so that we can see their recommendations. And I've been trying to check your annual report. I can't see it anywhere. I don't know whether you are able to submit annual reports. Now, maybe let me give over to you to respond to the questions that have been raised.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the issue of 71 general workers, the matter was tabled in council, and the resolution was that we request the MEC to assist with the investigation because MM is implicated together with the junior officials who were conducting the interviews. So we are still awaiting the final investigation from the MEC, and he did send the delegation to Nketwana. So just for us to get the final report.
When you say the MM, you're talking about the Tenhlap.
Correct, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, let me respond to, and I'll leave the others to the CFO to spell those that concern the finances that were asked by Honorable Member there. Yes, indeed, our internal audit unit has not been functional. But one of the problems that were there was the question of capacity and lack of assistance in that office. But we have since augmented that office this financial year with 2 further personnel, the clerk as well as the internal audit officer, to make sure that the manager there starts doing the work that he must do. But I also had a meeting with him to say, look here, the bulk of the questions, the findings that are here, could be prevented by us doing our work properly as internal audit. And I think I've knocked some sense into him to give him agency on these matters. The question of sanitation and sewage, indeed, there are instances in 3 of our towns where there are spillages of sewage in rivers, and we're taking that very seriously. As I speak, we were in touch with Department of Water and Sanitation to make sure whether we can source funding through MIG, because part of the problem that is there is the non-functioning of wastewater treatment plants that are not functioning. The lengthy one, we had a meeting with the DWS, I think it's 2 weeks back in Bloemfontein, where we presented to them through our consultants the expenditure needed for them to fund this particular project. By all indication, it looks like they are going to fund this. They wanted to move this project to the outer year, but we said no, the matter is very critical. It has been like that for quite some time. So they are willing to look at it, hence the meeting that I'm talking to, where the consultants was presenting to them the amount needed to refurbish the entire sewer system in Lindley, but not only there, but also in Petra State, Mamafubedu, as well as in Raids. So, but we can be sure that the Lindley one will be addressed this financial year through the MIG commitment. So it's a matter that we're taking very seriously because of the health hazards that are there caused by this particular problem. There was also a question on the pipeline between Reis and Peterstein. This pipeline, stretching about 54 kilometers or so, was being dealt with in terms of kilometers. First 10, 20, 15, and 5. As we speak, the 15-kilometer section towards Mamafubedu has been completed. We've just appointed as if we were to complete the 5-kilometer remaining. So this project must be completed by the end of April next year. So hopeful that by that time, the entire pipeline would have been finished. There were delays previously because of litigations, because of other issues. The pipeline should have been completed some time ago, but because of these delays that we could not avoid. But fortunately, we are now seeing some movement into this particular project. Like I'm saying, the last 5 kilometers will be completed by the end of April next year.
Sorry, Mr. Mthlopu, what were the reasons for the delays? Why were there delays?
The delays, especially on the 12-kilometer one, was that the service provider who was appointed then disputed certain things that we thought were in order. That, for instance, he had to test the pipe before we can pay, obviously, which is one of the activities that must be done in terms of the project. And we could not agree on the manner of testing, but we said no, we can't release because that is the only way that we are going to make to know that the pipeline is going to work. There's also a section that had to cross a bridge, and at some point the section was affected. It collapsed actually. So we said, no, you need to correct that before we can even release any tranche of money to you. So those were the delays, basically litigation. The guy went to court to dispute that particular our contention, but fortunately, the court was able to see in our favor, and hence we're able to appoint somebody else to finish the 12 kilometers, which they've done so. And I'm saying only the 5 kilometers is left that must be completed by the end of April. There's a question also on I'm not sure honorable member was referring to a dam or a reservoir, because there's a reservoir that has been constructed in Addington.
I can't remember. I think it was a reservoir or no, a dam. It was a farmer's dam or something that would have been reused, because in Arlington there were, I think last year, there were quite issues with water. So I think the dam was part of the plan to be reused. So that's what I'm referring to.
No, you are correct, honorable member. What had happened there during the height of the water problem in Addington, we went to have a look at the dam around November to see what can be done when the rain comes, that we have enough storage of water in this particular dam. And there's a farmer there, a certain Dirk van Rensburg, who had wanted to help us with on how to deal with the dam to increase its capacity of holding water. Then he suggested a particular way of doing that, building some kind of wall and also extracting the mud out of the wall. Then he said to us, no, if you want to see what is happening, go to my farms not far from here to see what I'm doing there. Now, when we arrived there, the stream that feeds us water runs through his farm. And in terms of legislation, you can't just build a wall and prevent water from coming through. So we were able to report that matter to the department, and then there was engagement between him and the department, and the matter sorted out. We have now got enough water in that area, at least for now. Can I, Chairperson, hand over to the CFO to respond to the finance matters?
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to the honorable members. Chairperson, firstly, can I start off with the issue of disclaimers? If you so allow, let me just give it a bit of context. It's actually 6 consecutive disclaimers, and it's 7 in the past 8 financial years. Chairperson, in 2022, when the new CFO and the new MM were appointed, in that financial year, the number of paragraphs, 22, 23, they did reduce. We did manage to reduce some of them. I just can't give the actual number. But we did report, even when the parliamentary committee was here, that due to some, to be blunt, Chairperson, political interference, that took us back for the financial year 23-24. That is why we have in excess of 30 audit paragraphs, and it is the worst in the 7 disclaimers that we've had in the last 8 years. as a commitment, we did make a commitment that because now things have started to stabilize in the institution, we've made a commitment even in our presentation that those 40 plus paragraphs, the intent is to reduce them at least by 50% in the current 24-25 financial year. 25-26, get a better and improved audit outcome. It's just unfortunate that we were overcome by situations that are beyond us. Chairperson, there was a question of equitable shares. It is 144 million for the 25-26 financial year. And because we are largely grant dependent, Chairperson, 100% of that expenditure is spent on operational issues. Just to further amplify on what the MM has said regarding the Petrestein pipeline, officially on record, the progress on the project, it's 75% currently. And what has been reported further to what the MM has said, predominantly it was delayed because of contractor having cash flow issues, predominantly. That is why he would submit a certificate and not be able to proceed until DWS reimburses the certificate. Chairperson, lastly, in terms of the financial analysis, we are currently sitting on 1.5 billion debtors book, and of that, 1.2 billion is attributed to your normal households. Just a second, Chair, to get other figures. $1.2 billion is attributed to the normal households, residential households. Organs of state, 226 million. Commercial, it's 126 million. As at the 30th, the first quarter of the current financial year, our creditors book is sitting at 966 million. And lastly, Chair, our current, the most recent collection rate is at 42% in terms of our records. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Follow up, Ntate.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, maybe if the CFO can take us in confidence to tell us how they're going to increase the collection rate. What's their plan? And I mean, do you disconnect people's services if they don't pay? And then also, if I can understand, what is political interference? You said that took you backwards. What is the you said situation beyond your control. What does that mean? And be blunt. We want to know exactly what is political interference. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you once more, Chairperson. In the financial year 23-24, we decided, or we resolved to go on smart metering system. That is how we wanted to improve our collection rate. But we had to wait for the transversal contract of National Treasury, the RT29. Chairperson, upon the introduction of RT29, it was just unfortunate that we could not use it because it requires municipalities to have their own capital for procurement of the actual units, which we are speaking in excess of 60 million that we do not have. But then National Treasury last financial year, they started rolling out this program. They piloted it. I know that Dihlabeng was one municipality. I can't remember who else. Unfortunately, we were not part of the program. So what we have done now, we have went out on a request for proposals from our panel. It's closing on the 31st of this month, to seek for funding from prospective partners that can actually install the smart meters for us and table a proposal as to how they would get their return on investment. I know this is a method that works because it's what Soto decided to do in 2017, and that is evident because Soto outside Metsimaholo, they are the only municipality that do not owe ESCOM. So that is the route we have decided to take. Chairperson, I'm not sure if I should answer that question, or if I can just allow my political principles to maybe further unpack, because it's politically related. Maybe the mayor is better placed. Maybe can I just seek your guidance with respect, Chair?
It was raised by you. So I think maybe you can lead it because it was raised by you and not by them.
All right.
I think from them they talked about stability, or if it's not that, and you raised political instability or political interference. Yes. Please.
Chairperson, to lead it as the chairperson guides. This matter, we reported it in the parliamentary committee, as I said. In the last visitation of Kokta, where the current MEC was in the municipality, we also raised this issue that there was an invisible hand in the institution politically, so that directed councillors to take illegal instructions that affected the operations of the municipality, in particular the finance department. That is why the worst possible audit outcome in the financial year 23-24. That is how it is reported by administration. Thank you, Chair.
You know what becomes a problem is that the issue you're talking about, from what I read, you are implying that councillors are involved in administrative issues, because you see the invisible hand. I don't know, is the one that was talked about by Adam Smith, is involved in controlling councillors, thereby disturbing administration, leading to bad audit outcomes. So that's why I'm saying in my reading is that you are saying also councillors are involved in administration. So that invisible hand did not come to you. It went to councillors.
Directly so, Chairperson. I can agree with the chairperson.
What do you agree with?
That it did not directly
Come to
come
you.
to myself.
Yes.
The invisible hand came through councillors. Yes, chairperson, I agree.
So the councillors are involved in administration.
Not necessarily, chairperson. Maybe just to unpack it further, not necessarily direct involvement in administration. The resolutions that were taken by council, let me put it that way, because it was at council level, affected the operations.
Oh, just say councillors were taking illegal decisions. Yes. So that is not an invisible hand. Councillors took an illegal decision. It's not an invisible hand because there was a stage in this municipality where the MM was only having matric. And councillors were taking a decision through council to endorse employment of that MM, who, when I wanted qualifications, he brought a 6-month certificate from UOFS. Thinking that once you see an emblem of University of Free State, you'll then say this person is educated. Now, it was in this council where councillors took a decision. And it was in this council where we had to take a decision through court that forced the councillors to change their decision, and a different decision was taken, and that person had to leave the institution. So once councillors go to a council sitting and take a decision, there's no invisible hand. Because the court does not use prophecy or what. It takes a decision directly against people who took the decision. So if councillors are taking an illegal decision, what are those illegal decisions that they took that disturbed the functioning of administration to an extent that we ended up in this bad audit? Is that tendency still continuing?
As I indicated, Chair, the situation has somewhat returned to normality at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, sorry, maybe I'm just stupid. I don't know. I don't understand what's going on. You must explain to me in very simple terms, because there's invisible hands and there's this and that and certain councillors who did what and what happened. Apparently there was investigations, if I understand you correctly, Chair. But I mean, I don't understand now what's happening and who's. And as I read the CFO correctly, is that these people are still there. They're just not doing what they did. So if we can maybe just get some clarity on that, please, Chair.
CFO, in simple terms, what are the decisions that that were wrongfully taken by the council. Which must assist this committee to assist the municipality not to have that situation again. I mean, we have just heard now in a response that the issue of 76, 72 something employees instead of 40 something employees was taken by the MM. It's said by the mayor. Now you are coming with invisible hand. And that invisible hand is that this invisible hand leads to a situation where councillors take an illegal decision. So that we can understand. Maybe the solution that is needed in the institution, we must summon assistance of sangomas to go there to the institution to deal with the evil spirit that causes the councillors to take illegal decisions. We should be clear what are we dealing with. And it's exactly what is being requested. What are you talking about?
Chair, before the CFO answer that question, I just want to remind the CFO that you are under oath. Thank you.
Chair, this is not the first time we are aware of things not going right in this municipality. I remember 2 or 3 years ago, I don't know whether there's someone from the Auditor General here. The Auditor General actually had to stop their audit as a result of being bullied. Let me put it bluntly. Unfortunately, the CFO has highlighted that. You've made this now an issue. And you have now opened the door for discussions. So now we want to know what is going on. Unfortunately, and look, I know it can't be easy to sit here and maybe expose some councillors. It can't be easy. But you opened that door. Surely you wanted to talk about it. So yes, Chair, I think we need to delve into this.
Maybe let's start to get from the lobby. Does COCTA know anything about this evil spirit that has engulfed this municipality?
Good afternoon, Chair, and thanks. Chair, on the state of local government report that we made, maybe to reflect on what COCTA reports on when you talk about Nketwana municipality. In terms of, on the state of local government, Chair, we've got 4 categories of assessment of municipalities. On the governance and political stability, the reflection from COCTA is that there is political instability and infighting in the municipality. We reflect that there would be abscondment of councillors and walkouts in a situation where they do not agree on issues that would be discussed in a meeting. There is generally an element or a perception of corruption and maladministration. And the mayor chair has indicated that COCTA is currently has invoked Section 106 of the Municipal Systems Act, because 105 chair would say in a case that the MEC would do an assessment of the performance of the municipality, then 106 says that in a case that there is suspicion of malfeasance, then the MEC would invoke an investigation in the municipality. So in terms of the governance and political stability, that is the status quo in Ketwana municipality chair. In terms of institutional capacity and all that, we are saying all senior management positions are filled, but they got a very high salary bill, which can also be contributing towards the instability and chaos within the municipality chair. Thank you.
Ntate Mduane.
Thank you, Chair. From our side, we are not aware of such things. Our issues has just been on the audit outcomes and budgets. We are not aware of
No,
such.
in terms of submissions of monthly reports and any other reports, haven't you seen something or heard something?
No, Chair, we have not come across anything. Thanks.
Back to you, CFO. Maybe it needs another word. Can you unbundle this issue?
I will try my level best, Chairperson. Chairperson, in brief, the CFO and the director, local economic development, they were appointed at the same time. Allegedly, there was some gaps in the recruitment process. A resolution is taken that the appointment of the CFO be rescinded. The director LED is given an opportunity to submit outstanding information. That's where it starts. After the rescission of the appointment of the CFO, there is a court process on an urgent basis in the Johannesburg Labour Court. The court issues an interim order that the CFO goes back to work. It further says that pending finalization of this matter, it's not urgent, but pending finalization. As we speak, the process is still outgoing. There is a court order that says the CFO must go back. Now there are the illegal instructions that I spoke of earlier, Chairperson. Councillors and the invisible hand that I spoke of wanted to suspend the CFO despite a court order. That legally failed. An alternative was that the CFO must be placed on special leave because of these things. So there was a very concerted and deliberate effort. Despite this order by the Labour Court. Now, if that had failed, there was pressure that the CFO's functions and powers, as legislated in MFMA section 81, subsection D, be revoked. The CFO for the entire financial year of 24-25 financial year was not responsible for any payments in the institution. Now that in itself, when auditors come, there isn't a single document that that went through the CFO, and the results are that which we see today. Thank you, Chairperson.
So in simple, oh,
This is just a clarity seeking question, Chairperson. When the CFO say the document could not go through the CFO, is he talking about the current CFO, which is him?
I presume so.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
So you are saying the bad audit outcome is because the CFO has not been leading financial management of the institution. Until when? Your mic should be on.
Apologies, Chair. For the whole financial year. Thank you, Chair.
So that's why I asked you, are you saying councillors are interfering in the institution? In the administration through illegal decisions they take in council? And remember, somebody has just said the municipality is stable, and you also repeat to say everything is back to normal. What is normal? Because you have been in an abnormal situation for many years. So that we can understand your normality, your understanding of normality and our understanding of normality are the same. Because to you, what we may see as abnormal, to you it may be normal. What are we talking about here? And what do you think can be done to remedy the situation?
Chairperson, as things stand now, such functions and powers have been, can I say, reinstated to the CFO. Hence, I say it's somewhat back to normality. Hence, for the financial year 24-25, which is currently under audit, I was part of transaction reviewing. I was part of financial management in whole. So that is why I am, let me rather say, comfortable in giving a commitment that there should be an improvement in the current audit. I was, you would recall, Chairperson, I was giving context as to the number of paragraphs that Chairperson spoke of, why there are so many. So I was just giving for that particular financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, I think it's very clear that the municipality is unstable. Maybe that's why we didn't have the report of the the audit committee, and also whether why the audit committee rep is not here, and that we are still having the problem of internal audit, despite the fact that we are told that the full component of senior management has been appointed. Now you have that appointment, but obviously capacity is still not there. Honorable members, I think we need to take matters of this municipality, engage the Premier, the the MEC of COCTA, the MEC of Treasury, so that there's better assistance to have better governance in the institution. Maybe if I ask you, Majoro, are you in charge of the institution or not?
I'm in charge, Chair.
Being in charge would mean accounting, giving leadership to the institution, giving leadership to the institution. And firstly, to say, with the issue that you raise against the MM, what have you done?
Chairperson, like I said, we requested the MEC to investigate because the MM is implicated, is the one who signed the appointment letters and contracts. So we've requested, I wrote the letter to the MEC to investigate. Indeed, it did send a legal manager in Getwana. I'm still awaiting the final report. Thanks, Chair.
I hope our engagement with the MEC would give more clarity, especially in the light of the report that we got from Tatelobi, so that we have a better understanding. What I sense coming out of the team here is that information come in bits and pieces, camouflaged with flowery expressions like there's stability, now everything is normal. Speaker, what do you say? Because the whole issue of oversight, which is on disclaimer, is led by yourself. What is your comment?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the honorable members. Chair, I must be honest to this House that it's very difficult to improve or maybe to change the status quo in the municipality. I will agree with Ndate from COCTA with his report to say politically there's no stability, and administration I can attest that yes, they are trying, but with us it's very difficult, and with the challenges in hand I don't see any improvement, Chair, because yes, our role is to play an oversight, but if we can't sit and see things in the same way, then it's very difficult. I must also say this, Chair, in record to say, even when we must sit, it's very difficult to form quorums. Councillors will not even attend without any apology. Basically, they come as and when they want. If they don't want, they don't come. So it's very difficult, Chair. Thank you very much.
I don't know, honorable members, if there's anything that you still want to discuss here, whether there's, because it's very clear, there's a real problem in terms of political leadership of the institution. So let's engage the MECs and the Premier about this situation and check what will come out of that engagement. Because with local government is going to elections next year, and it's October now. Yeah, it's October going to an end. So maybe in 12 months' time or 13 months' time, the elections would take place. Let me end this interaction with the note that we'll engage the MEC of Treasury, the MEC of Cocta, and the Premier about the situation of this municipality, which we really consider to be dire. Thank you, and thank you. I hope in the meantime you'll check whether you get Baprofeta or the Sangoma. Yeah. Thank you.
Eligible.
Good morning in the afternoon. We have honorable members who were part of us but had to leave because of other commitments. So at the moment, we have Ndate van Vieren on my left-hand side. Ndate Klute is seated here, he just went out. Mekharekwe and Mem Kabela. And Ndate Foko. So, Majoro, if you can just introduce your team. Don't greet. So many people have greeted us since this morning.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mamsi Tweni, the Mayor of Mantupa Local Municipality. I'm here with the Speaker, Councillor Nwada, at the far end. Then I'm also here with the Chief Whip, Councillor Tikhedi, and then the Chairperson of MPEC, Councillor Araban Limpani. Then on my left, I have the Accounting Officer, Mematiro Mukupuri. On the right, I'm with the CFO, Ndate Tukundu. On the far side, we have the Chairperson of the Audit Committee, Mayor Manana Hlalili. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Mpuse.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, ma'am. May you please stand for me? Good afternoon. May you please switch on your mic? Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
I am Matiro Rebecca Ellen Mokopudi.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. CFO, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
May you please stand for me? Sir, would you be taking an oath or an affirmation? Please speak into the mic. An oath or an affirmation?
Yes.
Which one?
Oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Takarani Chukundu, CFO of Manzup.
Thank you. Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Ke a leboha ntate. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you, Majoro. We request just a 15 minutes presentation and not beyond that. Just to touch on issues that you believe are necessary, whoever is going to make the presentation. We don't want political statements to be followed by a presentation of the institution. We are interested in the issues of the municipality.
Thank you, Chair. I'll ask that the municipal manager respond to the questions in the form of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Our presentation is structured in this way. It's not, Chairperson, it's not going to take us 15 minutes to make our presentation. It's straightforward and responding to the questions raised to the municipality by this committee of PROPEC. And we also submitted our responses to and portfolio of evidence on all the first question that was raised on us was did the municipality conclude the municipal staff regulations or the compliant job descriptions for all staff members in the September 2025 as planned? If so, has the job evaluation process by the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, been completed and are performance evaluation now being cascaded to all staff members? And our response to this particular question is that the municipality has aligned job description of all staff members to the requirements of municipal staff regulation, and the only outstanding work is for the approval of the prototype staff establishment, and the municipality is a part of pilot performed by the National Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. This prototype staff establishment has been costed also, and thereof has been concluded. Inputs on organized labor has been sought and has been concluded, and the final staff establishment will be tabled before council during the adjustment budget around February 2026, together with the adjustment budget. And the approval of this staff establishment is a precondition for job evaluation process by SALGA. Therefore, we anticipate that the evaluation process will commence in March 2026, immediately after the council has adopted this organizational structure. And thereafter, formal performance evaluations for all staff members as contemplated in Chapter 4 of the staff regulations will be performed. Currently, the performance of staff is tracked by respective supervisors through job cards, quarterly reports, and daily worksheets. And with regard to senior manager evaluations, can the municipality confirm that the formal performance evaluations for senior managers were fully implemented during 2024-25 financial year? And what evidence can we demonstrate for this implementation? And our response is that, Chairperson, the formal annual performance evaluation for the financial year 24-25 for senior managers was scheduled for Friday, last week Friday, but unfortunately we couldn't sit on that particular Friday because on the 10th, because there was a technical logger, and we have rescheduled these evaluations for the 27th of October and 27 and 28 of October, and the notice has been issued to members of the evaluation panel as per the municipal performance regulations for municipal managers and the managers directly accountable to the municipal manager. And the municipality has approved performance management policy, or the framework which prescribes the systems, procedure, and measures to evaluate staff performance of staff falling within collective bargaining agreement. Furthermore, the municipal performance regulation for municipal managers and managers directly accountable to the municipal manager 2006 regulate monitoring, assessment, and evaluation of senior managers. And the third question was based on two vacant positions which have been vacant for more than a period more than 2 years. And our response there is that the municipality anticipates to conclude appointments of the above position. Before I respond to this, Chairperson, we are in the process of, what is that term?
Replacement.
Yeah, we are in the process of replacing people, swapping people from one position, checking the employees who are good at this particular work and process of restructuring. And after restructuring, and when during this process, we have identified that there are some people within the institution who have been misplaced, which are in other positions, but they can be good in particular position. And when we look also into our financial situation as Mansupan municipality, we have discovered that our organizational structure that we are still using is top heavy, and our financial situation, I believe that the members are aware that Mansupa municipality's budget is unfunded, and making sure that we have other source, other external people when we can restructure internally, it will save the municipality some cost. And there is some of the employees, one of the employees identified internally who is manager in another section, who can be moved, who fits the position of the HR manager, and we are still following that process of restructuring. But our response on this one is that the municipality, we are anticipating to conclude appointments of the above position in November. And like I said, we have made an investigation and we are going to restructure. The fourth question regarding the audit action plan. Our response on the audit action plan, we are saying that the audit action plan was finally prepared and approved, and the audit performance and risk committee also considered our audit action plan, and it is a standing item at all audit performance and risk committee meetings. And this plan has measurable key performance indicators and targets. It is an instrument which was utilized to make sure that we are able to submit and our AFS on time. And it is also monitored through weekly audit action steering committee meetings, both the provincial treasury, COCTA, as well as SALGA, the permanent invitees in that particular steering committee. And the meetings are held on Wednesday on a weekly basis, and they are chaired by the accounting officer, chairperson. And these steering committee meetings are also utilized to monitor the submission of requests for information and communication of audit findings by the Auditor General, who is also on site. The next question regarding 2024-2025 audit assessment date, since the implementation of audit action plan will be assessed during 24-25 audit, what specific measurable anticipated? Our response is, as indicated in the earlier slide, the audit action plan has measurable key performance indicators and targets, and it is the instruments that we are using to ensure timely submission of the 24-25 annual financial statements and annual performance report to AGSA, as well as for audit purposes. And the submission was preceded by the corrections of prior year errors. Although on these prior year errors, we are still struggling, but we are surely gonna get there as time goes on. And internal control deficiencies, and we are responding also to all the control deficiencies that were identified by the Auditor General. The next question was regarding the 8.1 grant, and the question was saying, regarding the 8.1 million grant of financial year 23-24, the the report provider, the report conclusive proof to verify the municipal's claim that the 8.1 million unauthorized expenditure on integrated national electrification, which is acronymed as INEP, grant was entirely used for its purpose. That was the question, whether this money was used for its purpose. And our response is that, Honorable Chairperson, we have submitted a letter which we have crafted, which I have crafted as the municipal manager to National Treasury, providing the amount of 4.9 million for INEP. This money, which is 8.1, it was not total money for INEP. In it, there was 3.3 million, which was MIG, and there is 4.9 of INEP. And this 4.9 of INEP was spent for its purpose. And the challenge was that when we were reporting that 4.9, unfortunately, internally, they reported it in the wrong data string, and Treasury said that that was not spent for INEP, and they took it from the municipality, although we have a proof that it was spent for its purpose. Regarding the municipal manager's arrest, Chairperson, I believe because I'm contradicted, I will give that to the Honorable Mayor to respond on. Thank you. Oh, okay. Okay, Chairperson, the Honorable Mayor says she's requesting me to skip that. She will conclude with that. I must respond to others. Regarding the yes, Chairperson, Major. Which is? Okay, okay. This one. Proof of, okay. Okay, on this one, proof of submission of the annual SCM implementation report for 24-25 financial year has been submitted to Free State Provincial Treasury, and the municipality has received a feedback letter from Treasury on how best to deal with the internal control deficiencies, because they identified the internal control deficiencies on how we deal with our UIF and W. And we are working also on their advice on making sure that we tighten our controls. And the MPEC has been very active in investigating this UIF and W and other control deficiencies. Our next MPEC ordinary meeting is scheduled for the 23rd of October 2025, and thereafter the report of investigations will be tabled in the ordinary council meeting scheduled for the 30th of October 2025. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, I'm concluding the last one, Chair. The last one is regarding the MM's arrest on the 25th of May 2025. It says, what is the current status of the fraud case against Mme Khupuri following arrest on the 25th May 2025? Has the municipality sought legal advice regarding the governance risks associated with charges relating to the illegal appointment of a service provider, even though the offense occurred at the previous municipality? If the person has not declared the case when she applied, has the consequence been applied? Chair, we have sought advice from FS Cocta, as the portfolio committee has advised. We are still we're waiting for their response. In that the arrest is in relation to matters which occurred in another municipality. The municipality is still awaiting the response, as I've said, and upon receival of that report, such advice will be executed as formulated. We've also submitted the letter as proof that we have written to the MEC. Chair, the arrest was made on the 25th of May 2025. However, it should be noted that when the municipal manager applied in the municipality, she was by then not charged. She only became charged when she's already in the employ of the municipality. As such, hence we are saying we want advice from MEC Cocta, whether how should we handle this matter in this case. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Treasury. Any comment?
Thank you, Chairperson. On the audit action plan, as at the end of the financial year, from the management letter, the municipality had 70 issues that they had not yet started, and then there were 94 issues that the municipality was busy with, that is, they were in progress, and the municipality had completed 17 audit findings. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. There's the audit. So my understanding is that what the municipality is doing in terms of the restructuring, what one may also refer to as the job rotations, relates to what was raised by the Auditor General, that municipalities not using appropriate systems and procedures to monitor and measure and evaluate staff performance. In fact, municipality did develop that that procedure. I just hope it's in response to that as part of dealing with the audit outcomes, the paragraphs that comes out of the audit outcomes. I want us to, I don't know whether I should give you, maybe let me give you first and then let Lute.
Thank you, JP. If we continue with questions, mine is quite quick and simple. The last time the municipality was here with the Portfolio Committee National, you actually indicated that your revenue collection was not optimal. What is your revenue collection currently, and what are you doing to improve that? Yes, that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, over to you, Major. Sorry, the different.
Thank you, Chair. Let me welcome the report. Chair, my first question is on the restructuring. Does the municipality have a organizational structure? It's an approved organizational structure. Has that been approved by the municipality? Then if we can also get feedback on their financial health, on the debt collection rate, on the debtors book, what is that amount, and also the creditors, and maybe feedback on if the rate is low, what are they going to do to recover some of those debts. Then, Chair, there's a lot of, if we just look at the roads in the municipality, I mean, what are they? Let's talk about Lady Brand. I mean, that if you drive through that, there's islands in the street of heaps of um, grass growing there and things. What are you, how are you going to address that? It's been there quite a long time. And then, Chair, we've did an oversight there in Lady Brand where there was bulk infrastructure built, I think by Human Settlement, is one of their projects. And the issue then is that the municipality didn't connect that to their reservoirs. Has that been done in the meantime? I mean, that was months ago that we've been there, and that was, I think, they said they're going to do that. And then also on the unfunded budget, is that going to be stopped? I think there's regulations regarding that. How are you going to change to fall within the funded budget? Then lastly, Chair, a couple of years back, there was a public protector's report that stated you over-collected on your electricity tariffs. And they instructed you to pay that out to the users, the end users. And I think the problem was it's difficult to do it. What have you done in the meantime to do that? And is it still on the books to be paid out? Is it part of your budget? And how are you going to manage that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I have only one question on unspent grant. We understand the one of INEP. But what is the reason? What was the reason for not spending on MIG and double SIG? If we can get the reason. Thank you, Chair.
Majoro.
Thank you, Chair. I think we'll share the questions amongst ourselves with MM and the CFO. I'll answer the one on organizational structure. There's an approved council structure. The one we are currently using is the 2019 one. The new one, as per MSR, that's the one that we are saying we're working on that. Organized labor has been consulted. We'll be tabling that during the budget adjustment with costs, but it will only start to be implemented during the next financial year, as we have not budgeted for that. And then, yes, you acknowledge that there are potholes in Manzopa. We have in place a maintenance plan. I can safely say to the honorable members that we have, when we concluded our budget, what we did was we reduced overtime money because we had spent more on overtime, and we have put it under maintenance. Previously, our budget for maintenance was about 4%, and the norm is 8%. We are currently sitting at 6%, meaning at 6%, there's an improvement. Hence, you have said the money that we have reduced from overtime is the one that is going to address issues of potholes. We obviously have an issue with a fleet. From time and time, we normally consult the Department of Roads. We have fleet, but I don't know what bad luck we have. You'd find that you repair two graders at an amount of 1.2 million, and you take it to the manufacturers, but after some time they get broken. As such, it stalls service delivery. But we are committed to making sure that potholes are attended to as soon as we can. There's a project that Van Fieren talks about of reservoirs. Chair, what happened with this project is this. I think with honesty, we need to be more honest than anything else. With honesty, we started at the back instead of at the front. That's the honesty that we did. What should have happened is this. Lady Brand does not have enough water. We needed about 12 megaliters storage. We should have first started with making sure that we have another primary source, secondary source of water, which is Cut. We should have started with Cathcart, that is renovate Cathcart, so that you can be able to take money to Genua where we clean the water. Then we start with the pipeline going to the reservoirs. I think the planning was not, like I'm saying, it was not properly planned, to be honest. We started with the reservoirs. That was the first phase, then another phase of the pipeline, because we did it in phases as we did not have the whole amount of money. Then when we had to do phase 3, that was when the Lesotho Highlands project started, and we advised that, you know what, you really need more water than anything else. Hence now, in this financial year, we are doing Cathcart, which is that dam, that can be able to give us water 24 hours for about 4 months, more than 4 months, period of 4 months, non-stop. We'll be concluding that infrastructure of Cathcart so that we can have more storage, and then we'll be doing the third phase of the pipeline. The first phase project is at 99%, and the second phase. We are saying 99% because they need to be 100%. We need to test water to make sure that there's water that goes into the reservoirs. As long as we don't have water running through to the reservoirs, it means we are not yet at 100%. That's where we are sitting. And that's why I'm saying I have to be as honest as we can to ensure to be honest with the honorable members. I'll talk about the public protector report. The amount that was supposed to be paid after calculating, it was, I think, about 79,000, which we have been credited to different residents. That we did not give them money, we just did give them credit on their accounts. I think, Chair, CFO will be talking about the audit action plan, about the findings, and then MM will also assist us on other matters. I want to talk about poor revenue collection. True, Chair, we have an unfunded budget because of low revenue collection. Hence, you are saying we do have a funding plan that accompanies our budget, but we have also recognized that one of the reasons that we are not doing well, it's because of the staff in finance. Hence, we are saying we'll be doing the restructuring. I'll make an example where at a specific instance you'd find that the revenue manager is qualified, but is honestly not being able to collect. So we are saying we have looked at who can be best optimized to do the collection. Hence, we are saying we are going to do that restructuring because we know there are some in other sections who have potential to this. It's just that they were misplaced. They qualified when they went to interviews, but when coming to doing the actual job, we see that there's somewhere that they're lacking. We have come up with a different number of funding methods that we'll be using. We are starting to implement. We have started to implement that. Though it's very difficult at other points because our municipality is a bit small. Most of the people are indigent. We have about 15,000 households. Out of the 15,000 households in Manzup, about 10,000 are indigent. So you can just imagine that's a bit steep. But we are going to communities now and saying, because what they've been caring about is they've been saying, pleading with the municipality, write off all debt so that we can start to pay fixed amounts. But we have said that's something that we have to look into so that we can see how possible that is. But that cannot be done for everybody because other people are paying whilst they are able to pay. So we are working tirelessly on our revenue collection. But we acknowledge that it's not up to where we want it to be, but we have to do something. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Majoro. Thank you, Chair.
It's quite a lot of questions that we have received. I will start by.
Thank you. Our questions here are few. I give you a few questions. Unless you talk about the ones that we don't know.
And thank you, Chair. Let me proceed quickly. I was just doing what we call ice breaking. But nevertheless, let me continue. It is true, Chair, that our post-audit action plan, from the beginning, we did not actually prepare it accordingly. But nevertheless, when we were preparing to submit the financial statement for 24-25, we do our utmost best to go as far as financial year of 22-23, because majority of our audit findings are coming from the previous financial year, and it affected our 23-24. So as we are busy with 24-25 AFS audit findings and requests for information, majority of requests for information to date has actually amounted to 103, whereas the communication audit findings to date amounted to 64. So I do acknowledge that the 70, when we last had the meeting with Treasury, Provincial Treasury, were the one which has not yet been resolved. And I do acknowledge and noted the report from the Treasury. However, after this meeting, we will ensure that we submit the updated version of our audit, post-audit action plan on the 70 and the 90 that are in progress. I'm also attempted to just to give the overall collection rate. It is not good, Chair, but knowing the problem is halfway to the solution, this low collection also affect our fund, the budget funding, Section 18 of MFMA. So you can't have the funded budget if your collection is low. It is true that in our municipality, our current liabilities exceed our current asset. You have noted that one of the questions was to say, how well are you doing with your creditors? Yes, the majority, the major creditor that we have as a municipality is ESCOM, and we have been into negotiations with ESCOM. We missed the first train of debt relief that was available by then. And recently, we had several meetings with ESCOM, including COCTA, where we call it IGR platform, where we were given opportunity to consider the DAA, Distribution Agent Agreement. In that distribution agent agreement, we as a municipality, we don't want ESCOM to take over our cash cow, which is electricity. However, we actually, we are strongly of view that we should enter into active partnering. In that active partnering, it's where ESCOM take a lead, and in a form of revenue enhancement. We admire the way they structure their tariffs and the way they bill their accounts. We believe that some of the challenges with us with regard to low collection is because our accounts are not accurate, but it's something that we have identified, and we would like to partner with ESCOM to be able to service this debt of about more than 400 million. Other creditors, to be honest, we have improved tremendously. So we used to battle with Bloom Water. Now it's Val, Central Water, Liu Refill, Lovedale, all those other critical creditors. We are servicing them, and we are in the good relationship with them in terms of servicing their account. Debtors, our debtors, Chairperson, we are not happy with our debtors because Not so long, we presented in our year end, we presented a couple of, I think, if I'm not mistaken, about plus or minus 140 million that needs to be reduced from the current debtors control, which is when we closed the books, we were sitting around 939 million. But we believe that that 939 million will not be able to collect all of it. We estimated around 60% of 900 million it's probable that it can be collected. And let me switch again on the funding of the budget. The funding of the budget, previously we mentioned the fact that we are being assisted by Provincial Treasury through the MFMP advisor, which is Davi Moker. He's a specialist when it comes to revenue enhancement. So when we submitted our budget in May, we also tabled the budget funding plan. In that budget funding plan, we concentrate on the five items. The first one is that we must ensure that at any given moment at the end of the month, we have positive balance in the bank account. Secondly, we must do what we call ring fencing of the grants. Grant should not be spent for operational purposes. It should be spent for the projects. Third one, we must have credible creditors payment arrangement and affordable, meaning we should not just promise that we are going to do certain things, whereas at month end we have all the excuse or moving the post. And then the fourth one was actually to say that we must improve the revenue collection. But the way to improve the revenue collection, COCTA again have actually come to our rescue in a form of data management. The data management, of course, I'm more interested in data cleansing of the customer's account, but data management that has been introduced by COCTA is actually looking at our billing process and our billing system. Are we billing correctly? Are we billing the right residents for residents, business for business, something like that? So they are currently on the stage of feasibility study, and which we believe before the year end we will have the result where we are standing, and then from upon the findings of where we're supposed to do, it's something that we will also add so that we can be able to improve our revenue collection. The more the accounts are accurate, the more people are more willingly to pay the account. But the more there's a problem with accounts, it becomes difficult for customer to pay. Then the last one, which I believe for our municipality is still a wish list, is what we call cost coverage. Cost coverage simply means even if we did not bill for the particular month, the municipality have reserve in place that they will be able to cover the fixed costs. So we are still struggling, and our budget, we were conservative in our budget. We set the provision at about 45%. And then the following year, I'm trying to address the Section 18 of funding, how the roadmap on funding our budget. So it's a step kind of thing to be followed. The first, we targeted 55, which is still not enough because the treasury threshold is 95 of what we bill. But due to our discrepancies in our billing, then we have that kind of challenges. Majoro, which one now? Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's because you give you in the question paper you respond like people of social science. You remember in mathematics a question that is asked for 30 marks, it may probably cover half a page or 1 page. But in other subjects, that it's probably 3 pages or 4 pages that 30 marks. So that's your response. You give lot of information. I wanted Ndatin to talk to that issue of DAA, the one of DAA, so that maybe.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, the House. National Treasury has advised all municipalities across the country to stay away from getting into that DAA with ESCOM. Please, CFO, don't even think about it until National Treasury have reviewed that agreement or so that is beneficial both ways, because right now it's one-sided. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, yes, I agree with you. We heard a lot of things, but we never got the figures. How much do we owe ESCOM? I think you talked about the debtors book of 939 million, 939 million. But the creditors, you didn't give us a figure yet, and you didn't give us the collection rate also. You talked about it. And then also, I think we must change this. This DAA should be another negotiating contract, ANC rather, not DAA. We must change that.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I hope you'll respond directly.
Yes, Chairperson. But I'm just worried, but let me respond directly.
Yes, to the question. How much is the debt to ESCOM?
My figures are very big. I'm even ashamed to mention them, but nevertheless, as I indicated, I said plus or minus 400 million that we owe ESCOM. And in actual fact, it was 404 million that we owe ESCOM. But it is actually a combination of the capital amount, which is billing, which is invoice plus interest, of which in that 404 million that we owe, the interest is plus or minus 150 million. Then the collection rate, I mentioned that in our roadmap to achieve funding budget, it's a step kind of procedure whereby we set our current budget now at 55, although the National Treasury talks about 95. So currently, according to the records, I put it before I, so help me God. There are two certain numbers. Where is it? Thank you.
Chair, is the issue of bad luck.
You see, the problem with Tagalani, when you ask him who beat that person, he start by saying, they quarreled first and they did that, and when they got there, that person, he doesn't respond to what directly to what is being asked.
Chair, while the CFO busy perusing the documents there, let me ask something to the mayor. I hear that you are talking about cut. I don't understand what is happening about the cut and
Cut.
It's cut dam, cut dam. It's a dam.
Oh, okay. I now understand. I now understand.
Chairperson, can I request that we make a written submission since CFO is busy perusing that?
Please.
Please, can we?
Please,
Yes.
Taki. there you can, when you have time, you look for it when you have time. Oh, okay. Like there's something that you press there, and this thing here becomes red, and then you talk.
Oh, okay, Chair. The figures are not good. Maybe that's why I was ashamed to say it. Currently, the record says about plus or minus 38% in July, 44 in August, and 47 in September. We hope and believe that as we implement our strategy of revenue enhancement and as we improve in data cleansing, when the customers are satisfied, we'll be able to reach our target. Thank you.
Thank you. Majoro, and the team, thank you for honoring this. We are going to make follow-up in relation to what you have raised. I mean, we have raised with you and what you also responded to, just to ensure that we assist you to have a better audit outcome, to move from qualified to unqualified, and maybe to clean audit immediately. Also depending on whether you work well with the audit committee and the recommendations that comes from the audit committee, you do implement or abide by them. Majoro, thank you. You know Lesotho is very far. Please leave. I don't want your bye-bye. Please leave. Thank you. Speaker, why are you seated there? The accused must sit here. You don't get in and you come here. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for coming so late in the afternoon. And maybe since we started this morning, it's the first time I see a table full of young faces. I hope everything is going to work out very fast. We are going to run very fast. We have, on my left-hand side, I have Ntate van Vieren. Ntate Klute is seated here, he just went out. And then we have Mekharekwe, Mkabela, and Ntate Foko is also the man in a black jacket, Ntate Foko. Majoro, can you just introduce your team? Maybe also to explain that on the left-hand side, we have the teams that are assisting us from Treasury, Cooperative, and I think the one from Human Rights has left, I'm not sure. Major, over to you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Good evening, honorable members. Chair, thank you very much. I know that your committee had to squeeze us in due to commitments that myself would be having on the 24th, on the date that we were initially scheduled for. So thank you very much for your indulgence. My name is Councillor Mokgetsi Bonolo Ingrid Motšwaledi. I'm the mayor of Letsimeng local municipality. On my far right is the speaker of Letsimeng local council, Councillor Xolani Mhani Mthukwane. On my far left-hand side, it's Councillor Tato Kumalo. He is the MPEC chairperson. Right next to my right-hand side, it's acting municipal manager, Mesindiswa Maneli. Right on my left-hand side, it's the acting chief financial officer of Letsimeng local municipality in Tatetwe, Stembile Toy. Thank you, Chair.
Mpuse.
Thank you. I'll start with the MM. Good evening, ma'am.
Evening.
Ma'am, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Sindiswa Thelmonia Maneli.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. And then the CFO. Good evening, Dad.
Good evening, ma'am.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
Sithembile Jeremiah Dui.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. Chair, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Can we have a 15 minutes presentation from your side? No political remarks. 15 minutes. No, it's because there was one municipality where, as we requested, your 15 minutes presentation, we had to endure 20 minutes first of political remarks and to get to almost an hour of presentation. Just 15 minutes, Majuro.
No, thank you very much, Chair. The acting MM will be doing the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Major. Honorable Chairperson, In terms of the questions that we received as Letsime, the first question was about the management vacancies at a senior level management. Chairperson, the council has approved the process to fill the post of the municipal manager. The advert went out on the 20th of April in Sunday time, that closed on the 9th of May. All the due processes, Chairperson, were followed in line with the regulations on appointment and conditions of employment of senior managers. Council was to convene on the 30th of July. The council was to approve the appointment of the municipal manager as per the recommendation of the selection panel. However, Chairperson, the meeting could not conclude due to unforeseen circumstances. So the meeting was then called for the following day, but on the following day, quorum could not be met, and also the last date for continuation was the 6th of August. This meeting also could not correct, Chairperson. So the validity of the advert was from the 9th of May until the 9th of August. And so by the 9th of August, the position was not filled. So the progress now is for council to give instruction that the process must then start afresh. Chairperson, we have attached the annexure that speaks to this. In terms of Section 56 managers, because council has decided, Chairperson, that the post of the senior or the post of the municipal manager must be the one that gets filled first. Due to not filling the post of the municipal manager, Section 56 positions could therefore not be filled. So an item must be submitted to council recommending that both the MM post and the Section 56 managers, they must be filled. Chairperson, there's an anticipated date for the council, and then if all goes well and adverts go out, the likelihood will be that all positions will be filled by 30th of June 2026. I think there's a typo there, Chair, supposed to be 2026, not 2025. Considering the process that must happen for the filling of these positions. In terms of consequence management, the council has appointed a DC board on the 22nd of July 2025. There have not been any cases so far that are referred to the DC board chairperson. In order for us to improve on audit opinion, the municipality has therefore appointed an audit committee. I must say, Chair, that the municipality did not have an audit committee for some time, but then the committee was appointed on the 25th of March, on 2025 March. So an audit action plan has therefore been prepared. The same plan that was approved by council on the 31st of January 2025, and the progress of it being monitored quarterly. In order to ensure that you comply with MFMA section 65, subsection 2E, the council has entered into a payment arrangement with the key creditors to ensure that we are dealing with all areas. And then in terms of MPEC investigation, Chairperson, these are the investigations that MPEC has done. MPEC has to date investigated a fruitless and wasteful expenditure for 2021-22, 22-23, and 23-24. So there was a recommendation that a total amount of 2023-24 financial year based on the report of 19749201, and then of 19906803 for 2021-2023 financial years, those must be written off, Chairperson. So the investigations for 2021-22 and 22-23 financial year that was tabled to council on the 30th of August 2024. That made the recommendation. However, Chairperson, the report was deferred back by council. There's an annexure as well, Chairperson, that speaks to that. Then the other question was the financial compliance and court mandates. There was a judgment of the Supreme Court, Chairperson, that was directed to the municipality, that the municipality must pay ESCOM a portion of its equitable share that relates to electricity within 24 hours of receiving such funds. The judgment, Chairperson, it delivered that the municipality must pay the cost of the council for ESCOM, which is what the municipality has complied with. The municipality was able to pay 800,000. And then also the municipality to pay interest on the debt of ESCOM. That as well, Chair, was complied to. As an amount of 890 was paid. And then the municipality also to pay part of its equitable shares relating to ESCOM when it receives equitable share. In this one as well, Chair, we are complying because the same account that is under 70,000 is being paid. The other one was saying that the areas must be paid in full. This was complied to as well, as 35 million was then paid to ESCOM. That the current accounts must be paid when due. With this one, Chairperson, we struggled to comply with the order. We have met with ESCOM in May to discuss the DAA. Chairperson, there was a mention of DAA for a better part of the day. However, Chair, because of the communique that we received from the National Treasurer that indicated that municipalities should stop this process, the municipalities as well could not proceed to make any arrangement with ESCOM and get into DAA agreement around that matter. In relation to this, Chairperson, all the reports, they will be submitted to the portfolio committee that speaks to the matter above. The other matter that we're supposed to respond to as the municipality was a matter of going concerns of paying creditors within 90 days. And then we're also expected to specify dates and also the finalizing of the payment arrangement with the creditors. Chairperson, the municipality has a payment plan with HSA where we've got a current balance of 600,000. This balance will be settled in the next 2 months from December 2025. Then for the 2024-25 audit fees, we'll then start to pay from December. With the proposal of a payment plan that we still have to discuss with HSA, Chairperson. We, however, Chairperson, concluded a payment arrangement with Sala Pension Fund. The payment plan became effective from the 1st of April until the 31st of January 2028. The total amount that we owed was 19.3794,697. So far, the municipality has paid 5.6 million since the conclusion of the payment arrangement. In December, we'll be paying 2.5 towards this pension fund. So, Chairperson, the municipality as well is in the process of preparing a turnaround strategy. The same strategy that will incorporate financial recovery plan. Chairperson, it should be noted that currently the municipality is under no mandatory or discretionary provincial government intervention. The last question, Chairperson, was about the service delivery and infrastructure updates. Around the 80 million towards infrastructure maintenance budget to correct water pressure issues and other water sanitation related challenges. Chairperson, the municipality has 3 projects that are funded under WSIG that deals with water and sanitation. Those are the upgrading of outfall line and sewer pump station in Jacobsdal, the Koffiefontein and Ditlhake, bulk water upgrade and upgrading and refurbishment of wastewater treatment plant in Koffiefontein. In terms of that fall line, Chairperson, at Jacobsdal, the budget for the project was 6.59739 cents. And Chairperson, this is a multi-year project that is at a 95% completion. The remaining budget to the project is 400,000. So the completion date is the 30th of October. The main aim of the project, Chair, was to deal with the sewer spillages around the Jacobsdal area. The second one will then be Koffiefontein and Ditlhake bulk water upgrade. This project, Chairperson, commenced on the 5th of September 2022. The amount that was allocated to the project was 38,956,312.69 cents. The project, Chair, is stalled because of the legal issues. And at the time of installing, the progress site was 56%. An amount that was already paid to the contractor was 23,851,692.15 cents. And 3.605 to 10.54 was then paid to the consultant. The project has stalled, Chairperson, since December 2023. The case is still ongoing. The same project chairperson was supposed to address the water challenges in Kofifontein. And due to the fact of not completion of this project, the municipality is then implementing the water rationing. And the demand for water share far outweighs the supply that we have. The anticipated date then was September 2024, but it cannot be practical anymore, Chairperson. And then the upgrading and the refurbishment of wastewater plant in Kofifontein. This project commenced on the 21st of October 2024 with a total project budget of 35,932,325 cents. The expenditure of the contractor is 5.900,940.05 cents, and for the consultant is 2.765,630.44 cents. Currently, the progress on site there, Chairperson, is 35%, and then the anticipated completion date is the 18th of August. This one as well, Chair, is aimed to address the sewer spillages in the nearby dam. The municipality has been approved for a funding of 5 million to refurbish four pump stations in Kofifontein. Those pump stations, Chairperson, are meant to feed into the main wastewater treatment plant. The funding is from MIG, and the projects are to be implemented by MISA. There are annexures, Chairperson, that speaks to this as well. Chairperson, that then brings the end of the presentation as per the questions that we expected to reply to as the municipality. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thanks, Treasury. Any comment?
Thank you, Chair. Let's unfortunately, they are not using the web-based audit action plan. They have not sent us their audit action plan. We had an district audit action plan forums held in June. Letziman was not there. So it has been difficult to monitor them, Chair. Thanks.
Chair, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. Chair, our assessment in terms of the four focal areas, let's say one would be an issue here, high political instability. Their MPEG is not functional. In terms of institutional capacity, Chair, they have not appointed a permanent MM. MM has been seconded from COCTA. The rest of the senior staff has been seconded from us. Like Treasury has already indicated, they are operating on the basis of an unfunded budget, and their revenue base is very, very low, Chairperson. Their collection is very low. There are concerns raised about their SCM process that would normally be delayed, and they've received a qualified audit opinion for 2023-2024. In terms of service delivery, Chairperson, the challenges in Letsimeng would be the delay in the projects, and some are stopped. They've got serious challenges, sewer spillage. The road conditions are very poor, and because of the unavailability of land, they've got a challenge now of land grabs. So that is basically what we can indicate, Chairperson, in terms of the performance here, Letsimeng. Oh, Chair, maybe on the last one, that one, yeah, DAA. Our advice to them also would have been they should not get involved into it pending the advice here, National Treasury, because the challenge with that, Chairperson, is that it's eroding one of the two basic trading accounts of the municipality, being water and electricity. So without them collecting from electricity, that is going to negatively affect the collection of the municipality. Thanks, Chair.
Ntate Foko, Ntate Tlute, Ntate Fanfira.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've got one question here. If the answer is no, Letsimeng local municipality is going to have a problem. Chair. Let me shoot straight to my question, Chair. It's about Salga Provident Fund. There is outstanding amount of 14 million. In terms of your presentation, you said you owe a Provident Fund 19 million. You pay them 5 million. In terms of the Mets, you are left with 14 million. If something happened, unless you are hired under 50, but if you hired people who will be leaving the system now, going on pension, you are going to face a problem. Because the Provident Fund is not going to pay for those employees who will be left the system. So what is the plan then? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. My speaker is directed towards the Speaker. Speaker, how frequently does Council meet? Because according to the Structures Act, Council should at least sit or meet once every 3 months. So how frequently do they meet, and when was the last time there was an ordinary council meeting? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and let me also welcome the presentation. Can we perhaps, I think you've, in your presentation, addressed the creditors, a lot of them. I think we know where all your creditors lie, but what does your debtors book look like, and what is the collection rate? The COCTA just confirmed that it's very low. And then perhaps also on COCTA's comments, what is your political challenges? What causes the instability in council? And then on the Koffiefontein and the Clarke bulk water upgrade, I mean, why is it still pertaining, and I think it wasn't answered, there's a case pertaining for the last 2 years. What's happening there? Why can't we conclude that? And why is it more than, it's 27 million rand of the 38 million rand that's budgeted is paid out, and only 56% completion rate? Who signed off on that? And why did they pay out more than what the completion rate is? Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Just few comments from my side. I think, Chair, let me rather get into the issue of the pension fund. When we were preparing ourselves for the 2025-2026 financial year, during 2024 and 2025, we needed to agree after we received our audit report from AGSA. And their advice with Treasury was that we must go into practical payment plans. Hence, we can confirm today, Chair, that we did go into payment plans with SALA. It's a historical matter that we found ourselves in, but we could not promise SALA what we did not have. It's the same with ESCOM. Before, there was a payment plan with ESCOM that was done by the municipality and concluded by council, but the municipality was unable to stick to the payment plan. Unfortunately, that's how we ended up in the court. So we needed to agree with our creditors on credible and payment plans, which is what we did, and we are currently sticking to them. With ESCOM, we are now owing ESCOM 202 On smaller accounts, the last report that I had received was that we owe them 70,000, plus minus 70, 80. And it's a current account on small accounts that we have with ESCOM. Chair, with regard to the collection rate, we are currently, Chair, sitting at, on the last Section 71 report that was given to me, which is August, our collection rate was between 40 and 48. But Chair, I must indicate that ourselves as EXCO, when we said I think we were dealing with the holistical performance of the institution. And we needed to be true to ourselves for whether we're going to make it this financial year or not. When we were doing our 2025-2026 budget, we had anticipated to collect at 60%. But we were unable to collect at 60% from July, August. We then, as EXCO, during our EXCO meeting, having had gone through the previous financial year reports, had to conclude that we need a system that is reliable. During 2025-2026 preparation for that financial year, communities members had raised a lot of issues with our billing system. And we needed to conduct a full spectrum on our billing system and review it. We then, during ESCO, needed a system that will be able to even do data cleansing for us, because there were duplicate accounts that customers were also querying. I can confirm, Chair, that if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow we'll be having a system that will be dealing with those issues. And I'm anticipating and hoping and praying that that system will be able to ensure that we reach our 60% target that we had set for ourselves. Currently, Chair, our debtors book, it's not good looking. I know Treasury would kill me. In our bilaterals, I said to them that, to Dr. Chetty, that, Doc, we can't collect, mostly from household. We try our best to collect, but we are sitting with a municipality where there is unemployment, where it's mostly dependent on grants. Can we not write off debt? And the advice was that we must start a process to reduce our debtors book. Doesn't look good, Chair, I must indicate. But relatively so, given our challenges that we have as an institution, I think we are much, much more better. Chair, we have been able to address service delivery challenges that we have internally. Water issues that we have, we are able to do it internally with the capacity that we have. With regard to the waste, I think the MM has touched on it. The issue of the waste in Petersburg, I think by the time we conclude the emergency pipeline that was connected our sewer system to the waste treatment plant will be relatively okay. In Kofifontein, we will be fixing the 5 pump station that will be implemented by MESA. We'll also be fixing the pump station in Lukov. So in that regard, it would be relatively okay, Chair. We just have an under-capacitated PMU, Chair, that where contractors are not performing, there must be red flagged for that. That's where our struggle is currently. I had proposed that on every Friday, Chair, ourselves and management get at least a report on the progress on project, so that we are not caught by a surprise by the time at term ends or a quarter end when we have not been able to reach the set target. Must indicate, Chair, that we are anticipating to finish the waste treatment plant in time. We are just delayed with the outfall sewer, but I'm hoping that this time around, the 30th of October is the 30th of October. With regard to the sports facility in Petersburg, we are anticipating also the 30th of October. So our spending will be much better by the end of the second quarter in this financial year, Chair. I think I'll give CFO is more detailed when it comes to creditors' payment time than myself. With regard to the land grab, we don't have land grabs in Litziming MM. We don't have. We have available land, Chair, in Lugov, there's 538 sites that are available. We would be going back to communities to give them their P2Os. Jacobsdal doesn't have any land grab issues at the moment. The only issue that we have with land with sites in Jacobsdal is the historical issue of people of 48 households in Jacobsdal. Petersburg, 1,007 households, 1,007 sites have been given. There is infrastructure that is being done by human settlement currently there. Kofifontein, there is on our planning the 1,000 sites that we would be giving, but that one needs us first to complete a project by human settlement, then we'll be able to give over those sites. So, and then Oppermansgronde, there's about 138, if I'm correct, or is it 250, if I'm correct, Chair. I'm not sure about the number of the sites, but there is sites that is available for people of Oppermansgronde. So I am not aware of any land grab that is currently happening in Litsimi municipality. Thank you, Chair. I'll give others over to the speaker on the sitting of the council, the CFO on the audit action plan and the MM, and the creditors, if I got them right.
Okay, thanks. The the data is 505 million, but I think CFO will speak more to that one. What I wanted to respond on is on the issue of the audit action plan. The plan is being monitored even weekly now, and in our recollection, it was submitted. And since we're sitting on weekly basis, a treasurer is a permanent invitee in those meetings. But so far, we have not had anyone from Treasury attending to these meetings. And then the CFO is also in constant engagement with an official from Treasury around the issues of the audit action plan. In terms of the MPEC has not been functional for some time, but it has since started functioning. I think now they have had 2 meetings, hence we're able also to present reports to council. Maybe also the fact that we did not have a DC board, and also for the better part of the previous year, the municipality did not have an audit steering committee. That could have been some of the issues that were the challenges of the non-sitting of the MPEC, but it's now functional. The SCM delay and the delaying projects, I must say probably the fact that there's been no stability in senior management could also be a delaying factor in some of the projects, because there have been a change in terms of municipal managers, and also in terms of the other senior managers in form of a technical director. The only person who has been there for a longest time now is the CFO, and then the other senior managers, they will be there for 6 months, and the other will be there for a year. So that also causes a delay because every person, when or he or she comes, will then want to get into detail and further understand before certain things could then proceed. Chairperson, I think I've managed to cover some of the questions. CFO will speak also to the arrangement of the Sala Provident Fund. The outstanding one will be the one of the Speaker of Council sittings.
Should I go, Chair? Okay, no, thank you very much, Chair. So I'm responding to two questions that have been raised. I want to respond to the last one that was asked by Honorable Member of the 56% progress versus the 27 million that was paid. I think I must just indicate to the Honorable Chairperson that the 27 million that the Honorable Member is talking about is actually made up of two payments there. One is for the consultant, and then the other is for the contractor. Now, consultant payment on that 27 million is actually 3 million. That leaves about 23 million and some odds. Included in that 23 million, there's a retention of about 2 million and some odds. Now, the remaining balance that you actually pay to the contractor was 21 million. Now, of that 21 million, the contractor was appointed for a value of 38 million. Now, when you divide that by the actual appointment value, that is 56% that you are reporting. So we have reported 56% that tallies to the amount that has been paid to the contractor. Now, in terms of the Sala Pension Fund, yes, indeed, we are owing them around 14 million. But if honorable members can read through the payment arrangement that was sent to the committee, there's a clause there that says that should a member resign while the payment arrangement is still in place, pension fund will pay up to the point where the contributions are up to date. The municipality will then pay the difference between the two. So if not have a member or an employee from the municipality that has gone to pension and not received their dues, so all the members or all the employees that have gone to pension since we defaulted in terms of the payments to the pension fund have received their dues. The municipality have co-funded whatever amount that should have been paid to the pension fund. So for now, we have the arrangement in place with the Sala Pension Fund. I think the mayor talked about the debtors book. We're currently sitting at 505 million in terms of the debtors. 460 million of that it's household debt. So safe to say that majority of it will not be able to collect if we were to put our efforts in place, especially those household debts. And if you read further, around 400 million of that is debt over 1 year. And then, yeah, I think those are the two that I was supposed to respond to. Thank you.
Kinache. Okay. Greetings, Chair, and greetings, honorable members. So, with regard to Chairperson, the sitting of council, the last council meeting that we had was the 31st of July this year. So, we are supposed to have a planned ordinary council meeting on the 28th of October 2025. And yes, we are sitting council meetings and we are sitting ordinary council meetings quarterly, and also with regard to special council meetings as per the request of maybe the municipal manager or the mayor, then we'll call a special council meeting, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much. I think that was the only questions to me.
No, thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. Chair, I just thought it's also okay, or it would be fair for me, since I'm here as MPEC Chair, to respond to questions in relation to the committee itself. But first and foremost, Chair, I think I must say we find ourselves in a very difficult position as a committee chair. And why I'm raising this is that we had actually in our first submission, in terms of an item as a committee submitted, an item in relation to capacity building of that committee. And in specific reference, Chair, we were referring to a dedicated support staff that would deal primarily with issues of the committee in isolation, just so we enhance the functionality of the committee. And Chair, one would not want to suggest that there is no appetite from council to ensure that there is that support staff. But one must also say that there was a recommendation during our capacity building programs with provincial treasurer and also COCTA that there must be a support staff, and in particular, probably an MPEC researcher or a secretary. The committee is in absence of that. And I think that is probably what informs the dysfunctionality of the committee, because I would like to believe that there is a legislative provision that speaks to capacitation of that committee, primarily because of the responsibility that it carries in that institution. Now, second to that, Chair, I also want to make mention that the committee convenes its meetings on a quarterly basis, but it becomes, a fruitless exercise, Chair, if you are only going to convene a meeting without proper direction in terms of what you want to achieve in these meetings. And I think this is only achievable when you are going to effectively capacitate that committee for it to effectively function. So, Chair, I thought it's very important for me to also make that submission to the House. And also, to a later extent, Chair, I don't think there is enough emphasis from government, particularly the relevant departments, to ensure that this committee now becomes fully functional, because it is a very crucial committee, Chair, and if we are going to treat it as is, the results are going to remain the same on the audit outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ejelemoeg. Ekumal. Ejelemoeg.
Chair, before you come in, can I just have clarity from Free State Treasury? During our bilaterals and when we adopted
No, you can't ask. Hiso, we question you. No, they are here to help us, not to help you. You know why I'm saying this thing is because of your posture ever since we came here. You can see, they said, da. And Ye Kumale is da. And we sit with a problem of, what is this? Internal audit, MPEC. How do you work in internal audit? I mean, in MPEC, when there's no internal audit. When the Auditor General is raising that and saying that MPEC, internal audit and audit committee are not coming on board in terms of holding the municipality accountable on issues. Even your audit, your annual report does not have the report of the audit committee. So if you have that, you would never change this picture of maintaining this audit outcome. You sit like this. And unfortunately, this is a municipality led by young people. But you are not showing the energy that young people must show to turn things around. And Skani say Muchapalongi. If Mucha is not changing things. You know what characterizes young people? Young people always want things to change. And old people like ourselves are not comfortable with changes and want things to remain the same. So we have that report that comes from COCTA of the instability, which I believe is the cause of concern in terms of your performance. I believe the performance of the institution that also affects the financial performance of the institution. So I hear what you are saying, the responses that you give. But my take is that you are not assisting the people of Letsimeng to be able to develop the area. You are not. Maybe we also have to, or from time to time, to monitor the reports. Maybe I don't know whether through you, Treasury. Maybe we must find the mechanism so that we are able to see that there's better performance. You can't only have stability at the level of the CFO, that you have been having one CFO for quite some time. And everything else is not stable in terms of administration. See, what is it, the MM, directors, no one. So we must find a way of ensuring that we, at the level of governance, we have stability, and then we then improve performance from there. So, honorable members, I don't want us to take this municipality any further than this. We must take a resolution to work with the Treasury to monitor, get constant reports as a committee on the performance of this municipality, so that we can see improvement. This municipality used to be one of those that would produce clean audits some years ago, or unqualified audits. So I still have strong belief that this municipality has a potential to go back then and be able to produce such financial reports. I mean, audit reports. So we'll work on this. Thank you. And next time when we call you, we don't want to see this posture that you see, that you can't talk to each other. On the sneak enders, we can see here there's a problem. So thank you. Leave us in peace. Maybe if it's possible, if you can, all of you meet outside, have a meeting, chat the way forward, so that tomorrow morning as you wake up, you come up with better plans. Thank you. Honorable members, Mejeki, I was not here yesterday when you were closing. I was far away. Give me direction. Yeah, no, I maybe just to check with you whether there's nothing left behind. You know, the more you ask a question, the more you poke the mind of that they remember something.
Chair, I just want to confirm that tomorrow's agenda, which municipalities are we sitting with tomorrow, and did we receive all the documents for tomorrow? I think that's important.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. One of the issues that members are raising is it's an issue of documentation, receiving them on time, and also what we also receive from the invitees is that they would not know when to come here. So if maybe we can have a situation today, those that are coming tomorrow, we can. How many are coming tomorrow? 5. So one will do it 9 and. No, let's work. We can work on that now, me and you, Majeki. Thank you. See you tomorrow, Mr. Loeb.